one of them after he says it's
Hold
not
on.
about me.
Hold on. After working at the station for 25 years or so, they finally come to me. I'm 2 miles from here. Usually I'm
we knew that's the only way we'd get you to show up here.
Usually I'm going to Illinois, Green Bay. Finally, they come to me.
How happy are you?
I feel good.
How late will you be here?
I'm only here an hour. But I'm
No,
gonna
no,
have-
on the air.
I know you're on the air for an hour.
I asked
but
how long
this
you'd be
looks
here
like a
physically.
place that if I lived 2 miles away, I'd be here a while.
I think the wife's going to come over. We're going to have a little dinner here. We're going to watch the first part of the draft.
Okay.
Watch the broadcast and have a little fun. I think there's going to be fireworks today.
I also think there's going to be fireworks. I want to get to
think
something
Green
you said
Bay
this morning.
fireworks, though?
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I
'cause
want to get to that in a minute.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
first,
yeah,
Chewy, any avid fan of Jen, Gabe, and Chewy, weekday morning, 7 to 9 on ESPN Milwaukee, knows there's a character both in your life and on the show by the name of the Blammer. Is he here tonight?
No, but we had our pregame meeting at 4 o'clock. Yes.
And what did you and the Blammer come up with? What did you devise? What did you discuss about
Well,
Brian Gutekunst and the Packers this evening?
We
in the
didn't.
NFL
We
draft?
discussed corn and
okay.
how bad his corn is. So we got a plan. We're going to start planting in 3 weeks. He's a guy. Let me tell you this.
Sounds like
He's
Colin
lived in
Lewis.
Wisconsin.
Here's a guy.
Hold on. He's lived in Wisconsin his whole life, right? Claims he's the biggest Badger fan and the biggest Packer fan. Doesn't miss a game. He can't name 3 players on the Badgers football team, and he could probably name 4 players on the Packers.
It sounds like
That's
my
the kind
type
of guy
fan.
he is.
Yeah.
But he's great, you know?
As a sports radio host, that doesn't sound like the company you should be keeping, Chew.
No. But he's my excuse,
Okay.
you know? He's my built-in excuse, and you got to have those, you know, when you work.
He's
the radio.
also a good guy to probably build topics off of because his knowledge is so baseline that if he knows it, then everyone else is going to know.
Yes, but he's deaf and he's blind. You know, he's old. I tried to get him to come.
So how do you
tried to
ask
get
a
him on
deaf
the air.
guy to name 3 players on a team?
That's a good point. Well,
Chew's sign language is pretty good, I've heard.
I am. Yeah, I'm very, especially when I'm driving.
Mine too.
I'm very good at that. So, but I do think there's going to be fireworks tonight.
Let's talk about it. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night with you on ESPN Wisconsin and the Powerhouse, 620 WTMJ. Alex Strouf, Ben Bruss, the Packers Hall of Famer. The Packers Hall of Famer. Let's go. Mark Chmura with you. So, Chewy, this morning you said, hey, they got 5 picks in the first 3 rounds. They might be moving a bit if they see a guy they really like.
Oh, he said he had an idea, and I heard the idea, and I was intrigued by the idea. Now you tell us what that full idea was.
My idea was this, okay? The Packers are an ascending team, right? Based upon what they did last year and how strong the offense is. So when you're an ascending team, I think when it comes to the draft and you have a plethora of picks, you can afford to be aggressive. And I go back to Ron Wolf with Brett Favre. Right? Ron's with the Jets, tried to talk the Jets into 91 to trying to draft Brett. They didn't. They decided to go with Browning Nagel, which was a huge disaster. So then Ron comes to Green Bay. Brett is known more of a partier in Atlanta than he is a quarterback, but Ron still rolls the dice and trades a first-round pick for Brett because he knew.
Yep.
He knew. And thank God he knew. I'm just saying this. If Goody knows in his heart, like Ron did with Brett, that a certain player, and he feels it, is going to be a Hall of Fame type player, right? Then go up and get him. And my thing was you trade to get to 7, to get Joe Alt to be your next left tackle for the next 12 years. You trade your first and your 2 seconds. Your offense is set. Your offense is set. You're set at O-line. Okay, that affords Zach Tom to go to center. You kick Rasheed Wallace or whoever, Walker or whoever over to right tackle. That's a top 5 offensive line in the league. You're set at receiver. You're set at running back, although you need a backup, I believe. You're set at tight end. This is not.
They need a little bit of a thinner back in the backfield.
Yes.
A little more.
Yes, I agree.
A little more quick
But this
movement.
But in the first round, this is not a deep defensive draft. It's a big offensive draft. So give up those 3. Go get this guy. If he believes. I don't know if he believes. I'm just spitballing here. But if he does believe, do that. And then give the rest to the defense. And then next year, you should be set offensively. You can sprinkle in maybe a 3rd, 4th round pick and then load the defense. next year, because hopefully it'll be a deeper defense next year than it is this year.
So I loved it. I was on the edge of my seat. And where you lost me, which is, again, part of this is going to be a little bit Madden brain, but also what you had said was offense is king, right?
Yeah.
It's an offensive league. So part of me was like, what if Chewy is going to say Marvin Harrison? And I know they have young receivers, right? Jaden Reed, Romeo Dobbs, Dontavian Wicks, everyone's high on, Christian Watson, who knows? But what if they did that and drafted Marvin Harrison and became the greatest show on grass? Because they always figure out the offensive line.
Yeah.
So I was like, if they're always going to figure out the offensive line, could you imagine in not a deep defensive draft, it's going to take Hafley a year to implement his structure, the way they play a 4-3. They're going to figure out who on the roster is actually going to be here long term for the 4-3.
Yes.
And then you can draft, bring guys in to fit what he's trying to do. Why not swing for the fences and make your team that much scarier?
I agree with you there, Benny, but I would take, if you're bringing a top-notch receiver in, then get rid of one. Trade Christian Watson, trade Jaden Reed.
Which is funny because remember when Christian Watson for
pick.
Jonathan Taylor, that doesn't look that crazy now.
No, it doesn't. And Carolina was willing, I think, to give up a first-round pick for Watson. Now
they're willing to give up anything they have.
Yeah, I don't know with his hamstring issues now what they would give up. But if you're going to bring in a receiver and trade up to get him, then you trade one instead of giving away a second.
Get
or
some
a third
capital
round.
back to reinvest in defense.
That's why I think it's going to be an aggressive draft. Now, the easy one,
but you've said aggressive draft. You see fireworks. You're talking about the Green Bay Packers or just everything?
I don't care about anyone
Yeah,
else.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I
don't
care
either.
about the Packers. I will be shocked if Goody stands with the 5 picks and picks all 5 picks where they're at. That I will be surprised at.
Yeah, and listening to Goody talk earlier this week in his pre-draft press conference, he said, Chewy, I know we've got 11 picks, but I would like more like 13 or 14 picks in this year's draft. You can't roster all those guys.
No,
I imagine they'll pick something more like 8 or 9 picks this year in the draft.
That's smokescreen. I mean, we talked about it on our show this week about how Goody was talking about Cooper DeJean, and typically when he talks about a player, he's not really interested. There's some truth to that maybe, but I don't believe it. I don't. When you have an ascending roster, right, like our team in 96, 97, there were probably 4 roster spots. That's it, 4, because we were loaded. You don't have place for 13 players. That's why you trade up and you improve your position and you improve the players you pick. Because I look at it right now, starting positions available.
Linebacker,
safety. I think corner they're fine.
Yeah, they could use a couple.
They could use some more.
They could use
Stokes
depth
can't stay
players,
healthy.
but I'm talking
They need
about
a starter at corner.
And everyone who says the Valentine thing, that's
Sure.
great, but they're not
They're depth
guys.
pieces.
They're not starting
I
guys
agree.
that you
I
want in
agree.
the NFL. You
I
want
think
them
they're going to
as
go
backup.
corner tonight.
You know what?
Oh, wow.
I think they'll go corner
I'd
tonight.
love to ask Goody in a room where it would never get out if he regrets trading
Rasul Douglas?
Rasul Douglas.
Absolutely he does, Chew.
So could you imagine Rasul, Jair, McKinney,
And whoever you
and
draft.
DeJean?
Yeah.
And DeJean doesn't have to be locked in his whole career at safety. He could play there for a couple years and then you move him to corner. But Ron Wolf always built the defense upon defensive line and 1 safety and 2 corners, or a couple corners.
I actually there are. The more I've been thinking about it, there's a lot of options for Goody. A, from a trade perspective, and B, from a position perspective. Because when you think about the depth of the defensive line in a 4-3, we've talked about this with Brad Nortman, obviously. In a 4-3, you're going to be shuffling a lot more guys in and out, right? You have 4 down linemen. There's going to be no conversation of Matt LaFleur at the podium when people are like, I only saw 2 down linemen.
Yeah.
There's going to be 4,
Yeah.
right? And you're going to have depth of the defensive tackle position.
Sure.
And I don't think they have the edge rush depth right now. They have an aging Preston Smith.
Yeah.
They have Rashawn Gary, who had a decent season, I'd say. He had sacks and bunches, but he disappeared in the second half of the season after the contract. But coming off an ACL injury, year 2 is usually where you see, hopefully, the progress in what he was and why they gave him that contract.
Yes.
And we still have the unknown of Lucas Van Ness, who's going to be hand in the ground on the outside.
He's young, though.
He's young, but my point is, that is a game-changing position. If he took a defensive end that he loves, I would be happy with that.
With number 1?
Yes.
With the first pick?
But again, it's got to be someone who he grades that he likes.
Well, to your point, Benny, and Chewy, you know this as well as anybody. With the Packers, it's never, hey, we need to attack this position in the first round. It is always best available player. Yeah. And I don't think they're going to stem away from that tonight. With measurables. Good RAS score.
See, here's...
How are your measurables?
Oh, they were wonderful for the 6th round. Here's my thing about the 4-3. And, when I played in my career, there were 2 teams that played the 3-4. It was Pittsburgh and Carolina. Running the ball is much easier against a 4-3 than it is a 3-4 because when you run against a 3-4, it's man-on-man, right? The center
how
is...
come the Packers couldn't stop it in a 3-4?
That's what I'm worried about because... And my questions are the interior guys. They're not so much the edge guys, but Devontae Wyatt is going to have to be stout against double teams. And that's why Ron in his day, we didn't worry too much about the linebackers. Now, they were fine. They weren't superstars, but they were fine because all they had to do was clean up because Gilbert Brown is holding 2 blocks. Reggie White is holding 2 blocks. Santana Dotson held 2 blocks. When you can occupy guys and just let linebackers run, which is what they do in San Francisco, makes those linebackers look so much better. That's why I'm not really concerned about the linebackers. But guys like Devontae Wyatt and Rasheed Walker, and you heard Hafley say it this week. When a defensive coordinator starts talking about effort and saying, we're going to lead the league in effort, that means last year's team was lazy. Was lazy. And they can't. They're in for a rude awakening, and I think that's what they need.
No doubt about it. He's the Packers Hall of Famer Mark Chmura, Ben Brust, Alex Strouf with you. We're going to talk to a lot of guys that were drafted in the NFL tonight. Chewy's sitting right next to me right now. We're going to talk later with Gary Ellerson. We're going to talk to Mark Tauscher. We're going to talk to Brad Nortman. But only one guy we'll talk to all night was a former first-round draft pick of the Green Bay Packers. And he's got the most famous Sunday Night Football intro in the history of Sunday Night Football.
And I think they spelled his name wrong in the NFL Legends thing. They spelled it Bulaga.
Bulaga. Well, that's not what he said on Sunday Night Football.
Beluga.
Brian Bulaga, Iowa, joins us next. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night live from the Q Club of Wisconsin.
You're listening to Draft Night coverage live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
Wild Rock Golf in the Wisconsin Dells, a must-play every golf season. Wild Rock Golf features championship golf in the heart of Wisconsin. Wild Rock, a Herdston Fry masterpiece that's cut from the natural beauty of the Wisconsin Dells and offers stunning views from elevated tee boxes. Wild Rock presents spectacular greens that roll fast and true. Wild Rock Golf in the Wisconsin Dells, a unique gem that offers a challenge to avid golfers of all abilities. Book your tee time today for this must-play at wildrockgolf.com, wildrockgolf.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From the biggest plays on the court to the comments made in the locker room after, an in-depth recap of every Bucks game in 6 minutes. No more, no less. Bucks in 6 provides game recaps for every game. Hear the high-flying dunks from Giannis.
Puts it on the floor, spins down the lane, and plunges it through.
Or the deep threes from Dame.
Dame time has arrived with 107.
Bucks in 6 on the Bucks Plus Audio Network. Find it now on bucks.com/plus or on Spotify, Apple, and wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to security for your home and family, you want a winner, and we found one when we placed our trust with J&K Security Solutions. This is Greg Gard. Kim and Jeff hit the game-winning shot for us with the Control 4 home technology system. Home or away, from our smartphones, we can open the garage door, dim the lights, turn on the TV, as well as arm the security system. That's convenience as well as peace of mind. Let J&K Security Solutions do for your home or business like they've done for us. Call 255-5799 or online at jksecurity.com.
The host might be irrelevant, but the conversations aren't.
Bears defensive end Montez Sweat earlier this week on a podcast with Chris Long.
I'm not losing to Green Bay this year. I can't do it.
Mr. Irrelevant with Alex Strouf.
Instead of hanging out in the Bahamas and enjoying his offseason, he's complaining about the Packers. Rent-free.
Mr. Irrelevant with Alex Strouf. Live on ESPN Medicine's YouTube every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And available wherever you get your podcasts.
You ever have one of those days when you just couldn't come up with the right answer? Well, I know one answer that pretty much solves all problems. Ice cream. Yeah, it's the answer to everything, right? And right now, at Quick Trip, our rich, creamy, straight from our dairy, Nature's Touch 1-gallon pails of ice cream are just $4.99. Yeah, now that's an answer worth digging into. Come on, be a problem solver. Bring home some fresh, delicious Nature's Touch ice cream. Only from Quick Trip.
Save a life with compression-only CPR. The life you save could be a family member or friend. Stoughton Health is offering a free class Thursday, April 25th from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. or 5:30 to 7 p.m. at the Community Health and Wellness Center at Stoughton Health on County Road B. Participants will learn how to perform compression-only CPR and practice on adult mannequins. To register for this free class, please visit stoughtonhealth.com and click on Classes and Events.
This is Draft Night coverage live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night rolls on live from the Q Club of Wisconsin in Chewy's neck of the woods, Waukesha. Packers Hall of Famer Mark Chmura, Ben Brust. With me, I'm Alex Strouf. And joining us now was a first-round pick in 2010 to the eventual Super Bowl champion, Green Bay Packers. In 2010, with the 23rd overall selection, the Green Bay Packers selected Brian Bulaga, Iowa, joining us now on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. Blue, what's this rumor I hear? Are you in Detroit announcing pick 41 for the Packers tomorrow?
I am in Detroit, and I found out today that I got 2 picks. If Goody keeps them, I have 2 picks tomorrow in the second round. So I'll be a busy man tomorrow evening.
Are there some nerves leading up to that? I mean, that's kind of a big spot. National television.
The man was a first-round pick.
Yeah, but he didn't have to speak on draft night. Now he's speaking to millions and millions of people.
And to be fair, Brian Bulaga, Iowa, wasn't a lot of sentences.
Does that mean Cooper DeJean's going 41?
Nah, he ain't making that far.
I mean, it would be pretty cool if he did. I think the biggest thing I'm nervous about is that, like, they kind of take me along like they would my first grader, make sure I don't mess up the name. I don't want to mess a kid's name up, like the biggest moment of his life, and I butcher his name or something like that. So I'm hoping they help me along with that.
Yeah, you might need some hand-holding. There's some tough names in the draft this year. Brian Bulaga with us here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. Alex Strouf, Ben Brust, Mark Chmura with you from the Q Club of Wisconsin. So, Blue, you just mentioned it. You're going to be busy because the Packers are going to be busy this weekend. 11 total picks for them, 5 in the first 2 days in the first 3 rounds. Do you think they stick at 11 picks overall? Do you expect some movement? How do you think Goody's going to cook in the 2024 draft?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's such an interesting thing because obviously if he holds steady, I mean, he's going to have a lot of guys, a lot of picks, and a lot of guys coming into that locker room. And, if we look at the roster right now, I mean, who's going to replace who, right? I mean, we have a pretty young roster. We have a lot of talent on that roster. So if we bring in 11 picks, we'll just and then plus the free agent guys that they sign after the draft, and we'll just assume 70% of those guys are gamers, right? And they're ready to go. Who are they replacing on the roster at this point in time? So it makes me think that Goody's going to move a little bit. I think there's going to be some moving and grooving, especially if there's someone that he loves in round one because he's got the ammo to go up and get him. So it'll be interesting to see what he does. I really hope he doesn't give away all his twos so that I flew out here for nothing. That would be a bummer. But but who knows? We'll see. I think there's going to be value if he holds at number one, right? If he holds at true where he's at number one, there's going to be good value there. It just depends on if there's a guy that he loves, man. And to me, it's Barton from Duke. If that's a guy that he loves, and I don't think Barton makes it past 20. So if that's a guy that he loves, that he think he can go get inside of 20, I could see him doing it.
Speaking of Brian Bulaga giving the announcement for the second-round picks tomorrow, Mark Chmura this morning on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy, right next to me, had the idea, and he's not saying that this is going to happen, but I thought it was an intriguing thought, right? This is an offensive-driven league. You have a one. You have those 2 twos that you're ready to announce. If you have somebody you love that could change your franchise, like you mentioned a Joe Alt, right, a left tackle, that could be a potential Hall of Famer. Obviously, there's variables there. And I thought Chew was going to say, like, even go up and get Marvin Harrison and make this the greatest show on grass. Do you see anything remotely close possible to Goody falling in love with something like that with all this capital, knowing that we had the conversation of the 4-3s coming in next year? We know they need defense, but just go make your offense unbelievable for the next 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look at it that the receiver position may not be one that he would give all that capital away to go get, right? Like, we have a pretty good room right now, and it's young, and I don't know if you want to mess up the chemistry in that, but for an offensive lineman, it just depends on the value. And listen, from everything that I've read, I've watched, he could be a franchise left tackle, which we all know is very valuable. He's got the capital to do something crazy. I don't know if he's got the capital to go that far into the draft, right? Like into a top 10 position. I'm not sure if he has that, right? Even with the 2 twos, I don't know how all the calculations base themselves out. I've never really understood that, but you would have to see if he's going to go that high in the draft. He'd have to give away something next year too, which Green Bay just normally doesn't do. But he certainly has it to get into that late teens to find a guy that he thinks that is really going to impact the team.
Brian, with an ascending team, which they are. You played on an ascending team. I played on an ascending team. The roster spots just get smaller and smaller. And I think the more realistic thing for them to do would be package the 2 twos, which gets them to 21. So they would have 21 and 25. I really like DeJean out of Iowa. I'm sure you know him better than most. I like him because he's versatile. You can play him at safety right away, and then as things progress and he gets more comfortable in the NFL, you can move him to corner. And then either take him at 25, O-line at 21, and vice versa. What are your feelings on that?
I love it. I think it'd be great, to be honest with you. I think DeJean's a heck of a player. Obviously, like you said, I've watched a lot of them. I think he can be a safety. He can play corner. I think he can drop down into the slot if needed. He's just one of those kind of Swiss Army knives in the back end, which we look at our defense right now, and that's kind of where the holes are, right? Like obviously we have Jair, we have Xavier McKinney, and then we look at the rest of it and we're like, we could use one more stud back there that's versatile, that can play safety next to McKinney, that could play corner. Who knows? I mean, Stokes hasn't really showed us much considering his injury history, and when he did play, it was streaky. So you're looking, if you add a guy like Cooper DeJean, he can play in all those multiple spots, which I think is really valuable with a new DC coming in. Give this guy weapons, right? Give this guy tools that he can find, match in his defense and play with a little bit. So I think that's a good idea. Maybe you should call Goody and kind of give him a heads up on that. Like, hey, I think you should package those twos and get back into one.
I get the fax signal. That's what I get now. I don't even get the dial.
We got to get Brian to take it out of there if he's not going to pick.
Blue, you might as well go home if that's going to be the case. Brian Bulaga with us here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. Go ahead, Blue.
Yeah, I mean, if that happens, I'm hoping I get the text like, hey, we bumped your flight up till tomorrow morning. You're good to go. Don't worry. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for making the trip.
Too on this. Brian Beluga, they got you here. It's ridiculous.
Legend.
Yeah. I let the girl know that.
Brian, what is it about Green Bay and the way they develop offensive linemen? I played with Marco Rivera and Adam Timmerman, both late-round picks. Mike Wall, a supplemental pick. You played with guys that were mid to late-round draft picks that turned into great players. What is it about that offensive line room that just turns out just players time and time again?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you played with some great ones, and I did too. I mean, Bakhtiari, Sitton, Lang, Lindsley, all these guys weren't, first and second round picks. I mean, I think obviously the first thing that I always looked at, which I learned really quick from a lot of these guys, is the culture of the room. The expectation was really high, and obviously those guys learned it from Tauscher, they learned it from Cliffy, they learned it from Scott Wells, and they passed that along. And the expectation is to win. And obviously we had a really great O-line coach in James Campen that really helped every guy along and kind of showed guys the ropes, and we loved him. And he taught us well. And we and as we, moved through, got older through, the years and new guys would come in, we try to pass those same values through and along. And it always helps too, right? Like if you want to play, and you got a Hall of Fame type quarterback or a Pro Bowl level type quarterback, you got to be ready to protect that guy and give it up for that guy. And I think there's a little extra motivation, like for, when you were there with Favre, when I was there with Rodgers, and now with this new group with Jordan Love, when there's a franchise guy back there, you got to protect guys, their want to, and the motivation level and the detailedness of their work goes up just a little bit more when if you do your job, the guy behind you that, pulls all the strings will be able to do his. And I think it's just a culture that has been there for a long time, that it just has gotten passed down from, team to team and guy to guy.
2011 was the last time the Packers went O-line in the first round. We'll see if tonight is the night. Brian, we hope you have some picks to announce tomorrow in Detroit. Enjoy it. We'll hear you next week with Homer.
All right, guys, take it easy. Enjoy the show tonight. Greatest reality TV there is, right here.
That's damn right, and I like reality TV.
Do we hope that he makes the picks?
Yeah.
Because I like Chewy's package for the 21.
I mean, 21 and 25 would be fun. It'd make for a really fun night
tonight. You'd have
a
great night tonight.
But it'd make for a kind of a boring first couple of hours tomorrow, and I'd feel bad for Blue because he's our friend, and we want him to he's out there for a reason.
It's not about Blue. It's about making this team better.
Well, Goodell can step aside for one pick and not get booed, and let Brian move up to the first round.
Let him call out pick 25 tonight.
Especially if DeJean is one of them. It's only
perfect. It would be perfect. We go to Titletown. Coming up next, we'll check in with our Packers insider, Jason Wilde from Wilde and Tauscher, and the Wisconsin State Journal joins us next. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night live from the Q Club of Wisconsin.
More green and gold draft talk coming up on ESPN Wisconsin.
Your Honda gets you everywhere. When it needs service, you need Zimbrick Honda service. Their customer service is second to none, and you can experience it yourself at 2 convenient Madison locations on Fish Hatchery Road and Grand Canyon Drive. Honda certified technicians handle it all. You can even get flexible payment options. Fix your car now and pay later. Apply online to see your options in seconds with no hard credit check. Make your service appointment online at ZimbrickHonda.com. Zimbrick Honda Service Center on Fish Hatchery Road and Grand Canyon Drive. Part of the Madison community since 1973. Shop Zimbrick Honda.
It's time for the Milwaukee Basketball Report on 100.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Bud Light.
Lillard's going to tee up a three, and he splashes it through for the left wing.
The choice to enjoy is easy. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Game 2 didn't go the Bucks' way, falling to the Indiana Pacers 125-108 at Fiserv Forum. After holding the Pacers to 94 points in Game 1, Milwaukee's defense had no answer this go-around, but head coach Doc Rivers thought his team's offense was the main issue.
They got out on breaks because of our offense. I thought their pressure took us out of sets. I thought we struggled execution-wise on the offensive end, and I thought that bled over to the defensive.
Giannis missed his 5th straight game with a lingering left calf issue. Damian Lillard led the Deer with a team-high 34 points, but just 8 of those came after halftime. The best-of-7 series, now tied up at 1 game apiece, shifts to Indianapolis for Game 3 Friday afternoon.
This has been your Milwaukee Basketball Report on Madison's home for Bucks basketball, 100.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Bud Light.
Listen to Madison Money Guy every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. on 100.5 ESPN and ESPNWisconsin.com.
I like to refer to inflation as the silent killer. It's an invisible risk. It's just the idea that things get more expensive over time. You're going to need milk and eggs when you're in your early 60s and when you're in your early 80s. You're going to get a loaf of bread, and it's going to be more expensive 20 years from now.
Christian Finfrock is the Madison Money Guy. Call him today at 208-1800.
Goodman's Jewelers has been providing a sparkle to Madison since 1933. That's a lot of great memories. John Hayes for Goodman's Jewelers. We've been caring for generations of customers, and during that time our strengths have been trust, service, and selection. Those traits are who we are, and that will never change. Goodman's Jewelers, a destination worth reaching. 220 State Street, goodmansjewelers.com.
The best is at Goodman's.
Home practice is about to begin. Your daughter's new tap shoes? Loud. Your son's new tuba? Louder. But you got this. Just like Associated Bank's got you with $50 overdraft Greystone. So if you lose track of expenses buying some noise-canceling and sanity-saving headphones, we've got your back. You got this with $50 overdraft Greystone from Associated Bank. See associatedbank.com/checking or ask a banker for details. Member FDIC.
Get ready to crush your fitness goals at Prairie Athletic Club, the ultimate destination for health, wellness, and recreation. This is Sarah Tauscher. The Pack has everything you need to succeed, from group fitness classes to personal training, indoor and outdoor pools, soccer fields, and so much more. Your fitness goals start at the Pack. Don't miss out. Their summer memberships are now available. So join before those rates go up. Stop by or visit prairieathletics.com today. That's prairieathletics.com. Prairie Athletic Club, family fun community.
Since 1956, Holman Lindsay Paints has been making paint in Wisconsin for Wisconsin. Because of their commitment to making great paint for Wisconsinites, Holman Lindsay has grown over the years to 26 locations in this great state. Headquarters in Sun Prairie with a state-of-the-art facility, Holman Lindsay has the paint you need to make your job better. From do-it-yourself to professional, Holman Lindsay has paint for everyone. Visit one of their local locations today in Madison, Sun Prairie, Middleton, and Janesville.
We're back with draft coverage coming up on ESPN Wisconsin.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night rolls on at the Q Club of Wisconsin here in Waukesha, alongside the Packers Hall of Famer, Mark Chmura. Ben Brust, I'm Alex Strouf with you, and joining us now from Titletown, the three-time Wisconsin Sports Writer of the Year. You hear him each and every weekday morning on ESPN Wisconsin with another Packers Hall of Famer, Mark Tauscher, on Wilde and Tausch. It's Jason Wilde joining us on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. What's up, Jason? What's the vibe like up in Titletown?
The pulled pork sandwiches are great. We're about 25 minutes from the start of actual action inside the building. I almost got run over by Jeff Halfley as I was going back to my car because I'd forgotten something. So we're off to a great start.
That's good effort from Jeff.
The intensity never dies with Jeff Halfley, yeah. No doubt about it. Well, Jason, a lot of discussion this week about the Packers' 11 picks. Brian Gutekunst saying earlier in the week, maybe I'd want 13 or 14. Chewy's floating all sorts of theories, whether they'll trade both their seconds to get high in the first. I've heard you say a few times you don't think they're making all 5 of their first 3-round picks. What do you expect tonight?
I think they're going to pick at 25. If they move up, great. For those of us that want to go home at a reasonable hour, I would say this. I think that that Goody is reluctant to give up those picks because he thinks he can get some really good players with them. The question is there someone special that's worth going up for, or someone that he believes to be special? That's what he has to decide. I would love to give Brian Bulaga a hard time because they trade both their second-round picks and he has nothing to do tomorrow. I think that would be hilarious. He might not find that quite as amusing, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think they may move around some tomorrow. I think they more than likely stay put, but if there's a guy they see falling because of the quarterbacks, if there's a run on the offensive tackles and they're worried about not getting the guy that they like the best out of that group, then I can see them moving.
Jason, I'm genuinely curious because a lot has been made of in the past of the, not relationship, but the input of Matt LaFleur. What is it like in terms of what you've heard about Matt LaFleur's involvement in a day like today with Brian Gutekunst?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think they talk through some things, but the board really does all the work. It's not even so much Goody. It's the scouting department and Goody who have set their board. I mean, you know, when he told his story in response to my question, well, this is Tris over here. On Monday about you got to watch out. It's hard to. I can't find a good setup here. When he answered the question about Jaden Reed and trading around in the second round last year, I thought it was really interesting that he basically said, "Oh, that'd be too bad if we wouldn't have gotten Jaden Reed. We would have just taken whoever else was rated high on the board." And that's a guy that was your leading receiver, most receptions, most yards, tied for most touchdowns. And it was kind of a laissez-faire, well, yeah, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. We would have taken someone else with a grade like that. So I don't think that it's even so much about what the coaches want or what other personnel guys in the room might be pounding on the table for. I think it's, here's what the board tells us. This is the guy that, after all of our research, has the highest grade left on the board. Do we take him or do we jump our board and do something else? That's the decision that Goody obviously has to make.
Jason, I think offensive line is the safe pick, you know, at 25. Is there a position that would shock you? I mean, outside of quarterback and kicker or punter. I mean, like if they drafted a receiver at 25, would you be shocked? Or an edge rusher?
Yeah, I would have been. But then, you know, Demovsky, who I think is scheduled to appear next, you should ask him about this because he was the one who mentioned this on our WBAY TV show last night, that he's talked to people who have said that they really, really like Xavier Worthy, the receiver from Texas. You know, maybe that's the Chewy move. Maybe you stay at 25 and you draft DeJean or whoever it ends up being, and then you package a second and a third and you go up to the bottom of the first round and you grab Worthy. That would surprise me, right? It would tell me that as much as we think they have receivers, that they either A, don't think it's quite that special, or B, they think Worthy is that much of a difference maker and that much of a different type of player.
Jason will be with us here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. We see the predictions, by the way, rolling in on the left hand of the video stream on the ESPN Wisconsin and 620 WTMJ YouTube channels. Jason, have you made an official prediction on what you think the Packers could do at 25 tonight?
Yeah, I think I took Amarius Mims, the tackle from Georgia. He makes sense on a number of levels. He is a big athletic dude. He didn't score quite as high as Graham Barton did on the relative athletic score, but he scored very high. Goody loves to talk about how he wants guys that have their best football still in front of them. Well, here's a guy who started 8 games in college, right? Now, the first 2 were in the national semifinal and the national championship 2 years ago. And he's from Georgia, which Lord knows they've taken their fair share of first-round picks from Georgia. And they have an offensive line that they're fine with that starting 5 to start the season. So they wouldn't have to play Amarius Mims right away. He also came for a visit. And for as much as they talked about the subterfuge of, well, sometimes we bring in guys we're not even that interested in, I don't think that's the case these days. With only 30 of them, I don't think that they were bringing guys in to try and trick the people that are around them at 26, 27, 28, making them think they're interested in a guy that they're really not. So I think they brought in Mims because they're intrigued by him. They also brought in Guyton, the tackle from Oklahoma, that they could certainly take as well. I think Chewy's right. I think it's a safer pick, but it also is a need. Like the idea that it's great if they love their starting five, but they have no depth right now. I mean, they signed Andre Dillard. Demovsky had that he got no signing bonus, no guaranteed money whatsoever. That tells you where a former first-round pick is, that he couldn't get a single penny of guaranteed money on his contract.
Yeah, that is interesting. And when it comes to the 30 visits, Jason, were there any position groups that were shocking that were on the list of the visits?
No, I mean, again, I mentioned the kind of the wide receiver idea of taking a wide receiver. They did bring in a wide receiver from Alabama, Jermaine Burton, as well. But, they brought in a running back. But it was mostly offensive linemen, defensive backs, and linebackers. That was really the crux of it. There were a couple of edge rushers that they brought in. Austin Booker, who played for Lance Leipold at Kansas, and Marshawn Neeland from Western Michigan. Those guys, I don't think those guys are first-round picks, though. So those would be guys for tomorrow that you were exploring. And they have some guys that are 6th, 7th, or undrafted free agent types. They always do that with some of their visits as well. So, I thought it was a pretty wide cross-section of different guys. The one guy that I thought was really interesting, and this is Tauscher's sleeper, and it's a good one, is Zach Zinter, the offensive lineman from Michigan. Really good player, obviously coming off of an injury that's going to probably depress his where he's going to be picked. So the Packers, you guys were talking about it with Bulaga, and that was the fact that they've really developed a lot of young down the draft board offensive linemen, not just Marco and Adam Timmerman from Chewy's era, but you think about John Runyon, who they moved on from. He was one of 3 6th-round picks a few years ago. Like Corey Lindsley was a 5th-round pick. Bakhtiari, Sitton, T.J. Lang, all 4th-round picks. So they've really done a good job of developing those guys, and I would anticipate on day 3 we see 1 or 2 at least offensive linemen.
Jason, go ahead, Trey.
Jason, if they don't get DeJean in the first round and they don't really get anyone of substance at the linebacker or safety position going into next season, what's a bigger hole? And I know me and you talked about nickel with the strong side linebacker, but what's a bigger hole, that opposite safety McKinney or the strong side linebacker?
Look, I think they have to have a safety that they believe in besides McKinney. And let's be honest, like, as good as they believe McKinney is, and I don't have any reason to disagree with them on it, at the same time, he's not guaranteed to play all 17 games, right? Like, Adrian Amos was kind of an outlier. Like, they signed him in free agency. He never missed a game in 4 years. Darnell Savage missed games the last couple of years. He got benched at one point. I don't think that's going to happen with McKinney, but he could suffer an injury. Right now on their roster, they don't have other safeties. They have Anthony Johnson Jr., Zane Anderson, and Benny Sapp III. Like, they don't have another starting caliber safety. So that is a clear need. The linebacker thing, too, I don't know how it's going to shake out. I know they had Edgerrin Cooper in for a visit, the Texas A&M kid. He looks like a 2nd or 3rd round pick based on what Dane Brugler wrote in The Athletic. They could draft him, and they could play different guys at Will and Mike, just because we all think that they talked about Isaiah McDuffie, another one of those Boston College guys who could be really good for them. That, again, guys get hurt, and they are not deep at linebacker, and they are not deep in the defensive backfield.
There's some holes. We'll see what they fill. Jason, Homer, and I will catch up with you later tonight when the Packers make their selection. Thanks as always.
I'll try to drop the iPad again because I thought that was pretty awesome TV. All right, guys, take care. Be good.
Best content we've had all night. Packers Hall of Famer Mark Chmura, Ben Brust, Alex Strouf with you from the Q Club of Wisconsin in Waukesha. We talked to another Packers insider. That's at Lambeau Field. Coming up next, ESPN NFL Nation reporter covering the Packers, Rob Demovsky, joins us next. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
Bob. More green and gold draft talk coming up on ESPN Wisconsin.
Breaking news on ESPN Madison is presented by Metro Kia of Madison, Madison's trusted Kia dealer. Stop into Metro Kia on the east side of Madison or visit metrokiaofmadison.com.
The pulse of the Milwaukee Bucks, straight from a Bucks legend.
Can't get it off. Marcus Johnson will, though. Can't leave him alone for a 12.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson on Bucks Plus. Marcus and his son Chris offer a weekly beat on Bucks basketball. Get your questions answered and hear from the biggest names in basketball. Find Here District with Marcus Johnson at bucks.com/plus on the Bucks app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, this is Lee, inviting you to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Middleton. We got a great happy hour every day of the week from 4 o'clock to 7, and our patio during the summer is open too. If you're getting married, special occasion, a birthday, anniversary, or even a business meeting, we've got all the accommodations right here at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. You work hard and sometimes you're not sure what you want to do, where you want to spend your money. I want to encourage you to come into Ruth's Chris Steakhouse and say hello. It'd be a pleasure to meet you.
Listen to Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin on 100.5 ESPN.
Yeah, this is for Mark Tauscher, or Tausch, as they say. Mark, I wrote you up. I scouted you. Last time I checked, you went in the 7th round, so I kind of overrated you with the 6th round grade. You were trying to destroy my career of 46 years, and I don't appreciate it.
Wilde and Tausch, weekdays 9 to noon on 100.5 ESPN. Also brought to you by Hallman Lindsay Paints, Coors Light, Made to Chill, and American Family Insurance.
Hey Wisconsin, it's construction season and the Wisconsin DOT wants to help you safely navigate work zones in your area. Check 511wi.gov or download the free 511 app to see current road work, closures, detours, and camera views on your route. Wherever your travels take you, know before you go with 511wi.gov. That's 511wi.gov. And remember, know before you go. Always park the phone while driving. Sponsored by the Wisconsin DOT.
You ever have one of those days when you just couldn't come up with the right answer? Well, I know one answer that pretty much solves all problems. Ice cream. Yeah, it's the answer to everything, right? And right now, at Quick Trip, our rich, creamy, straight from our dairy, Nature's Touch 1-gallon pails of ice cream are just $4.99. Yeah, now that's an answer worth digging into. Come on, be a problem solver. Bring home some fresh, delicious Nature's Touch ice cream, only from Quick Trip.
Since J&K Security Solutions opened in 1987, our attention to detail and customer service have been our strongest assets. I'm President Jeffrey Beckman. We'll always do our best to find the most efficient and cost-effective solution to every job we tackle. Whether it's security for your home or business, installing video surveillance, or being able to control your garage doors from your phone, we can help you feel empowered with simple and user-friendly technology. Let's work together to secure your home or business. jksecurity.com.
To those who've ever dreamt of their perfect event, those dreams are worthy and they are possible. Hi, it's Jeffrey from Celebrations Entertainment. With hard work, passion, and great music, we will make your event dreams a reality. Every event is a labor of love, with one-on-one planning, customization, and flawless execution. Bringing your event to life is what we do. For a fun, memorable event, visit celebrationsentertainment.com. That's celebrationsentertainment.com.
How much does it cost to talk to Gruber Law Offices after a serious accident? It's free. Yes, free, as in it won't cost you anything to speak with us. There's never a fee until we win your case. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
You're listening to Draft Night coverage, live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
Yeah, live at the Q Club of Wisconsin in Waukesha. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. He is the Packers Hall of Famer, Mark Chmura. He is the Wisconsin basketball legend, Ben Brust. I'm Alex Strouf. Joining us now from Lambeau Field. Chewy's been burning all commercial break to ask ESPN NFL Nation reporter Rob Demovsky a question. So I'm just going to give Chewy the floor right off the bat. Go ahead,
We're
Chew.
in his backyard.
Well,
Let's just give him the
Rob,
mic.
I asked Jason, and he deferred to you. because I said, offensive line at 25 is the safe pick. That seems like the safe pick. And I asked him, I said, is there anything that would shock you? And he said, you came up with a receiver out of Texas that the
4-2-2, baby.
Like?
Yeah.
Worthy.
Chewy, as I was sort of doing my research and trying to figure out who they're going to pick, because that's about all you can do in the weeks leading up to this, I did have one person tell me that they really love Xavier Worthy. And I said, well, look, of all the years, you don't need a receiver, right? And, I mean, it would just be kind of almost funny if this was the year that they took a receiver in the first round. Now, it's probably far-fetched, but he is a guy projected to go somewhere in that 20 to 30 range, super fast, obviously. And it just, to me, it almost would be kind of funny if this was the year that they finally took a receiver. And look, I don't think they will, but think about it from a logical standpoint. From maybe it's sneaky, a bigger need than you think. And here's why. They've got a ton of really good receivers, right? Maybe, and I'm just speculating here, maybe they don't think that any one of those guys is a number one receiver. Maybe they think they got a lot of 2s and 3s, but maybe they feel like they still need a 1. And maybe, again, speculation, but maybe when they sent Christian Watson down to Madison to get his hamstring checked out, maybe they got, the news that maybe, boy, it's just going to have to be something he's going to have to deal with for the rest of his career, something like that. I'm putting 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 together and trying to come up with the right number. I still think it's a long shot, but let's just, as we get into this round here, let's just keep an eye on Xavier Worthy.
They haven't drafted one since Javon Walker, Benny.
I know.
Right.
We did have some fun today with the little snake draft, drafting Packer players that have made impacts for the team. But now, Rob, you're a guy who is not right a lot. I'm a guy who's not right a lot. I heard you talk about how you write your article and you have to make your pick on ESPN.com. Yeah. So who did you pick so we know what to not look for?
So the TV show and the story ran Tuesday night. So we had to have the picks in before that. The show was taped. I went with Cooper DeJean, the defensive back out of Iowa. I basically had a choice between him or Mims at that spot, Amarius Mims, the tackle. And I don't know, all along, going back to late February at the Combine and going forward, everybody just kept telling me, boy, Cooper DeJean, he's like the perfect Packer, right? And so I went with him. I realized it's a lot of people are picking him in the mock draft. I will say I got a little discouraged after Gutekunst's press conference when the one player that he was asked about specifically was Cooper DeJean by Matt Schneidman from The Athletic. And he didn't just say, well, he's a good player and we'll leave it at that. He actually went into a long explanation about what he likes about him and how versatile he is and things like that. So that made me think, well, I guess they're not going to take him because why else would Goody have talked about him in that detail? So who knows? But that was my pick. And if I don't get it right, I will be, I think, 0 for 12 since we started doing this at ESPN in 2014. I guess so.
Yeah, but to your point, Rob, that's the one name that has consistently been brought up, whether it be the talking heads like us, the fan base, whatever. It seems like people are just fascinated with DeJean. And I don't know, sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire, but sometimes when there's smoke, somebody's outside having a cigarette. So I don't know. The other name you brought up there, though, Rob, is Amarius Mims. Out of Georgia. Obviously, Goody likes his Georgia players, and offensive line feels like a need. Do you think that's a more likely spot they go here in round 1 tonight?
Probably. And, I mean, that's full disclosure. That's probably the boring pick for our television show, so I probably didn't do it partially because of that. Ty went to the more exciting player. But, yeah, I mean, tackle makes the most sense, right? Especially given how many good tackles there are at the top of this draft. And it sounds like, though, once you get past that group of first-round tackles, that maybe it's not as deep, in rounds 2, 3, and beyond. Maybe this isn't the year you get a David Bakhtiari in the 4th round like they did, way back when. It's a strong tackle group at the top.
Rob, obviously the best scenario for the Packers would be for the 6 quarterbacks to go before 25. Yeah. Do you think that happens?
Well, I mean, 4 are going for sure, right, Chewy?
Yeah.
And then I guess it depends on Bo Nix and Penix. Yeah. I don't know. I don't have a great feel for it. I quite frankly didn't spend a lot of time asking anybody about quarterbacks this draft cycle. Not quarterbacks at the top of the draft anyway. I do think that there's a decent chance these guys would take one, on day 3. Gutekunst even said he wants to get back in the business of drafting and developing quarterbacks, possibly to trade like they did back when you were playing. And it seemed like every year they drafted a quarterback, and some of those obviously turned into high draft picks that they were able to get back for him. But that would be ideal. Obviously, is if those quarterbacks go. I mean, I know there's been a lot of talk about the offensive lineman from Duke, Barton. To me, from what I was told, the Cowboys really like him. Like if that was the guy the Packers liked, obviously they're picking at 25. The Cowboys are picking at 24. They're probably not going to get him there if they stay put. It sounds like Dallas really likes him from what I was told. But yeah, I mean, the more quarterbacks and the more receivers that go ahead of 25, probably the better it is for the Packers.
We're going to get funky for a second here, Rob, because Chewy this morning talked about the potential of the 2 second-round picks and 25 to move up to get a potential Hall of Fame type guy if you're in love with like a Joe Alt. He went left tackle.
Yeah.
And when he teased it, I was thinking, I'm actually thinking a little crazier. What if you go get the stud wide receiver Marvin Harrison and make this the greatest show on grass, because this offensive line always figures itself out. Which idea do you like better? Likely both not going to happen.
Well, sure. I mean, if you told me that Marvin Harrison Jr. would be on this team, that'd be really interesting for everybody. But you know what, Ben? Like, you'd have to probably give up the 2 twos. I don't have the value chart in front of me, but you'd probably have to throw your 1 in next year as well. And there's no way Goody's ever given up a first round pick.
No,
I don't. Yep. Again, I don't
didn't
have
my value chart in front of me either.
But the 1 in the
story
gets you to 7.
7?
Yeah,
he gone.
In a story I did a week or so ago, I did talk about what it would take to get to like 10, and it was like obviously 25, 41, and maybe 50 something would get you there. But Goody even said this year, I think it was at the owners' meetings, maybe it was at the combine. He's like, to make a move up into the top 10, if it's not for a quarterback, it's not worth it.
Yeah. That's probably accurate. Rob Demovsky, ESPN NFL Nation reporter with us on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. Rob, enjoy the chaos. We look forward to reading you on ESPN.com, seeing you on ESPN, and talking to you later this week as the Packers draft goes on. We appreciate the time.
All right, guys, have a great night. We'll be seeing you.
And Chewy and Brust, this is the end of the road for you fellas. So before I let you go, first, Chewy, I want to start with you. There is a gentleman over there wearing your jersey, and it looks unsigned. So I can give you a pen if you'd like to go give him a scribble. But your official prediction, what do the Packers do tonight?
His shirt might fall apart if I sign it. That's the problem. My prediction, I'm going to stick with them trading the 2 twos to move up to 21. And they will take DeJean either at 21 and 25, and they'll take an O lineman with the other.
I like it. Benny Brust.
Yeah, I think they just move up for DeJean. I'm going to be chalk. Like, I think DeJean, I saw the prop odds at over 23.5, and it was over, and then it switched to under, where you got to lay money. So if the Packers want him, to Chewy's point, you're going to have to go get him. But I don't think they want to give up too much with the holes that they have to fill defensively.
Chewy, we'll listen to you tomorrow beginning at 7 a.m. on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy, 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee. Benny, I'll be with you 2 o'clock tomorrow on Kyle, Brust, and Nortman. Appreciate the time, fellas. Have a great night. Homer and Gary Ellerson join me coming up next as the NFL Draft gets underway from Detroit. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
This is Draft Night coverage live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
Wild Rock Golf in the Wisconsin Dells, a must-play every golf season. Wild Rock Golf features championship golf in the heart of Wisconsin. Wild Rock, a Herdston Fry masterpiece that's cut from the natural beauty of the Wisconsin Dells and offers stunning views from elevated tee boxes. Wild Rock presents spectacular greens that roll fast and true. Wild Rock Golf in the Wisconsin Dells, a unique gem that offers a challenge to avid golfers of all abilities. Book your tee time today for this must-play at wildrockgolf.com, wildrockgolf.com.
At Blaine's Farm and Fleet, we get you tires and batteries, trust and care, because we get you. So get out on the road and stay safe with quality automotive parts and service at unbeatable prices. Right now, select tires are buy 3, get 1 free with up to $100 consumer rebate on select Cooper tires when you buy 4 by the end of April. All Trico wiper blades are buy 1, get 1 half price. Plus doorbusters like assorted Rust-Oleum 2X spray paints, just $4.99. Tires and batteries, trust and care at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
Hey Madison, it's Dan Andrews from Simon Chevrolet in Mount Horeb. By now you know that you're only minutes away from a better buying experience at Simon Chevrolet in Mount Horeb. But what is a better buying experience? It's a car buying experience that is custom to what you want and need. We can be your trusted expert, or we can be hands-off until you're ready to purchase. If you're in the market for a new or new-to-you Chevy truck or SUV, make the short drive to Simon Chevrolet in Mount Horeb and see the difference a better buying experience can make.
Since 1956, Holman Lindsay Paints has been making paint in Wisconsin for Wisconsin. Because of their commitment to making great paint for Wisconsinites, Holman Lindsay has grown over the years to 26 locations in this great state. Headquarters in Sun Prairie with a state-of-the-art facility, Holman Lindsay has the paint you need to make your job better. From do-it-yourself to professional, Holman Lindsay has paint for everyone. Visit one of their local locations today in Madison, Sun Prairie, Middleton, and Janesville.
Hi, this is Dave Kane. You're listening to Madison's Home of the Bucks, a good Karma brand radio station, 100.5 ESPN WTLX, Monona, Madison.
The Jordan Love era is here, and the title window is open.
Here's Love. Pressure. Back foot throw. End zone. It is caught for the touchdown. Love zips it in there. It's caught for the touchdown. Romeo Doubs.
I don't think that'll ever change here. I mean, we don't.
Night rolls on from Q Club of Wisconsin in Waukesha. Alex Strouf with you. Excited to be joined now by two guys I just listened to for an hour. We start on the end. The former Badger, the former Packer, the great Gary Ellerson here at the Q Club. What's up, G? How are you?
Boy, you could be just so kind. You make me feel good. Look at you.
182.
Yeah,
182.
Pick 182.
182.
Seventh round. What year was that, home, you know?
1985.
Okay.
1985.
I thought it was 84. You sure it was 85?
Gary, you said I was too nice?
Yeah.
That was 13 years before I was born.
Okay, that's fine.
So he's Don Hudson to you.
Yeah, I feel
that's all right.
I feel good, though.
They should name a building after him up in Green Bay. Steve the Homer True here as well.
That's a lie. You don't feel good. You're having some surgery in 2 days.
It's all relative.
I think he said, what did you say, June 26th? He's got
June
a couple
26th.
months before the surgery.
All relative.
Homer.
No, the question is, how long before the next one after that?
Yeah,
that's true.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Hopefully a long time.
Is you
No.
drink, Homer?
Homer, what are you
No.
donning tonight? Is it Clay Matthews jersey?
Yeah, because I've never worn a jersey to a game ever, but I have these left in my house because I'm not sure what to do with them. And I thought they're going to trade up just like they did for Clay Matthews, so it will fit. So if anybody wants to buy this, what do you think this would go for? $100? Is this
No.
Did you buy it?
No.
What?
Homer.
The key question is, did you buy
Hell
it?
no, I got it at some auction, and then I said I'll give it to another auction. What, you think it's worth less?
$40? It's
Oh, I'm not giving it. Well, yeah, they don't make them anymore.
Yeah. That's
Well, right,
the point.
so it's a great antique.
You think you can get $100 for that? See how many beers everybody at the bar has tonight, and maybe by 10 o'clock when the Packers finally pick,
No,
we
if I
can get
can't
you
get $100, I'm taking it home.
Yeah, but if we might be able to get you $100.
This is official NFL players' equipment. This
Nobody's
is not
paying
a cheap.
$100 for that, bro.
All right, okay, fine. Then I keep it.
Gary, what would you pay for it?
Not $100.
Yeah, I mean,
not even 40.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It smells like Homer.
Do you have what? You don't own a
No, I
washer
don't
and a
have.
dryer? What, because I wear it once.
Yeah, it's in there, bro.
So do you have any of your jerseys?
Like Prego.
How
Yeah.
much? Okay.
Yeah.
How much for one of those?
Well, more than $100.
What? It just sits at home. You're never going to do anything with it.
That's the beauty of it.
Oh, that's the beauty of
Yeah.
it.
I'm gonna pass it down to my grandkids. I got 2 grandboys right now. One of them want it. My granddaughter may even want it. I got a granddaughter too.
You haven't even asked them yet.
Well, I'm gonna will it to him.
How much money did Homer and I have to pool to get that off you?
No, he's
You
not.
don't
he's-
have enough.
We
It's
don't have a
priceless.
chance. He's giving it to it's family.
Yeah, stay in the family.
Right. So then they get to sell it.
Yeah.
When he's dead, and they go, well, he wouldn't. They wouldn't
Yeah, they wouldn't
appreciate
appreciate it. No, they wouldn't.
But when you're gone, then it doesn't
don't
matter if
matter.
you appreciate it. Yes,
Yeah.
it's true.
Yeah.
Figured I'd give it a shot. All right. Gary Ellerson, Homer, Alex Strouf with
Look
you
at
from
the
the
number
Q
of
Club
people in
of
Detroit.
Wisconsin. People
Woo!
are packed in Detroit. That just makes me wonder what it's going to be like in Green Bay next year. But With that, the Chicago Bears are officially on the clock, which means we bring in ESPN Wisconsin's only Bears fan. You hear him each and every weekday afternoon on 100.5 ESPN Madison from 4 to 6. Jim Rutledge joins us now.
No one
on
understands
ESPN
losing like a Bears fan, so we're not capable of making them.
Jimmy, how we feeling?
It's changing. I'm good. My fortunes are changing.
Oh, look at those fingernails. He's got his fingernails painted like Caleb Williams.
Hey, man, it's the best QB in the North. He's going to paint his fingernails. I'm down.
The best QB in the North. He hasn't taken a snap yet, Rutledge.
Look, man, I'm just repeating everything you said last year about Jordan Love, who had done bupkis in the NFL for 3 seasons, didn't have the pedigree that Caleb Williams had. I'm just taking your optimism, and I'm co-opting it. I'm taking it for myself this year. I'm pulling a stroke.
You can pull a Strouf as much as you want. At least it worked out for Strouf. Caleb Williams is getting drafted to the city that kills quarterbacks.
No, he'll be the best quarterback since Sid Luckman. There's no doubt about that.
That's a high bar.
No.
You don't think so?
Well, he'll be better than Jay Cutler. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, who's better since Sid Luckman than he will be? Because he didn't have to be very good.
McMahon got a title.
So you say he'll be better than Jay Cutler.
Yeah, he'll be better than Jay Cutler. But McMahon wasn't a good quarterback, though.
True. Also got a title with
We're talking about
with that defense, I could have won.
Exactly.
Come on.
Jim Rutledge
He's very smart.
On ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. So, Jimmy, you've got the fingernails painted. You've got the Bears hat on.
Who painted his fingernails? His daughter, or who did that?
Yeah, my daughter.
Jimmy?
Yep. My youngest one, my 7-year-old. So it's not the greatest quality. It's not bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's solid enough. We know Caleb Williams is going 1. The Bears also holding on to pick number 9. Jim, what are you hoping for with those 2 top 10 picks for Chicago? This could change their destiny, I assume, is what you're thinking.
Well, look, I said this on today's show, and this could have a negative and a positive connotation. But this Bears pick number 1 has more effect on the Green Bay Packers this season and in the future than the Packers pick does. If the Bears get it wrong, they have to reset the clock. They're going to go move backwards, and the whole thing starts over. It's the vicious cycle that every Bears fan knows. And if they get it right, the Packers, for the first time really ever, will have a consistent team pushing them in the NFC North. But setting that aside, I'm interested in the idea that Diana Rossini reported that the Bears were willing to sell their number 9 pick, and then 10 minutes later, she reported that the 49ers are trying to move into the top 10 and have spoken to a team in the top 10 to be able, and then maybe move Samuel or Ayuk to get into the top 10. So maybe the Bears go get Ayuk, trade down, acquire some more picks, and now they're really set up for the future.
Yeah, I think that's what they do at 9. I think they trade out at 9. I think they trade down. I don't know about Ayuk, but I think they just get more picks.
I would agree.
That's where it makes sense to me. If you've got a young team, you're starting over, let's collect all the picks that you can relatively high, because they'll get high picks.
Because the quarterbacks determines everything.
Right. And he's not ready yet.
What do you make of Jim's claim that if they get this right with Caleb Williams, they'll finally have a team consistently pushing them for the first time in 2 decades?
He's smoking crack. I don't know what he's doing over there, dude. I mean, come on, dude. You gonna talk about Bear fans? Come on, man. You know the worst thing. Can I tell you the worst thing about this? Because I'm listening to this. You know my son's a Bear fan.
I think you have told me this. How and why?
Because he worked for the Bears for about 8 years, so he is immersed. And here's what pisses me off. I go over to his house, my son, the other day, and my grandson says, Papa, can you come to my room? So I go to his room. On his dresser is all Bear bobbleheads, former players. About 20 of them. So you know what I did? I called a Green Bay Packer Pro Shop. And I said, send me 20 Packer bobbleheads. I want Aaron Rodgers. I want Jordan Love. I want Ray Nitschke. I want Bart Starr. Send me 20 of them. And I sent them to him all in his name, Miles. Send them to Miles.
Rutledge, that's another level of petty. I talk a lot of smack to you about your Bears, but I would never go that far, I don't think.
What the hell's going on?
I respect it. My kids don't color the colors green and yellow next to each other. I respect it.
Didn't you say you wouldn't allow your daughters to date a Packers fan? I think we talked about this on
What?
last
I
year's
mean, I don't
draft
have
show.
full control, but that would be a major red flag, and I would try to push them against it. Yes, absolutely.
Homer?
Wow.
Yeah. Just wow? You got nothing?
No, I can't comprehend such stupidity. I'm not stupidity. I can't comprehend that would have any impact, and I kind of believe him.
Oh, I believe him.
Look, I'm not dating.
Like,
I don't have a final
right.
choice, but I'm going to like him less. That's all.
Well, that just keeps driving. I don't know what to say. I don't know how many people I met that dated either my daughter or my son. I never asked them once what team they rooted for.
I am.
You are?
Damn right.
Why?
Your son's a Bears fan.
Exactly. But here's the thing.
He's your son.
Yeah, but the only thing about that, guys, is he's got a paycheck from the Bears. The McCaskey signed his paycheck. So which ultimately they signed his paycheck. He moved out of my basement and moved in Chicago. So I actually owe the McCaskey's family.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, you do.
Is that fair?
The Chicago Bears officially on the clock. We are 40 seconds in. Rutledge, how long should this take?
It should have been done yesterday.
Yeah, I'm curious.
That
I
does
did
surprise me they wouldn't do it right away.
I'm sure it'll be quick.
Wouldn't you have thought they'd come up immediately?
The Bears coach did let it slip that they've been working on install with Caleb during his 30 visit. So I would be shocked. The only thing they would hold it up is the NFL might say, let's draw a little drama to it.
Yeah.
There is no drama.
There's no drama. This is as foregone of a conclusion as it's been since,
Right,
I don't
so-
know. When was the last shoe-in that was this much of a sure thing? Is it
Trevor
Andrew
Lawrence,
Luck?
right?
Trevor Lawrence.
1985 when the Packers had the pick number 182. They said, we're taking Gary Ellis.
Sure, fine.
There was
Fine.
never a doubt.
Fine. There's Caleb.
There he is, scrolling on his phone. Hasn't picked it up yet in the green room on ESPN. Now he's leaning forward because he saw himself on TV.
No, you know what he's thinking? The same thing we're all thinking.
What the
hell is going on?
Should have been over with.
Maybe
Yes.
maybe Jim Harbaugh's giving the Bears a call and saying, hey, we'll give you Justin Herbert. We want to take J.J. McCarthy number 1.
No, when you do it the opening second, that tells everyone you had no interest in doing anything. They could have offered you God and you weren't taking it.
This is great.
But this now,
I wonder how long they'll draw this out. Jim
And
Rutledge,
this
host of
is-
Rutledge and Hamilton,
this
with us on
speaks
ESPN
volumes.
Wisconsin
This
Draft Night.
speaks volumes of the Chicago Bears.
yeah,
Right now.
tell them,
This should
Gary.
have been done a long time ago. They should announce that they're taking this dude last week.
When they had Eminem out on the stage to
All
intro
that.
the draft in Detroit, they should have just had Eminem
What are we
announce
waiting
it.
on, dude?
Yeah. No,
They
He's
just
not
can't get out of their
waiting.
own way.
He's not waiting. He's aware. He wore Bear colors
Yeah.
today.
yeah, that's a good point. He
Okay,
is,
he's
wearing
in the
navy
loop.
blue.
Yeah, he is.
wearing navy blue.
Okay.
You're right,
Okay.
Jim.
All right, Jim.
Yeah.
You're right.
All right. Okay.
I am
So
curious
how
to
good
stay
is he
so
going to
long.
be? How good is he going to be? In the
Like, I can say he's the
MVP.
best quarterback in my lifetime, but that's not a very high bar.
I understand. Yes, all right. So we agree with that. So how good is
Yeah.
he going to be? Is he going to win an MVP?
Yes.
All right.
He'll get an MVP. I can't predict Super Bowls, things like that, but I think he'll get an MVP in his career.
Okay, so we're this
did
high
well.
on him, right? Because as we saw, it's not always a sure thing. No, go ahead, Jim.
Well, so here's the thing. If you look at it, the years when the number one prospect in the draft is also the number one quarterback and they're taking number one, those quarterbacks often hit and they don't have to sit. Matthew Stafford, Andrew Luck, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, these guys. I mean, even Cam Newton, who didn't have a long career, got to a Super Bowl, I think won an MVP. I mean, even Kyler Murray, he's not all the way there, but when it's a universally believed number one overall pick, who's also number one prospect, their floor is very high. Like, I think his floor is Jared Goff.
His floor is Jared Goff, who is also a number one overall pick. It's a pretty good floor, but it's a middle-of-the-pack floor. Gary, you're shaking
Got
your
no
head.
MVP.
No, he doesn't. You're right.
And he will never get one.
No, he
Well,
won't.
no, but you can build around him, though.
Yeah.
The floor is
Yeah.
your franchise
No,
quarterback.
the discussion with him is not how bad he's going to be. It's how good he's going to be.
But you got to remember, Homer, he's a Bears fan, so obviously there's always a negative spin on evaluation.
I mean, there's some. No, but I don't think anybody's saying he's going to be bad.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be bad.
Here's the best thing I've heard is that he cops his game, his person, I would say his game, he says specifically, he basically did, this was his quote, what Kobe Bryant did to Michael Jordan, Caleb has done with Aaron Rodgers. He has copied everything about his game. He tries to emulate it. He tries to play like him. He tries to be everything that Aaron Rodgers was on the football field, and basically said the same way that Kobe tried to emulate Jordan. So a lot of people say his ceiling's Rodgers and his floor is Kyler Murray. That's the biggest comp I've heard for Caleb Williams. Is somewhere between Rodgers and Kyler Murray.
Why is kind of a big gap.
Why is this taking so long?
That's not a massive gap.
They got 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
They're drawing it out. They've already taken half the time off the clock. We got to get to John Anderson. He was scheduled 2 minutes ago. So, Jim, I'm just going to pretend that Caleb Williams was just selected with the first overall pick. Your reaction is?
I'm thrilled. I'll be shocked and devastated if he's not. But I think this changes the fortune for the Chicago Bears. But here's the Bear fan in me. There's a thought in my head that says they're going to screw this up and take J.J. McCarthy or something stupid.
Exactly.
Well, but no, I don't think you can say they screwed it up because even if it doesn't work, they took what was the expected pick. Now, Trubisky, of course, was the exact opposite. Everybody, not everybody, but 90%, if there are isolated people, and they are, I think Louis Riddick picked the kid from LSU. But, no, they get a pass. If he isn't, very good, I'm not going to blame the Bears. I'm just going to say, they can't ever do anything right, even when it's not their fault.
Yeah,
I'll give you that. If this doesn't work out, they're cursed because they've built up a roster around them. They had 7 wins last year. They've had a talent around them. If this doesn't work, I honestly believe they're cursed.
Right, and you cannot say the Bears screwed it. You just can't.
Right.
That's not. I don't know how you state it, but that's not it.
No, you're right. The cameras are showing Caleb Williams. The pick is in. The Bears are going to have their quarterback of the future from USC. Quarterback Caleb Williams will be the number 1 overall pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. Congratulations, Jim. Enjoy your painted fingernails. We will listen to your reaction tomorrow beginning at 4 on ESPN Madison.
Thanks, guys.
It's Jim Rutledge, Homer, Gary Ellerson, Alex Strouf with you from the Q Club of Wisconsin on 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee, 100.5 ESPN Madison, 1430 ESPN Beaverdam, and, of course, 620 WTMJ. We're back with you after this. John Anderson from ESPN joins us to react to the number 1 pick and everything to come in the 2024 NFL Draft. It's ESPN Wisconsin's Draft Night.
More green and gold draft talk coming up on ESPN Wisconsin.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here for my friends at Kohler Services. If you need a bath or shower remodel, turn to Kohler Services. Family owned for 150 years, Kohler is your Wisconsin manufacturer providing care for life. And this month only, pay 0 interest for 12 months and get a free shower door with your Lugstone shower remodel. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com to request your free quote with fast, professional installation always included. That's KohlerServicesWI.com.
Hi, I'm Madison Money Guy, Christian Finfrock with Retirement Income Strategies. And what sets us apart is we're an independent, family-run office. We help clients like you understand the financial world and build a portfolio that's in your best interest. To learn more, go to MadisonMoneyGuy.com.
If you want a fresh twist on surf and turf, look no further than North and South Seafood and Smokehouse. Inspired by their time living in the Alaskan Gulf in southern Texas, owners Keith and Aaron brought together unique culinary backgrounds to create a truly authentic American restaurant here in Madison. After expanding to 2 more locations in DeForest and Verona, you can savor smoky, wood-fired barbecue and freshly prepared seafood from around the country. Explore their full menu and dining options at eatnorthandsouth.com. That's eatnorthandsouth.com.
You ever have one of those days when you just couldn't come up with the right answer? Well, I know one answer that pretty much solves all problems. Ice cream. Yeah, it's the answer to everything, right? And right now, at Quick Trip, our rich, creamy, straight from our dairy, Nature's Touch 1-gallon pails of ice cream are just $4.99. Yeah, now that's an answer worth digging into. Come on, be a problem solver. Bring home some fresh, delicious Nature's Touch ice cream. only from Quick Trip.
The host might be irrelevant, but the conversations aren't.
Bears defensive end Montez Sweat earlier this week on a podcast with Chris Long.
I'm not losing to Green Bay this year. I can't do it.
Mr. Irrelevant with Alex Strouf.
Instead of hanging out in the Bahamas and enjoying his offseason, he's complaining about the Packers. Rent-free.
Mr. Irrelevant with Alex Strouf. Live on ESPN Madison's YouTube every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And available wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Why does Tauscher Implement Company Incorporated have several copier printers from James Imaging Systems? President Glenn Whipperford.
Good people, easy to work with, and local.
Talk to me about the James Imaging Systems people.
Greg is our service guy. He's been phenomenal to work with. Andrew,
that's your James sales rep.
He's been great to work with as well.
James Imaging Systems, local people and a 100% Wisconsin-owned and managed business technology company. That means a lot to local businesses.
It definitely means something to me. It's actually the reason why we're still with them.
Glenn, does James Imaging Systems help you keep your customers happy?
Happy customers, yes.
And you've also been a James customer for years, right?
Yes. Happy customers make repeat customers.
Be happy. Switch to copier printers from James Imaging Systems. It's easy to do. Call 608-221-3457 or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
Gruber Law Offices and other business owners help local startups get on their feet on Project Pitch It. Watch it Saturday nights at 10:35 on WISN 12. One call, that's all.
We're back with draft coverage coming up on ESPN Wisconsin.
Caleb Williams is in the NFC North. The Chicago Bears officially select USC quarterback Caleb Williams with the number 1 overall pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. We are live at the Q Club of Wisconsin for ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night across ESPN Wisconsin and 620 WTMJ. I'm Alex Strouf with you alongside Steve the Homer True is with me all night. And as you like to say, Homer, oh, baby, is it going to be a good night.
Yeah, because everybody has more faith in the Packers and their GM than they have had in I don't know how many years.
True that. Gary Ellerson with us as well. Gary, that true?
Yeah, I just don't understand the happiness from Bears fans right now. I'm seeing a couple of them in the bar. How can they be happy? What are they happy about?
They're happy that they've got a franchise quarterback joining a 7-win team.
How do they know that? I mean, they've just been so horrible at quarterback play for the last, 15 years.
So that part I don't disagree with. But you do have to realize
they're optimistic.
I don't know that they've drafted a quarterback with the number 1 overall pick
before. What it is?
After they win 7 games last year.
Is that what it is?
That they have a number 1 overall pick?
No. Maybe I'm just a little jaded. I hate them.
I mean, I hate them too, but I understand the excitement.
I don't even know why they're happy. Just go somewhere and sit down.
You just want them to be miserable.
All the time.
Can I ask a question?
All the time.
You're still bitter because they kicked your butt
Absolutely.
so badly. All right,
Absolutely.
well, I get that.
But you know what? At least they won the Super Bowl when they were kicking our butt.
Yes,
these dudes here, they ain't doing nothing.
Well, they kicked your butt, and then they stole your son.
Okay. Well, no, he got a job. Got out of my house.
Yes.
Got paid by the McCaskey family. I'm on that all day long.
Yes, if a team pays him,
get out.
Root for whoever you want.
Alex, you know what he did on top of that?
What?
Came up from the basement because he worked for the Packers before the Bears.
Oh.
Came up from the basement with all his Packer-issued gear, set him on the kitchen counter, and said, I'm out.
That's how he pieced out.
You can have.
Well, how can you find blame with that?
I was okay with it.
Okay.
Because you can't wear it up there.
No,
but now
they're paying him.
But
The Bears are taking care of your son. The Bears take care of my son. I'm a Bear man in 30 seconds.
If I'm okay with your son being a Bears fan, fine.
No, I'm talking about me.
Your grandson?
Yeah.
The McCaskey family ain't paying him.
He's poisoning well.
Yes.
He's poisoning well.
Yeah, but he's got a father that's doing great now because of the Bears. That doesn't pass along to you letting his son do what he wants?
Alex, let me ask you this. What's McCaskey, old man McCaskey, what's his name?
George.
So here's what they do. So if you have a son, if you're working for the Bears, and if you have a son, you name him George, they pay for the tuition for 4 years.
Tuition of college?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd do it.
I'd have two Georges.
I'd
be like George Foreman.
George 1 and George 2.
Yeah, hell yes.
Just so we're up to speed. Pick number 2 is in and
we
announced. The Washington Commanders keeping the run on quarterbacks.
What's the assumption?
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL
Well, we now
Draft,
know.
the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels,
That's a good
quarterback.
pick.
The Heisman Trophy winner headed to the nation's capital. The Commanders select Jaden Daniels from LSU as their new franchise quarterback. So 2 picks in, 2 quarterbacks down. Caleb Williams goes to Chicago. Jaden Daniels off to Washington. We'll see if New England sticks at pick 3 and drafts a quarterback. If
Yeah,
they
they
There's
should.
been rumblings. I agree they should, but we'll see what they do. When we come back, John Anderson from ESPN joins us. We are live at the Q Club of Wisconsin, Waukesha. Gary Ellerson, Steve the Homer True, Alex Strouf with you. We roll on in just a couple of minutes. Pick number 3, the New England Patriots. John Anderson coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
This is Draft Night coverage live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
Step into nostalgia with the Miller High Life Dive Bar of the Week. Listen to Rutledge and Hamilton every Thursday, and we will let you know where you can enjoy $2 Miller High Lifes. To celebrate our love for dive bars, me and Matt are going to tell you about some of our favorites, featuring one extra special dive bar that will have $2 High Lifes on special for the week. Taste the champagne of beer in its natural environment. A delightfully different dive bar in Wisconsin, like Bristled Boar Saloon and Grill, Cahoots, London Depot, and New Paradise Lounge.
To those who've ever dreamt of their perfect event, those dreams are worthy and they are possible. Hi, it's Jeffrey from Celebrations Entertainment. With hard work, passion, and great music, we will make your event dreams a reality. Every event is a labor of love, with one-on-one planning, customization, and flawless execution. Bringing your event to life is what we do. For a fun, memorable event, visit celebrationsentertainment.com. That's celebrationsentertainment.com.
From the biggest plays on the court to the comments made in the locker room after, an in-depth recap of every Bucks game in 6 minutes. No more, no less. Bucks in 6 provides game recaps for every game. Hear the high-flying dunks from Giannis.
Puts it on the floor, spins down the lane, and plunges it through.
Or the deep threes from Dame.
Dame time has arrived with 107.
Bucks in 6 on the Bucks Plus Audio Network. Find it now on bucks.com/plus or on Spotify, Apple, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Gold medalist Matt Hamilton, judgmental Jim Rutledge, and Hamilton.
So you're not special.
Yeah,
it's
so
special.
you're picking on some
It's
special
right.
people.
No. You're always the bridesmaid. You are so close to getting married over and over again, then you get dumped at the altar.
You've never
4
had
years.
a guy. Jim, if we want to play this game, we can play this game.
Rutledge and Hamilton with Jim Rutledge and Matt Hamilton. Presented by Coors Light. Weekdays 4 to 6 on 100.5 ESPN. Also brought to you by J&K Security Solutions.
When it comes to security for your home and family, you want a winner, and we found one when we placed our trust with J&K Security Solutions. This is Greg Gard. Kim and Jeff hit the game-winning shot for us with the Control 4 home technology system. Home or away, from our smartphones, we can open the garage door, dim the lights, turn on the TV, as well as arm the security system. That's convenience as well as peace of mind. Let J&K Security Solutions do for your home or business like they've done for us. Call 255-5799 or online at jksecurity.com.
Moms, daughters, sisters, aunts, and friends, Stoughton Health encourages you to remind the women in your life how important they are. All women 40 and older should schedule their annual mammogram. Stoughton Health uses 3D technology for better, earlier breast cancer detection. All mammogram appointments in May will receive a free pink carnation. Stoughton Health accepts over 160 insurances, including Dean and Quartz. To schedule your appointment, call 608-873-2299. Stoughton Health, creating excellence together.
Mark Tauscher here to tell you a little bit more about Everlight Solar. We all know that electricity costs are on the rise. That's why you need to talk to my friends over at Everlight Solar. Their local team here in Madison is here to keep it simple. From your no-cost consultation to solar panel installation, the team at Everlight Solar will be with you every step of the way. Not only will they help you save money, but by switching to solar, you're also helping save the planet. Everlight Solar, a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics. Check them out at everlightsolar.com.
Are you looking for a fast-paced job in a fun and exciting work environment? Look no further than Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison. We offer a wide range of job and shift availability in both part-time and full-time positions. Competitive wages and great benefits await you at Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison. Visit us in person or check out our website to see all of our job openings. Make work fun and apply for a job at Madison's only casino.
You're listening to Draft Night coverage, live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
For NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
Drake May is pick number 3 and quarterback number 3. As the NFL Draft in Detroit is underway and our coverage underway with you on ESPN Wisconsin at 620. WTMJ, it's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. I'm Alex Strouf alongside the legendary Steve the Homer True and the legendary former Packer Gary Ellerson. Fellas, 3 picks, 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's what we thought. I mean, what is it? They're saying 5 or 6 quarterbacks will go in the first round?
At least 4.
Okay, and then
Penix could go. That could be 5.
Yeah, and Bo Nix.
Bo Nix could
bottom
go.
Bottom of the first,
Bottom
maybe?
of the first, top of the second.
Yeah.
I would guess. Fellas, always a pleasure to be joined by this gentleman who you hear each and every Tuesday from 5 to 6 on the Homer Hour with Homer. From ESPN, it's John Anderson, the pride of Green Bay Southwest High School. John, happy draft night. 3 picks, 3 quarterbacks, just like we expected.
Yeah, get ready to be disappointed in New England. I'd have taken Penix. I'd have taken Penix first. I would have taken Nix over this guy. I don't trust May as far as I can throw him. Homer knows how I feel. Can't play. Don't think he can play.
All right, explain for those the 5 people in the country that weren't listening to the show that night, why? Because that's pretty strong. There are people that rate differently. I don't know of anybody that has rated May as poorly as you have. Why?
I watched him play a bunch. Show me that North Carolina was outstanding at any point in this guy's career. At one point where that team in the last 2 years under his quarterbacking didn't disappoint.
So what have so many knowledgeable scouts found that made them, because they watched the same games. They saw everything you saw, and
yeah, I don't know how to explain. It's the same people, people that saw and thought, and this is maybe totally, but I feel like this goes to what's happened in North Carolina, and I like Mac a bunch. Mac Brown, great guy. Show me a Mac Brown quarterback that's excelled. Trubisky? No.
That's a fair point.
Sam Howell? No. Who's our guy that led Texas to the national championship? Got drafted in the first round.
Vince Young?
Yes, Vince
Young. Has he succeeded yet? No.
No, he's done.
I just don't. I don't like I just don't. I've never seen anybody come out of that system that's played particularly well. I don't think he overwhelmed anybody. right? There were times where I watched Jaden Daniels, and I get that he's still raw sometimes. I mean, I sat there and watched him just run rings around people time and time again, watched him in Missouri on 3rd and 17. I'm like, just get him off the field. I'm like, dang, it's first down again. Like that guy, he makes plays all the time. And I haven't seen anything out of May that, okay, great, maybe he lights him up throwing in shorts on pro day, and maybe he's really good at bench pressing 200 pounds and looks the part, and maybe I could be super, super wrong. But I bet against Sergio Garcia how many times in a major, and I was wrong once and right 140 times. So I feel a little like that may surprise, but right now I think that where the Patriots are, I don't know that they've solved their quarterback problem.
Well, how do you feel about Caleb Williams then going to Chicago? I think the Bear fans feel like the wait is over, that they finally have a quarterback. You agree with that?
Yeah, I think he's better than what they had. I do like the idea of simple economics, where I get that Justin Field was on the cusp, maybe, but now I got to pay him like he's for real, and I don't know that he is. So why not take another shot with Williams and reset the salary structure, and I get a few more years to buy on that. I think he's a better talent. I think he has what I do love about him as opposed to when Fields came in, is the guy started, 33 games, and I have a little Parcells in me with that, where he's like, I want to see a guy play 20 games as a starter in college, maybe more. So I like that. I think he played in a sophisticated offense. He probably doesn't RPO it as much as he had to at USC. But I think he's the genuine article. I like Daniels a lot too. I think you could have gone either way with that thing. But I like. I just think he's going to be solid from day one.
Wait a second. We have breaking news. The NBA has announced that Philadelphia will beat the Knicks tonight in Game 3 as a return for stealing the game in Game 2. By the way, I'm curious as to this.
It's Homer, dude. It's Homer. Just let him go. It's Homer.
Now, this was done for nothing except John Anderson.
What? Okay, fine.
Audience of one for Steve the Homer.
That's
True.
correct.
Audience
John Anderson is that important. It only took
I just want to know where they stopped the game in this one. Did they just call it after 36 minutes, or did they wait? When did they just declare?
No, after listening to you, they're going to fake it and make them play the game out. But there is no way that the Knicks will win the game. Speaking of back to May, because this is about the draft, a person who I respect wrote, played in air raid systems and needs to learn timing of the NFL offenses, should not play as a rookie. Even if he didn't play as a rookie, would you like May? Or is it bigger than that?
I may give him a better shot if he doesn't have to play right away and he can sit and learn and do some reps. But no, I don't know that I love him.
Okay.
What's
Jay,
what's the green eggs and ham? What am I on, green eggs and ham? I don't know that I like him in a boat. I do not like him, I don't like him with a mouse, whatever that is.
Green eggs and ham. No, you don't have to. We get it. That's the first green eggs and ham reference I've ever experienced in 40 years in this
That's
business.
unbelievable. Just to interrupt real quick, Arizona stays put at pick number 4. The Cardinals go wide receiver. They don't want another bite of the quarterback apple like we expected.
Harrison.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr.
So we've had literally nothing even close to a surprise.
No, not yet.
No.
But Chargers at 5, they desperately need a receiver. Is this
Yeah.
where maybe Rome Odunze goes? Do they trade back because they know they can get him a bit later in the first round? What do the Chargers do here, John? What's the correct play at pick 5? Do you think they can get more and still land a guy like Odunze?
Come on, Harbaugh, J.J. McCarthy. You got the guts to take him. Come on.
Yeah, that's
right.
not happening.
Yeah, he's gonna trade back for 3 picks. No, he's not gonna take. Yeah, get rid of Justin Herbert for 3 other picks.
Yeah.
No. What he should do here is take Neighbors, take the best wide receiver, and make your quarterback better. Nobody loves running backs. They need a running game, but nobody loves running backs. He may go take some big offensive lineman because people love to do that at some point, but. They've traded off or gotten rid of everybody that can catch a ball in San Diego. So I'd go ahead Los Angeles. I forget where they play anymore.
Still California, you're right.
Yeah.
But
I'd
that would
I'd
fit.
take the LSU kid.
Yeah.
Malik Neighbors, he is the second best receiver in this draft, debatably maybe even the best receiver in this draft, and they've got nobody to throw the ball to, does Jim Harbaugh and company out in Los Angeles. John, before we let you go, Packers holding pick 25 as it stands right now, but they have 5 picks in the first 3 rounds. What do you want to see the hometown team do tonight in round 1 of the NFL draft?
I want them to pick where they're supposed to be. Right? I don't think you got to trade all over the board. I think that's already shown. I think what happens is people get into this whole trade stuff. Oh, this is going to move and this is going to move. It's because we have so much time to talk about the draft. And you can't put out draft 2.0 and 3.0 unless it looks different than 1.0. So now we start talking ourselves into all these other things. And I think these other people right now like where they're positioned and think they can get what they want to get. So that's why I think there's a little less work there. So I want the Packers to pick at 25. I want them to get a decent offensive lineman. Maybe a corner, but I'd rather take an offensive lineman from there. And then with those 5 picks, I think they have to come up with 4 contributors. And then out of the next 6, they got to come up with 2 guys that can be contributors. That's where they got to hit. I think they get one missing here, just because I think to pick 5 for 5 would be a hell of a thing. So I want to see them come out with 4 guys that can contribute, whether that's starters in rotation, if you're a defensive lineman, that kind of thing. But that's what I think they need to come out of here with, and I'd start with giving me somebody that can protect the most important guy on my team right now, which is Jordan Love.
All right, I got one quick one for you. Will Drake May be better than Mac Jones?
Yeah, like that's one of the all-time great prop bets. I would so stay away from that because I think he is Mac Jones.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Actually, and I think J.J. McCarthy – and I
Everybody
think
is.
And I think J.J. McCarthy might be a Mac Jones impersonator. How about that?
There's a couple of those in this draft.
You think Drake May will be better than J.J. McCarthy? Did I hear that right?
Probably.
It would be about the same, I think is what he's saying.
All right.
It would be about the same.
That's not a ringing endorsement.
No, it's certainly
Neither
not.
one of those guys overwhelmed.
Wow. John and I feel very similarly.
Listen, Homer sees him making the big touchdown drive in the Rose Bowl to beat Alabama, and I see him throwing 2 horrible picks against TCU the year before.
Yeah. But that drive is, to me, why he's at the level that he's at. Now, other things have made it grow a little bit, but
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. John Anderson from ESPN. We'll listen to you Tuesday with Steve the Homer on the Homer Hour on ESPN Milwaukee. We appreciate the time, my friend. Thanks so much.
Very good. Gary Ellerson, I'm almost over the Mizzou loss to Wisconsin, but not quite yet. Good to talk to you.
All right, buddy. Let's talk again.
You got to talk about that game, it sounds like. We need to get an Ellerson-Anderson meeting of the minds.
We'll get it in.
Tell him.
We'll get it in.
The game didn't mean diddly.
They weren't very good. That's okay.
No, I'm saying beating Missouri. Come on.
They weren't very good. Twice. Home and away.
Fine. You want to win in the Big Ten.
Yeah, I mean, Mizzou, man. Is that a basketball school?
I don't know. They're a wrestling school, I think.
Is that what it is?
Kind of was that.
They
were pretty
school.
good then.
Yeah, anyway. Gary Ellerson, Steve the Homer True, Alex Strouf with you from the Q Club of Wisconsin here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. Pick 5 still not in for the Los Angeles Chargers, so we'll step aside when we come back. We are joined by Packers Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher to talk all things green and gold. Coming up next, it's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night live of Wisconsin.
This is Draft Night coverage live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
Hi, this is Lee, inviting you to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Middleton. We got a great happy hour every day of the week from 4 o'clock to 7, and our patio during the summer is open too. If you're getting married, special occasion, a birthday, anniversary, or even a business meeting, we've got all the accommodations right here at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. You work hard and sometimes you're not sure what you want to do, where you want to spend your money. I want to encourage you to come into Ruth's Chris Steakhouse and say hello. It'd be a pleasure to meet you.
You ever have one of those days when you just couldn't come up with the right answer? Well, I know one answer that pretty much solves all problems. Ice cream. Yeah, it's the answer to everything, right? And right now, at Quick Trip, our rich, creamy, straight from our dairy, Nature's Touch 1-gallon pails of ice cream are just $4.99. Yeah, now that's an answer worth digging into. Come on, be a problem solver. Bring home some fresh, delicious Nature's Touch ice cream, only from Quick Trip.
Since 1956, Holman Lindsay Paints has been making paint in Wisconsin for Wisconsin. Because of their commitment to making great paint for Wisconsinites, Holman Lindsay has grown over the years to 26 locations in this great state. Headquarters in Sun Prairie with a state-of-the-art facility, Holman Lindsay has the paint you need to make your job better. From do-it-yourself to professional, Holman Lindsay has paint for everyone. Visit one of their local locations today in Madison, Sun Prairie, Middleton, and Janesville.
The host might be irrelevant, but the conversations aren't.
Bears defensive end Montez Sweat earlier this week on a podcast with Chris Long.
I'm not losing to Green Bay this year. I can't do it.
Mr. Irrelevant with Alex Strouf.
Instead of hanging out in the Bahamas and enjoying his offseason, he's complaining about the Packers. Rent-free.
Mr. Irrelevant with Alex Strouf. Live on ESPN Madison's YouTube every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And available wherever you get your podcasts.
Protect your dream home with American Family Insurance. And you can weather any storm. You'll also save up to 25% by bundling home, auto, and life. American Family Insurance. Get a quote. Find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Discounts may not apply to all coverages on an auto or home policy. Discounts do not apply to life insurance policies. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, American Family Life Insurance Company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Glenn Whipperfirth is the president of Tauscher Implement Company, Incorporated. Glenn, you've had copier printers from James Imaging Systems for years. Question, Glenn, is James just a vendor or more like a partner?
I would say partner in the fact that they're looking at what we're doing and trying to work with us to make it simple for us.
Making it easy, keeping it simple. That's James Imaging Systems Managed Print Services Program.
Yes. So we have a monthly contract, and then they manage our inventory as far as our toner and equipment for the copier machine.
Exactly. All your copier printers bundled under one low monthly invoice from James Imaging Systems. And that includes parts, service, and supplies. And that has its benefits, Glenn.
The benefit is that we have the supplies when we need them, and it keeps our business flowing.
Make it easy, keep it simple with the Managed Print Services Program from James Imaging Systems. Call 608-221-3457 or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
Join the Madison Money Guy, Christian Finfrock, for Retirement Income Strategies, Saturday and Sunday mornings at 7. Get the information you need as you plan for retirement. That's Retirement Income Strategies, Saturday and Sunday mornings at 7. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Income Strategies, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
ESPN Madison is on Wisconsin Sports. Catch up on anything you missed on the Varsity Podcast on Wisconsin On Demand. Brought to you by Zimbrick Honda, a proud supporter of Wisconsin Badger Athletics. If you're looking to purchase, finance, or service a new or pre-owned Honda, shop local, part of the Madison community since 1973.
You're listening to 100.5 ESPN, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
We're back with draft coverage coming up on ESPN Wisconsin.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night rolls on live from the Q Club of Wisconsin. He is the former Packer, former Badger, Gary Ellerson.
Here.
He is the GOAT, Steve the Homer True, each and every weekday on the Homer Hour. GOAT. I'm Alex Strouf with you. We are joined now by another former Badger, another former Packer, who you hear on ESPN at Wisconsin each and every weekday morning from 9 to noon alongside the three-time Wisconsin Sports Writer of the Year, Jason Wilde. He is the Packers Hall of Famer, Mark Tauscher, joining us now on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. And Tauscher, there goes the first offensive tackle. Joe Alt goes to the Los Angeles Chargers. How's the night been, Tauscher?
Yeah, don't you think this has kind of been bleh? Like,
so far,
you see all these mocks, and I really thought Arizona, I know they took the wideout that they wanted, but if McCarthy was really as valued as he was, didn't you think somebody would have blown their doors off with some type of offer? But so far it's chalk. I hope that things get a little more exciting. It's just more fun when you do it. But I think what the Chargers did, there's all kinds of rumors. The ESPN bet the odds were that they were going to take a quarterback that dropped like from 3,000 to 500. So it's a good, solid pick, and I think you find out early, and you saw the hit rate that you have with offensive linemen in the first round compared to quarterbacks in other spots. So, so far, kind of blah, and nothing super exciting, nothing out of the ordinary what we expected.
Even Harbaugh didn't do anything. Come on. Yeah, count on
I
him.
kind of felt like he might do something crazy, but I think you now there's so much stuff that goes into this, and I think if if you believe in the guy and you have one of those top picks and you think you have somebody that can be a big-time starter, and if you have a left tackle or a right tackle, whatever it's going to be, because they obviously have the Northwestern guy from a few years ago, you go ahead, you plug and play, and if you want to get better on offense, obviously Harbaugh loves offensive line play. That's something that he did well up at Michigan, and is going to try to replicate that in L.A.
We just need Goody to make some fireworks here, Tauscher, right? I mean, I know it's a little early, but I wouldn't mind seeing him use a couple of those first 2-day picks to move up, I don't know, somewhere in the early teens. I wouldn't be angry about that.
Yeah, I think if you look at it, you've seen Goody and the Packers kind of play ball with John Schneider and the Seahawks before. They've made some moves, and I think Seattle, obviously, I think they're at 16. That's something, in order for Goody to move into the top 10, I think he'd have to give up way more capital than he'd want. But you just get the sense with the way this roster is and how much young talent there is, you just get the sense that with 5 picks in the first 100 or whatever it is, you sense he's going to make a move and maybe push to get a player that he really covets, whether it's in the first round, late in the first round, or early tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel like the Packers stay where they are. I mean, I don't know if they really need to move up. I think the team is set pretty much. I mean, I think they need more offensive linemen, but they don't have any depth there. I said, Mark, earlier today that maybe they take 2 linemen in the first 5 picks.
With the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
Boring now has hit how many picks in a row?
Yeah, Boring is 6 picks in, Tauscher. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think the J.J. McCarthy thing, it just felt like it was a little inflated, and I don't know if Minnesota at 11 or 9 or whatever it is are going to take him. I would still think that he's going to go in the first round. But anytime you hear that much, and that's kind of, Gary's point about taking 2 offensive linemen in those 5. Yeah, I think, if you believe and trust in Rasheed Walker out at left tackle, I still think you go grab. If there's an offensive tackle that you love and that falls in that spot, that, injuries happen. Very rarely do all 5 guys play. And with Josh Myers' contract coming up, I just really feel like you're going to, at some point, need more guys. You lost 3 contributors from your group. I'd be shocked if you don't see at least 1, if not 2, in those first 5 picks be an offensive lineman.
Tauscher with us here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. Gary Ellerson, Homer Strouf with you from the Q Club of Wisconsin. Tauscher, I saw this morning you were doing the old Draft Day bit, the movie that came out 10 years ago. You're saying Chop Robinson no matter what, right? Is that what I saw?
Well, I'll say this. I don't necessarily know. I mean, I think Green Bay's in this great position where they don't have to. I mean, there's obviously some spot safety, offensive line that you'd want. But I can just tell you, I watched Chop Robinson completely shut down. Michigan went from, and Michigan's the best team in the country. They went 2.5 quarters. They didn't even try to throw the football because they were afraid Chop was going to. They knew the only way they'd lose the game is if they had a strip sack or a big play, hit quarterback, ball come up in the air. And they just said, we're not going to even let it happen. He did that against Iowa. He is a difference maker. I don't know if he'll be there. He's a little bit undersized, but you watch his tape and how explosive he is. Those are the kinds of players, and I can just go off of who gives offensive tackles trouble. Guys with great speed and great leverage. He has that, and if he ends up in Green Bay, I would be pleased as punch.
No, I've heard you talk about it. You really like him. You think he's really good. I don't know. I haven't seen your mock draft to know how high you have him ranked up. But, I mean, from what you've said, I think you believe he's going to be a Pro Bowler. I mean, I think whoever picks him, I don't know how early you'd say, but you believe whoever picks him is going to get a hell of a player. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I do.
I know.
I just think, I think, it used to be you had to be a certain size to play off the edge. An offensive line, you have to be a certain length and all this other stuff. And those things all measure up. But speed, athleticism, and power when you have those things, and it wasn't like he was playing against a bunch of schlubs. He was going against good football players and causing all kinds of problems. And when you can shut games down, and you're doing it against the national championship football team, that people take notice of that. So I do believe he's going to be – I think it might take a little time because you have to kind of figure out offensive tackles are better at the next level, obviously, and they'll be able to handle straight speed. But when you have that ability and you can do that consistently to offensive linemen, it puts a ton of pressure on you, and you only have to make 2 or 3 plays a game. I love his upside, and I think he'd be a great pick if the Packers were able to grab him at 25.
I want to help you out a little bit on your analysis if people ask you about how much you like him. Don't mention Iowa. I could have stopped Iowa's offense, so I don't think you really needed to.
Yeah.
Well, all you can go off of is the tape that you see. Yeah. And I know if you want to go back and look, and I that's why I prefaced it first by saying Michigan, the defending.
No, Michigan's huge.
Well, hold on a minute. Tauscher, we're an hour into Homer, and he's already said he could win a Super Bowl with the 1985 Bears, and he could stop the Iowa offense.
That's correct.
I'm sitting next to one hell of an athlete.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, that's really nice because that's a way of saying, Homer, come up with another way to say it. Okay, I can buy that.
Yeah,
but no, I love your energy for him. I really want to see the guy play. Because you've lived it. You could see it go, oh, my God, this guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I just know, I've seen games where, guys can wreck games. And I think,
yes.
Gary, you always remember back in the old days with scouting reports, you'd get a guy, and it would be Julius Peppers. All right, we can't let this guy wreck our game. You want to have those guys that when you meet Wednesday to go over your game plan, and they say, Troy Polamalu, we better know where he is at all times. And we're going to change blocking schemes, and we're going to do things to make sure those guys don't wreck the game. That's what you're looking for with a first-round pick. You don't want to just get a solid player. You want to get somebody that'll wreck a game. Chop, we've seen him wreck games already.
Can you remember the last defensive player in previous years that you liked as much? I'm not saying exactly for the same reasons. But I don't have your old books like Mel Kiper.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, you could look at what Micah Parsons did, and obviously they're both Penn State guys, and you had a hunch that he could be a game wrecker. This is different. Micah's probably he's obviously stronger and bigger, but you see Ohio State churn out defensive linemen. There's something to be said about kind of that lineage. I just think that Chop could be one of those guys.
Game wrecker. I'm going to steal that. I love it.
He wrote it down on the paper in front of him.
Yeah.
He's not lying to you. Tauscher, before we let you go, the official prediction, is it Chop?
Well, I think – I don't know if he'll be there, and I know everybody – I just sense everybody picking Cooper DeJean makes me think that's not going to happen.
I'm with you on that.
Not happening, yeah.
But this has been a draft of consensus so far, so maybe it'll be Cooper DeJean. I think if you get him, if you can get one of those linemen, or if Chop is somebody that Goody likes as much as I do, I would be all in and be the biggest Chop cheerleader that we're going to have at ESPN.
Yeah.
Tauscher, we appreciate the time. Enjoy draft night, buddy. We'll listen to you at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Sounds good. See you guys.
It's Mark Tauscher, the Packers Hall of Famer, and we're about to let another legendary Packer go. Gary Ellerson, final thoughts on NFL Draft Night is, by the way, pick 7 for the Tennessee Titans is in, which means boring will continue because my sources, and by sources I mean people leaking the picks on Twitter, tell me it will be another offensive lineman.
Like I said before, Graham Barton.
Turner from Alabama.
J.C. Latham from Alabama.
Our guy.
They take 2 offensive linemen in the first 5 picks. It won't be sexy. It's going to go just like all these other things have gone so far.
Gary, we appreciate you as always, but always good catching up with you.
Yep.
Did you coach at Catholic Memorial?
I did coach at Catholic Memorial.
The kid that just got picked. Isn't that the one
J.C.
that played?
Latham, the one from Catholic Memorial?
Yeah.
He
wasn't there when I was there.
I was going to give you credit for making him all that he is.
Give him the credit. Give him the credit.
Anyway.
Gary Ellison,
he'd be even better if he played when you were there.
The effect he had on the program.
Yeah.
Yes. Never left. Gary Ellerson will leave us. Strouf and Homer have you the rest of the night. Oh, baby. We're going to have some fun. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night live from the Q Club of Wisconsin.
You're listening to 100.5 ESPN, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
More green and gold draft talk coming up on ESPN Wisconsin.
If you're a motorist of the four-wheel variety, please watch out for those of us in Wisconsin who do their traveling on two wheels. Adjust your mirrors to reduce your blind spots. Allow motorcyclists a full lane width. Use your turn signal when merging or changing lanes. And allow more following distance between you and the motorcycle. Motorists and motorcyclists can work together to achieve zero preventable deaths on Wisconsin roads. Zero in Wisconsin. Together we can save lives. Learn more at zeroinwisconsin.gov. Wisconsin DOT.
Listen to Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin on 100.5 ESPN.
Yeah, this is for Mark Tauscher, or Tausch, as they say. Mark, I wrote you up. I scouted you. Last time I checked, you went in the 7th round, so I kind of overrated you with the 6th round grade. You were trying to destroy my career of 46 years, and I don't appreciate it.
Wilde and Tausch, weekdays 9 to noon on 100.5 ESPN. Also brought to you by Hallman Lindsay Paints, Coors Light, Made to Chill, and American Family Insurance.
Since J&K Security Solutions opened in 1987, our attention to detail and customer service have been our strongest assets. I'm President Jeffrey Beckman. We'll always do our best to find the most efficient and cost-effective solution to every job we tackle. Whether it's security for your home or business, installing video surveillance, or being able to control your garage doors from your phone, we can help you feel empowered with simple and user-friendly technology. Let's work together to secure your home or business. jksecurity.com.
To those who've ever dreamt of their perfect event, those dreams are worthy and they are possible. Hi, it's Jeffrey from Celebrations Entertainment. With hard work, passion, and great music, we will make your event dreams a reality. Every event is a labor of love, with one-on-one planning, customization, and flawless execution. Bringing your event to life is what we do. For a fun, memorable event, visit celebrationsentertainment.com. That's celebrationsentertainment.com.
Hey, this is Eric Name of The Athletic. You're listening to Madison's Home of the Bucks, 100.5 ESPN, WTLX Monona, Madison, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
The Jordan Love era is here, and the title window is open.
Here's Love. Pressure. Back foot throw. End zone. It is caught for the touchdown. Love zips it in there. It's caught for the touchdown. Romeo Doubs.
I don't think that'll ever change here. I mean, we don't. That's really the only goal. We're not interested in much else.
Now the green and gold look to reload with the draft. It's draft night.
Goody and his staff do a great job. Not only the talent that we brought in, the character of the men, I think that's a big part of it as well.
Broadcasting live from Q Club of Wisconsin in Waukesha. Here's Alex Strouf.
Night rolls on live from the Q Club of Wisconsin. It's Homer and Strouf time the rest of the night. This might get a little wacky.
No, it's not. We have like 100 guests coming on, don't we?
Well, we're kind of running low, actually. We've got Gabe Neitzel, your former co-host, joining us in about 10 minutes.
Right, assuming he's done playing golf.
Yeah,
they played 100 holes
and
today.
that's quite the assumption if he's still awake after 100 holes of golf.
He normally works 25 hours every day.
That's a great point. Brad Nortman, the former draft pick of the Carolina Panthers, will join us at 8:45, and then we got Wilde whenever the Packers make their selection. So, yeah, a lot of you and me, pal.
Well, no, but we get the picks early. All right, you got pick 8 on the clock. Atlanta Falcons, the pick is in. You got to know it.
I know it. I actually don't want to. I don't want to spoil it. It's that good.
Oh,
it's no longer boring. I'll just give you that tidbit. It's no longer boring.
J.J. McCarthy has been taken.
I'll tell you this. You're wrong. I'm not saying anything more. He's Steve Homer, Trum, Alex Strouf.
Another quarterback. Another quarterback taken.
Quarterback number 1 overall pick. Chicago Bears took Caleb Williams. We all knew that 3 months ago. Pick 2 was to the Washington Commanders. They took LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels. The run continued at pick 3 for the Patriots. They took quarterback Drake May out of UNC, who our guy John Anderson hates, might I add. Pick 4, Arizona Cardinals.
That's being kind.
Took the best wide receiver, Marvin Harrison Jr., out of Ohio State. Pick 5, the first offensive.
Bo Nix is the next pick.
No. Joe Alt out of Notre Dame was pick 5 to the Chargers, the offensive tackle. Pick 6 for the Giants was LSU wide receiver Malik Neighbors. Before I say pick 7, Homer, you want to make another guess for pick 8? For
the guy that Tauscher likes.
We'll find out.
Yeah, baby.
I don't know who you're referring to. Chop?
Yes.
Well, not an edge rusher, no. Alabama offensive tackle J.C. Latham went 7th to the Tennessee Titans. We'll see if this is right about pick 8. I don't know if I trust my source on this.
I do. I trust your source.
Well, they signed Kirk Cousins, so we'll find out if they actually do
Yeah, I agree with that. How many years are they obligated to Cousins?
I don't know off the top of my head, to be real honest with you. But I know it was more than a one-year deal. But nonetheless, we will see what the Falcons
Penix.
do. I will just say they are showing Penix on TV
I
right
just
now.
hit it. I hit it.
Yeah, on your 8th guess.
Fine.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Nostra Homer.
Thank you.
Great job.
I didn't ask to be Nostra. It was actually the 6th. It was weak, but you gave me a little tip when I said McCarthy, and you didn't rule out a quarterback.
I did tip you off, but we will wait for the commissioner of the league to officially come to the stand. Chris Larson, who's running the show for us, doing a great job keeping us on the air
So
tonight.
that means they're going to keep Cousins for 2 years, and maybe they buy the Packers system.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, there's something to that.
We will see.
Oh, no, you don't.
There's absolutely something to that. The Packers did it again. Of course there's something to that. Homer.
No, but I didn't know anybody would copy
But with
it.
pick 8, you got other needs.
That's a good point.
You got other needs at pick 8. That means you didn't win a lot of games last year. Would they win 6? I think they went 6-11 last year, the Falcons. And they spent a boatload on Kirk Cousins this offseason. So if my sources on Twitter are correct.
And I think it is. I'm with your source.
Michael Penix
Source
Jr.
says
will be
that's
the
good.
pick here. But
Yeah.
we will all find out together once the commissioner stops dilly-dallying around and finally comes to the stage.
It said, this tells you how much they must like him.
Let's go to Detroit.
Because they weren't willing to risk anything.
Let's go to Detroit.
From Washington.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr., quarterback of Washington.
Never doubt your source, right? Never doubt your source.
No,
well, there's your first surprise.
Right. Well, no, and this is the debate on everything about, well, you could have waited.
Yeah, you could have waited.
Well, but this tells you how good they think he is.
But what do they think about J.J. McCarthy then? Because everybody fell in love with him the last few months.
Right. Well, they don't. They don't even think it's close. I mean, the fact that they would do this, and they're not willing to gamble anything. I mean, we don't have it. Your source would have to tell us where it was thought that he would probably go because there were certain question marks. One, he's like an old man, right? And he was always hurt.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't care about any of that.
No. I like Penix. John
You
Anderson
like him
said it
that
earlier.
much?
I don't like him at pick 8, but shoot, if I did the evaluation that I did not do that the Atlanta Falcons did, and I said, with those 3 guys gone, Williams, Daniels, May, he's the next best option. We got pick 8. We're not going to risk it because we know there's going to be a run on quarterbacks now. McCarthy's still going to go in the first round.
But
Bo Nix might still go in the first round.
We'd have to look. And this is, to me, where you look at that all these different mock drafts to see where they had Penix to tell you how aggressive. I mean, this almost seems like, to me, Trubisky.
Yeah, I think that's a good comparison.
And now he could end up being better than Trubisky, but there's nobody that had him going not just about this quick.
Yeah. Yeah, well, here we go. Pick 9 on the clock. Again, Homer, the Chicago Bears. Do you think they stay put here? Do they go get Rome Odunze, who Michael Penix threw a lot of touchdown passes to this past year?
I originally thought they were going to trade, but
nobody's traded.
Nobody's doing anything.
We're 8 picks and over an hour in, no trades.
So I would. How bad? I'm proud to say I don't know much about the Bears. How bad is their offensive line?
It's not horrible, but similar to the Packers, but not as good as the Packers. They could upgrade.
Right.
Especially at tackle.
When you bring in a quarterback like this, I don't know who Turner is the one, right? Or not?
Yeah.
Who's?
Well, Turner's there, yeah. You could go tackle. J.T. Latham's gone. Joe Alt is gone, so you're kind of falling off a little bit of a cliff here. They could use a receiver, though. Long-term option. Because you've got Keenan Allen, you've got DJ Moore, but those aren't long-term options.
Right.
You got your quarterback. You might as well get him his favorite weapon here at 9.
Yes. Yeah.
So we're in agreement.
Yes, the kid from Washington.
Rome Odunze. We'll go back-to-back Washington.
Yes,
yeah.
But nothing matters until we hear from the source. We're down to 247. The source knows.
Okay, hold on a minute.
Come on, look at your
clear this up. I don't have a source, Homer.
Yeah, you do.
He's got 19,000 followers
I don't
on
care.
Twitter. That's not my source.
First of all, when you have a source, Don't tell people too much about the source.
Well, it's a public source. I'll tell everybody.
No one else knows
that
but you.
I'm telling you about it.
Don't tell anybody else.
Pretty
Fine,
Ricky
forget
213.
it. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The source is the source.
The source is the source.
Yes.
Pretty Ricky 213. Ricky spelled Rickey 213. Shout out to Colin
You're
Russo.
much nicer
from
than
ESPN
everybody
Madison.
else.
Well, Colin Russo came on my show last week, Homer, when this guy had like 3,000 followers, and he's saying, "Oh, you got to follow Pretty Ricky. He knows everything." Dude reported the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal 28 hours
Right,
before
but
it happened.
on these picks, he's been about, 6 minutes ahead?
Yeah,
or is that?
and he just reported who Chicago's taking, and he agrees with us. No trades in the top 10?
I mean, I don't have an answer. It just means that, again, you have to assess all the mock drafts and all the crap. I mean, you got to come up with something.
Oh, but Ian Rappaport just tweeting, sources, the Jets are working a trade at pick 10.
Oh, yeah, they're nuts. No, if they don't do anything, I don't.
Yeah, what are they going to do for the former Packers quarterback, Aaron Rodgers? It's very, very fascinating. The party is bumping here at Q Club of Wisconsin in Waukesha. People are playing pool. People are having beers. People are eating food. It's a heck of a time.
And we heard the group of the old white guys, hey, we finally got one right. I love that.
Let's go back to Detroit.
Selection. Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze.
Hey, we got one right. We got one right. Me and Homer are just like the old white men in the corner of the Q Club. Look at us go.
That's true.
We got one right. Rome Odunze and Caleb Williams coming to the NFC North to play for the Chicago Bears.
He's gonna have some receivers.
Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Rome
Yes.
Odunze. Is that scary as a Packers fan?
No. I mean, they're going to have to show it. Plus, he's a first-year quarterback. But I mean, it's clearly better. I mean, again, I would emphasize, they've done what anybody would have done. There's nothing surprised. They've taken what are believed to be two outstanding players, and there's no, as I would say, there's no Mitch Trubisky.
Oh, we've got a trade in Detroit, and it again involves an NFC North team. The Minnesota Vikings.
JJ, baby.
The first trade of the NFL Draft at pick number 10. Minnesota on the clock when we return. Will it be JJ?
1,000% when I find out what your source says.
We'll all find out together with Gabe Neitzel as well. Jed Gabe and Chewy joins us on the other side. It's ESPN Wisconsin's Draft Night live from the Q Club of Wisconsin.
More green and gold draft talk coming up on ESPN Wisconsin.
If you're looking for a special piece of jewelry for any occasion, Condon Jewelers is always there for you. Condon Jewelers has the best selection of jewelry you'll ever find and guaranteed to have the lowest prices in the Madison area. Free shipping is always available. Visit CondonJeweler.com or call 241-3406 and ask for Jim, the owner, who's at the store every day. Shop locally. Condon Jewelers, the jeweler on the east side, the jeweler on your side.
The biggest names in the basketball world.
Dame Dollar Lillard.
Having fun and honest conversations.
He puts it in the shoe, right? And sets the tone for brothers and sisters and family.
Every week, Thanasis Adetokounmpo sits down with special guests on Thanalysis Show. Presented by Curbless Ready-to-Drink Cocktails.
Fantastic.
Find Thanalysis Show on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts. And on YouTube by searching Thanalysis Show.
Mark Tauscher here to tell you a little bit more about Everlight Solar. We all know that electricity costs are on the rise. That's why you need to talk to my friends over at Everlight Solar. Their local team here in Madison is here to keep it simple. From your no-cost consultation to solar panel installation, the team at Everlight Solar will be with you every step of the way. Not only will they help you save money, but by switching to solar, you're also helping save the planet. Everlight Solar, a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics. Check them out at everlightsolar.com.
Is shoulder pain keeping you from doing the activities you enjoy most? Join Stoughton Health and Ortho Team Clinic's Dr. Ashish Raval, board certified in both orthopedic surgery and sports medicine, for an informative, free online event, Thursday, May 2nd at 5:30 p.m. He'll discuss the causes of shoulder pain and both surgical and non-surgical pain relief options. To register for this free virtual event, visit stoughtonhealth.com. Then click on Classes and Events. Stoughton Health, creating excellence together.
You ever have one of those days when you just couldn't come up with the right answer? Well, I know one answer that pretty much solves all problems. Ice cream. Yeah, it's the answer to everything, right? And right now, at Quick Trip, our rich, creamy, straight from our dairy, Nature's Touch 1-gallon pails of ice cream are just $4.99. Yeah, now that's an answer worth digging into. Come on, be a problem solver. Bring home some fresh, delicious Nature's Touch ice cream, only from Quick Trip.
The host might be irrelevant, but the conversations aren't.
Bears defensive end Montez Sweat earlier this week on a podcast with Chris Long.
I'm not losing to Green Bay this year. I can't do it.
Mr. Irrelevant with Alex Strouf.
Instead of hanging out in the Bahamas and enjoying his offseason, he's complaining about the Packers. Rent-free.
Mr. Irrelevant with Alex Strouf. Live on ESPN Madison's YouTube every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And available wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
It's official. 2023 was the biggest jackpot year on record at Ho Chunk Gaming Madison. Check out these totals. We had over 57,000 jackpots and more than $134 million in winnings. This shatters our previous record year, and we have no intention of stopping here. And with our 95% average payout, we continue to be the official home of the big win right here in Madison. Let's keep it going in 2024 with even more jackpots at Ho Chunk Gaming Madison.
You're listening to 100.5 ESPN, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
This is Draft Night coverage live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night continues from the Q Club of Wisconsin here in Waukesha. Homer and Strouf with you the rest of the night, but excited to be joined now by, what'd you say, he works 25 hours a day?
On a slow day.
You hear him each and every weekday morning, except today because he was a little busy. We'll get to that momentarily. On Jen, Gabe, and Chewy from 7 to 9 on 94.5 ESPN at Milwaukee. Gabe Neitzel freshly off the course after golfing 100 holes for the MAC Fun today. Gabe, how you feeling?
Feeling great, boys. Feeling great. How are you guys? How is everybody out at the Q Club? I miss the Q Club. I need to head out there soon.
And by soon, do you mean in the next half an hour?
No, not tonight. I'm talking about, maybe a different Thursday. Head out there with Chewy, his neighbor, the Blammer. Have Blammer hold court, tell some great stories.
Yeah, Blammer didn't make an appearance tonight, Gabe, so I would like you to bring that up with Chewy at some point. I was a little disappointed, but nonetheless, no surprises so far in the NFL draft. Our first one is about to come as the Minnesota Vikings trade into pick number 10. We'll see if they go with
And when did you get off the course to where you could start following everything?
So we got off the course maybe 25 minutes ago. We started a little bit late. Had the frost delay, so we didn't really tee off. Our first tee shot was hit at 9:05. We finished up at 7:55. So wrapped everything up, got everything in the car, and now we're heading our way back to Milwaukee from the Bog. Again, big thanks to the MAC Fund, big thanks to the Bog for putting on the event. Such a great event. There were only about 20. There are 22 of us that play in this 100-hole event that they've had every year since 2017 or 18. And this year, the 22 of us were able to raise over $200,000 in the fight against childhood cancer. So, again, it's just such a great event. The Bog does a great job donating golf course for the day. A big reason why it's such a great moneymaker for the MAC Fund. And again, all their money goes, directly to cancer research for pediatric cancers and blood disorders for kids.
Was it dark when you finished?
The sun was set. I wouldn't say it was dark. It was tough to find my golf ball to hit it into 18. But, I don't know. It wasn't dark like it is now.
All right. There you go. Gabe Neitzel with us here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. He's Steve the Homer True. I'm Alex Strouf with you from the aforementioned Q Club of Wisconsin. I see many people coming to the stage in Detroit. Let's head to Detroit for the Vikings pick.
Here comes the commissioner ready to announce after the trade. The Vikings coming up to number 10, and here's the pick.
Jay.
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
Well, there you go. The first time in NFL history 5 quarterbacks have been selected in the top 10. First time in NFL history. Gabe Neitzel, 2 new quarterbacks coming to the NFC North.
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to Jen, Gabe, and Chewy, you knew that 5 were going to go in the first round. Adam Schefter had told us that yesterday. That he was very confident that 5 were going to go in the first round. Obviously, the surprise being that, Michael Penix ends up going to Atlanta after they signed, Kirk Cousins earlier this offseason. But, I mean, J.J. McCarthy had been linked to Minnesota. Clearly, Caleb Williams is going to Chicago. So, I mean, those 2, I guess, aren't a shock to me. I'm surprised. Obviously, Minnesota felt like they had to move up the 1 spot in order to secure their quarterback, not just in the future, of the present. They don't have really anybody on that roster. So J.J. McCarthy, if he's got to develop, I don't think they're going to have that luxury. He's going to have to play right away just based on what they have currently.
We haven't gotten yet what you had to give up for the trade. Has that been out? Has your source got that yet?
My source does not have that yet. They flipped picks, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
So the Jets at pick 11 now. I don't know what else. I will get that to you when I.
But I mean, I think that's huge because that means they weren't willing to give up that much. I mean,
they only moved up 1 pick.
Right. So that's not the cost of it. It's not like.
Yeah.
I mean, Penix to me is 10 times bigger in the sense of the surprise because no one would have thought that they had to go up or they had to pick there and couldn't go back. And Minnesota liked him, but not enough to move up a couple spots and have to pay obviously more. The cost goes up dramatically for each pick.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were obviously to move up the 1 spot because the Jets aren't taking a quarterback. To move up the 1 spot, they were probably scared that Vegas was going to try to move up or Denver, one of those teams that sits behind them, who would maybe try to sneak in, especially after Penix went. That made J.J. McCarthy a much hotter commodity for those teams that are quarterback needy in the mid-teens.
Did they give up their other pick? Don't the Vikings have another one? The question was, would they give up, was it 23?
So the Jets and Vikings swapped picks 10 and 11. The Vikings add a 4th and 5th, while the Vikings get an additional 6th rounder as well.
Oh, that's nothing.
Oh, that's nothing.
That's nothing. Way to go, Jets. They're as stupid as we've always thought. Yeah. That's nothing.
And we will see. Gabe Neitzel.
So doesn't that say there probably weren't that many other teams interested? Because if there were others, then they could have gone and played them against each other.
Oh, absolutely. To try to drive up that price, yeah.
Right. That price is.
So we're about halfway now at pick 11. We're about halfway to the Packers' pick at pick 25. Gabe, do you think they stay put at 25 with the abundance of picks they have in the first 2 days?
I mean, it kind of seems like that. The way that Brian Gutekunst was talking about thinking he could get, 5 of his top 50 on his board with the picks they currently have, mean, if they sneak up, it seems like they'd be more willing to use a 4th-round pick, maybe a 5th-round pick, and move up a couple, kind of just like what the Vikings did.
Yep.
But the fact that this many quarterbacks are going this early is only good for the Packers because they're clearly not taking one. Now they're rooting for one of those other teams that I just mentioned, the Raiders, the Broncos, to take Bo Nix, because that just means more good players are going to continue to fall at 25. And if one of those guys continues to fall, that makes them, to me, more likely to maybe get aggressive and move up to, 21 or something to maybe get one of those defenders, one of those offensive linemen that they're looking at.
Or if they're a multiple that they have at a level, then they don't have to move up because they're like, 2 or 3 people. They like them all. Hey, we're in Fat City. Yeah, it always comes down to if they like somebody that much, then you got to move up to get them. And I don't know who that would be, but yeah, well, I'm shocked that the Vikings gave up no more than that.
It is.
Oh, I'm
it
right
is
there
surprising.
with you. Like that doesn't seem like much.
Let's go back to Detroit for the Jets pick. Who will be Rodgers'
In
new
the
teammate?
2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets
Turner.
select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn
Offensive
State.
line.
Well, I don't know that an offensive lineman will save Rodgers' Achilles because that wasn't the case last year, but their offensive line does stink. So there you go. Aaron Rodgers has a new guy to protect his blind side, assuming he's on the field all year here in 2024. Who's your draft crush, Gabe?
I think it's Cooper DeJean. The way that they talked about him being a versatile defender, where he can be a safety, he can be a corner, you can play him in the nickel. That to me is what defenses in the NFL need in 2024. It's an offensive league. You need guys that are versatile and can play multiple positions, and they're hard to come by. And when you put so many defensive backs on the field because you're playing subs so much, you can move him around and he can be a weapon. And if he's as athletic as he is kind of tested out to be, he can be that chess piece that you can kind of move around. So I'm a Cooper DeJean guy because of the versatility that he has on defense.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hope they go defense, specifically defensive back here in round number 1.
Doesn't that mean he's probably going to be gone?
DeJean, yeah, I mean, he could be, but again, I think with the abundance of picks the Packers have, as much chalk as this draft has been with the little movement, I wouldn't be shocked if they jumped up to, I don't know, I'm just going to throw a pick out there without looking at the draft order, pick 21 to grab him, move up 4 spots. We just saw the Vikings move up 1 spot to get a quarterback, and they traded with a team that didn't even really need one.
Yeah, and look, I think there's, again, the way this is falling, I wouldn't be shocked if one of those defensive linemen, now the guy out of Texas probably won't be there, but there's one out of Illinois, and I think there's kind of going to be a sneaky need there because we don't know what's happening with Kenny Clark. Now, we know that he's under contract, but everybody just assumed he was going to be getting some sort of contract extension, which he has yet to get. And you would assume they would have done that to clear a little more cap space for free agency. So the fact that Kenny Clark currently only has 1 more year left on his deal, that makes the defensive line, especially the interior of the defensive line, a bigger need than maybe we thought going into the draft for the Packers.
Pick 12 incoming for the Denver Broncos. Could it be 6 quarterbacks in the top 12 picks? We will find out after the break. Gabe, well done today. Get some sleep.
How many birdies?
Oh, good question.
I had 8 birdies. 8 birdies today.
8 out of 100. How's that for a ratio, Homer?
I would say that Gabe is slightly disappointed, but must have missed some
I am
putts.
disappointed. Yeah.
Well, 100 holes is a lot.
Yeah, I mean, 8 birdies,
imagine.
that's 8 birdies, I think, is probably the least amount I've had when I've played the full 100 holes. So, but we were donating as a group today. I had said for the 3 of us, myself, Greg Matzik, Stephen Watson, I was going to donate $10 per birdie. We also had an eagle from Greg Matzik. Homer, you can probably guess the hole he made the eagle on. So $260 I'm donating.
I go with number 1.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. No charge.
No charge. Gabe will listen in bright and early, 7 to 9 on Jet Game at 2 at 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee. Thanks, buddy.
Keep rocking it, boys.
Keep rocking it. That's high praise for us, Homer.
I'll take it.
I'll also take it. Hey, Homer, how about this for a tease? I heard Gary Ellerson give you one earlier. It's a quarterback. We'll tell you who it is coming up next. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
You're listening to Draft Night coverage, live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
If you're looking to try something new, John Everett from Road America joins us to tell you all about Road America and what it brings for a first-timer.
What's wild about everything with Road America is that we hear it from a lot of people that come for their first time, is that they always are amazed that they're not dedicated to a seat, that they can bring their own lawn chairs in, their own easy ups in, their own coolers in, and really have a great time. And that's one of the things I hear from first-timers quite a bit. Also, one of the things that I hear from first-timers, it's like a car show within an event. So we have people coming that have Road America plates on their car because it looks good on their car with the black plate and the white lettering. And then when they come in, they go, I can't believe that this place is so beautiful, so clean, so nice. I can bring my entire family for a very, very low fee, and we get to see things and do things that we probably wouldn't be able to see and do at other entertainment venues throughout the state of Wisconsin. There's a family fun zone. Come back and enjoy other events with family and friends and show them what we experienced our first time here.
For full event info and ticket info, visit roadamerica.com.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
What's Vegas Midwest?
Madison, where I went to college, is very fun. You know that, Smalls. You've been there.
Not Madison.
It's not Madison. Madison is a great
college town.
You love Madison.
I love Madison. It is not Las Vegas. It is not Central Vegas.
Is there no Central Vegas then?
Unsportsmanlike. Weekdays from 5 to 9 on 100.5 ESPN.
Since 1956, Holman Lindsay Paints has been making paint in Wisconsin for Wisconsin. Because of their commitment to making great paint for Wisconsinites, Holman Lindsay has grown over the years to 26 locations in this great state. Headquarters in Sun Prairie with a state-of-the-art facility, Holman Lindsay has the paint you need to make your job better. From do-it-yourself to professional, Holman Lindsay has paint for everyone. Visit one of their local locations today in Madison, Sun Prairie, Middleton, and Janesville.
Why does Tauscher Implement Company Incorporated have several copier printers from James Imaging Systems? President Glenn Whipperfirth.
Good people, easy to work with, and local.
Talk to me about the James Imaging Systems people.
Greg is our service guy. He's been phenomenal to work with. Andrew,
that's your James sales rep.
He's been great to work with as well.
James Imaging Systems, local people and a 100% Wisconsin-owned and managed business technology company. That means a lot to local businesses.
It definitely means something to me. It's actually the reason why we're still with them.
Glenn, does James Imaging Systems help you keep your customers happy?
Happy customers, yes.
And you've also been a James customer for years, right?
Yes. Happy customers make repeat customers.
Be happy. Switch to copier printers from James Imaging Systems. It's easy to do. Call 608-221-3457 or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
ESPN Madison is on Wisconsin Sports. Catch up on anything you missed on the Varsity Podcast on Wisconsin On Demand. Brought to you by Zimbrick Honda, a proud supporter of Wisconsin Badger Athletics. If you're looking to purchase, finance, or service a new or pre-owned Honda, shop local, part of the Madison community since 1973.
Gruber Law Office. One call, that's all.
One call, that's all.
One call, that's all. One call, that's all.
One call, that's all.
Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
One call, that's all.
It's official. 2023 was the biggest jackpot year on record at Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison. Check out these totals. We had over 57,000 jackpots and more than $134 million in winnings. This shatters our previous record year, and we have no intention of stopping here. And with our 95% average payout, we continue to be the official home of the big win right here in Madison. Let's keep it going in 2024 with even more jackpots at Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison.
You're listening to 100.5 ESPN, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
We're back with draft coverage coming up on ESPN Wisconsin.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, live from the Q Club of Wisconsin. Homer and Strouf with you the rest of the night. And we've got another quarterback gone in the first round. Bo Nix from Oregon goes to the Denver Broncos. That's 12 picks, six quarterbacks.
I don't even know what the record was in the past for the first 12 picks.
I imagine probably
3.
4.
I don't know. I will have to look. But
definitely 4 because that year where it was Rosen and Darnold and Mayfield. I think that was 4 in the first 12. 2017, Trubisky, Mahomes, Watson would have to be up there, I would guess. But 6 and 12 is bananas and not a lot of movement. The only trade of the night is the Minnesota Vikings moving to 11 from the Jets. They just pick swap. The Jets move back to 11, pick an offensive lineman out of Penn State, Olu Fashanu, to protect Aaron Rodgers' blind side. Otherwise, the lineup so far tonight, Caleb Williams goes 1 to the Chicago Bears. We've known that one all along. Jaden Daniels, the reigning Heisman Trophy winner, goes 2nd to the Commanders. Drake May from UNC goes to the Patriots. Marvin Harrison Jr., the wideout from Ohio State, goes 4th to the Cardinals. Joe Alton, offensive tackle from Notre Dame, goes to the Chargers at 5. Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver out of LSU, goes 6th to the Giants. J.C. Latham, formerly of Catholic Memorial, the offensive tackle from Alabama, goes 7th to the Titans. Michael Penix Jr. from Washington, quarterback, goes to the Atlanta Falcons. His college teammate Roma Dunze, the wide receiver, goes to the Bears at 9. J.J. McCarthy from Michigan goes at 10 to the Minnesota Vikings, coming to the NFC North. Olu Fashanu, as I mentioned, from Penn State at 11 to the Jets. And Bo Nix, the quarterback from Oregon, at 12 to the Denver Broncos. Maybe the last team that needs a quarterback. The Raiders are on the clock, but they're not going to take Spencer Rattler here, Homer.
No, there's no one to take now. I need your source, and then you can say us if it's crazy or not. You don't even have to be particular.
What do you want me to say? Tell you position? What do you want?
No. Did you go or wow in terms of the person?
For the Raiders pick?
Yeah.
I went, all right.
All right, okay.
I mean, I think he's a great player, but it makes sense at 13.
Correct. That's then we don't need to give the name.
Let's go to Detroit.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
I mean, I saw something. He's the best player in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, the sheet I have in front of me says he's number 3 behind Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yep.
So, I mean, I think that's a great pick, but it doesn't help when you got nobody throwing you the football. Your options in Vegas right now are Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew.
No, but I just think it's a great pick. That's what you do.
Best player available.
Yes,
that's what the Packers always do.
And possibly by a large margin.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how often in the draft that you've had somebody picked as late as 13 in which a legitimate number of people have said might be the best player in the draft.
Yeah, not many.
No, I mean, usually you might go 6, 7.
Yeah.
There's not really a debate. The debate is how great he's going to be. Not, but he has this. I never heard a but for anything. It was just a question of
how good can he be?
Yeah, how good can he be? No, I would say, based on what I've seen, I expect him. You can put me down for this.
Okay, I'll write it down right now.
I expect him to be in the Hall of Fame.
Wow.
Yep.
At pick 13.
At pick 13. Yep.
That's got to be the first time you've ever watched an NFL draft and said, hey, pick 13, that's a Hall of Famer. Because at this time last year, Homer, let's remember what happened at pick 13.
I don't remember.
The Green Bay Packers selected Lucas Van Ness.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you
I did not predict him. No, that's a great example.
Yeah.
This selection at 13 is 5 times better based on the belief of the dominance of this player. And it's not like he's a place kicker.
So, I'm with you. But the way this draft is falling, by the way.
History will likely show, other things I'll debate, history will likely show that the Raiders were incredibly lucky.
So we are over halfway now to the Packers pick. We're through 13. Packers sit at pick 25. I've got Matt Miller from ESPN. I've got his top 70 players list that came out earlier this week. Here's who we have left on the board. Number 8, Dallas Turner, the outside linebacker from Alabama. Number 9, Jared Verse, the defensive end from Florida State. Number 10, Terrion Arnold, the cornerback from Alabama. More outside linebackers. Number 13 was taken at pick 7. That's J.C. Latham. You've got a bunch of defensive tackles, offensive tackles, Quinyon Mitchell. The Packers are going to have somebody pretty solid fall into their lap.
Well, no,
you've got
that's
guys
why,
like Bo Nix going in the top 12.
Right, that's what would make me think that they will not move because they will have, I believe, an option of who to pick.
Yeah.
Now, unless and the only other way that changes is as I've said and I've always believed was the case with Jordan Love, if Goody thinks I'm never at this position going to have a chance to take a player that I believe is so this level, and so I'll move up a couple spots if I have to. I have no idea if it's possible that anybody
so hold on.
Fits that.
Before we get to break and get to the punter, Brad Nortman, who's going to join us on the other side, Homer. Let's just say, I heard you say this on the Homer Hour earlier. Your sources tell you maybe 16's in the picture.
Yes.
So what if they go up and get Tauscher's guy, Chop Robinson, at 16? You happy with that?
I don't think you have to go up to get. Where does he have Chop?
He has him at 12, but I've seen mock drafts him.
My sources say they would do that to get Mitchell.
Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo. That was the next guy I was going to ask you about.
Yeah, and so based on my peeps, I would be okay with that.
All right, you got sources. I got sources.
I got your source is way better.
We got
you
sources.
Just made the mistake of telling everybody what your source is. I don't get that.
I got brought up in the new school age of journalism.
What?
Homer.
What is the new school?
You just follow random guys on Twitter and hope to God they're right.
No, you got a tip and everything, but you don't have to tell anybody that. If after the draft is over, somebody says, well, come on, tell us what happened. Then you can tell them, but no one cares. All they know is, damn, how do you know 6 minutes before? That's about the time we figured.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I'm more fascinated than that about clearly they send it out with 6 minutes left. And the question is, who gets it with 6 minutes left? And we don't know that, but that's the time.
We will figure out when we
come back.
hasn't
it been, you said this, hasn't it been about 6 minutes?
Yeah, it has.
Right?
I can take a
so
look.
we got the Saints on the clock, 3:05. Your man or woman has it.
Yeah.
Yes, right?
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you're right. But we will not spoil the pick.
No,
we
won't.
Don't want them live.
I only want you to spoil it.
For you?
No. When you see it and go, whoa.
Okay, got it.
Not whoa.
Like I did with Penix?
Yes.
Okay, I got it.
Correct.
We can do that the rest of the night. He's Homer. I'm Strouf with you from the Q Club of Wisconsin in Waukesha. Joining us next, he was an NFL draft pick. He got drafted to the Carolina Panthers.
Yes, and he's not listening yet, but I fire the GM. Anybody.
Who?
You draft a punter or a long snapper, you're done.
I mean, I tend to agree with you. I just don't think Brad will because he got drafted and he
Well, no, but his story is amazing. He was clearly really good, but I'm just saying as a GM, I said it about Goody when he did it with a long snapper. Now, this guy from Iowa was a really good punter, but everybody mentions Ray Guy. Yeah, Ray Guy was 100 years ago. So there's been one guy in the last 100 years that maybe you would have taken. This is not about kickers because the place kicker is important to make field goals.
Oh, yeah, Anders Carlson did so well last year.
Well, but I'm saying that position. Now, he screwed it up. But
I think Brad Nortman had a pretty darn good career. So I'd say there's two punters in the last 100 years who drafted.
You are not allowed to compare him to Ray Guy. No, you can't go there.
I just
fine.
He's better than Ray Guy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rename it the Brad Nortman Award.
Yes, fine. You've lost all credibility, though you've been very nice to him. Even he will admit it's inappropriate for him to be compared to Ray Guy. You ask him.
I will ask him, and we will ask him if it's okay to draft the punter. Coming up next, Brad Nortman join Homer. Join me, Alex Strouf. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night live from the Q Club of Wisconsin.
This is Draft Night coverage live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
Breaking news on ESPN Madison is presented by Metro Kia of Madison, Madison's trusted Kia dealer. Stop into Metro Kia on the east side of Madison or visit metrokiaofmadison.com.
Hi, I'm Madison Money Guy, Christian Finfrock with Retirement Income Strategies. And what sets us apart is we're an independent, family-run office. We help clients like you understand the financial world and build a portfolio that's in your best interest. To learn more, go to MadisonMoneyGuy.com.
Hey Badgers, spring is right around the corner and so is the annual Crazy Legs Classic. Register today for the 8K run or 2-mile walk on April 27th and celebrate 175 years of UW-Madison. The Crazy Legs Classic is presented by J.D. McCormick Properties, Odyssey Greek Yogurt, Mueller Sports Medicine, and WMTV 15. For more information and to register, visit crazylegsclassic.com. That's crazylegsclassic.com.
can't miss a moment with Greeny.
You cannot stop rooting for your team. The old expression, if you love something, let it go, and if it doesn't come back, then it wasn't really yours to begin with. If you can let go of your team, you didn't love it to begin with. Jet fans have gotten mad at me over the last few years because I've been hard on the team. I think that's my job as a fan, hold their feet to the fire. But at 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
Greeny, weekdays noon to 2 on 100.5 ESPN.
Spring fishing is finally here, and Fleet Farm has everything you need to reel in more fish this year. Upgrade your gear with the best brands like Rapala, Berkeley, and St. Croix. Find exclusive flicker shads you won't find anywhere else, starting at $12.99. Get rod and reel combos starting at only $24.99. And shop our wide selection of fishing line that starts at just $4.99. Land top fishing gear and everything else you need for everyday life at Fleet Farm.
When it comes to security for your home and family, you want a winner, and we found one when we placed our trust with J&K Security Solutions. This is Greg Gard. Kim and Jeff hit the game-winning shot for us with the Control 4 home technology system. Home or away, from our smartphones, we can open the garage door, dim the lights, turn on the TV, as well as arm the security system. That's convenience as well as peace of mind. Let J&K Security Solutions do for your home or business like they've done for us. Call 255-5799 or online at jksecurity.com.
Life's better with American Family Insurance because our home policies help protect your dreams and come with peace of mind. Save up to 25% by bundling home, auto, and life. American Family Insurance. Get a quote, find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Discounts may not apply to all coverages on an auto or home policy. Discounts do not apply to life insurance policies. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, American Family Life Insurance Company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
To those who've ever dreamt of their perfect event, those dreams are worthy and they are possible. Hi, it's Jeffrey from Celebrations Entertainment. With hard work, passion, and great music, we will make your event dreams a reality. Every event is a labor of love, with one-on-one planning, customization, and flawless execution. Bringing your event to life is what we do. For a fun, memorable event, visit celebrationsentertainment.com. That's celebrationsentertainment.com.
My name is Rob, and I was seriously injured. When I think of Gruber Law Offices, I think of an honest, hard-working team who will fight to represent you. Couldn't be happier with the call that I made that day.
Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
For official rules and more information about every contest on 100.5 ESPN, visit ESPNWisconsinContests.com. That's ESPNWisconsinContests.com. You're listening to 100.5 ESPN and the ESPN app.
You're listening to 100.5 ESPN, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
You're listening to Draft Night coverage, live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
I didn't think ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night would bring me into an argument about Ray Guy, but that's what you get when you put us together. Homer and Strouf with you, live from the Q Club of Wisconsin. You done talking about Ray Guy? You spent that entire commercial break reading his Wikipedia.
Yeah, I didn't realize what an incredible athlete he was. And he was a first-round draft choice.
51 years ago.
I know. How many times has a punter been drafted in the first round since?
Was Janikowski a kicker or a punter? He was a kicker. Okay, he was a first.
I don't believe it's ever happened since.
You're probably right, and he is in the Hall of Fame. Only punter.
I will defer to whatever our punter says about Ray Guy. Whatever he declares, because I know damn well he knows all about him.
Yeah, joining us now, you hear him weekdays from 2 to 5 on ESPN Wisconsin. Kyle Bruston Nortman. He is the Nortman of that equation. Brad Nortman, the former NFL punter, joins us now. Bradley, did you catch any of our conversation there? Chime in on whatever you wish.
Unfortunately, I did. I have to cover my ears after that blasphemy that I heard from Homer. Never draft a punter. Never draft a punter. That's wrong in all the ways. First of all, he is right about one thing. I should not be compared to Ray Guy. Ray Guy is the Michael Jordan of punters. He is one of one.
The Michael Jordan of punters.
He is. Even when I was learning how to punt, they would still pull his film. Before punting form was even a thing, they would still pull Ray Guy film. But absolutely, punters should still be drafted. Now, let's be honest. round 3, round 4. I'm okay with that not being a thing. Round 6, round 7. It's important to have your guy. Not all punters are created equal. And Homer, how about this? You can use this on your show, on the Homer Hour. 100 yards of field position. 100 yards of field position equals 7 points in the NFL. Who do you think gets you that field position? The punter.
You're off. No. This is what I say. When your team stinks, punters become more important because you can't count on your defense stopping anybody. Field position becomes important when your team stinks. You agree with that, right? Because if whatever the field position is your offense is good or the defense is good, they'll deal with the damn field position. But if one side or both sides stink, then yeah, your punter's important because we got a better chance with our bad defense of stopping them from going 80 yards than 40.
Homer, would you agree that the San Francisco 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs have good offenses?
Kansas City wasn't as good this year, but for whatever point you want to make, yes,
it was
I'll
a punter. It was a punter battle in the Super Bowl for about 3 quarters. It was those punters that controlled the field position and the tone of the game for the Super Bowl. So it doesn't always work out like that. There's plenty of Super Bowls where it's not, in games in general, but you got to have a punter. And if you don't like your guy, you can get a guy in the 7th round. I don't see any problem with that. But I understand.
Hold on.
Well, we can
and
talk
I
about
can
this
find 5 guys on the street. The punter's importance is the one thing your damn punter better not do is get it blocked. You get your punt blocked, you're gone. How many punts did Ray Guy have blocked in his entire career?
On the punter, that's 99% of the time that's on the protection, not the punter.
Yeah, you hear that?
Oh, that's
get the protection right, Homer.
How many punts did you have blocked in your career in the NFL?
I think I had 3, and they were all the protection. Okay. Every one of them.
Totally. Hold on. No.
Pass the blame. Pass the blame, Brad.
No. I will give you credit because I think if the punter hadn't been as good as you were, it would have been 6.
That's true. That's fair.
I know it's true.
That might be true. All right. Indianapolis Colts are on the clock.
Ray Guy had 1 punt blocked. Have you ever looked up on his Wikipedia page? It is impossible. The first thing you'll think is like everyone else. Why the hell was he a punter?
Yeah, true.
Given all the other stuff he could do.
It was good.
All the punters are athletes, Homer. That's another takeaway from tonight. That's another truth.
Yes, they are. They are way more.
But you know,
they are way more athletes than place kickers, but about his 10th is important.
Homer, do you know what Kirk Herbstreit said at a national broadcast about Brad Nortman? Do you know?
The Rose Bowl.
Oh,
the Rose Bowl. He called him an offensive weapon.
You know what that
means? 2 fake punts, Homer.
No, you know what that means?
What does that mean?
The offense sucked.
Well,
I mean, come on.
That's really not that true, but nonetheless.
When your punter's an offensive weapon.
Whatever. Hey,
just
real quick, NFL draft fact for you. The first 14 players selected, all offense. Right. The previous record was 7 offensive players in a row. It's just been doubled by this year's NFL draft.
Well, because everybody's discovered that the league has changed. It's now about offense.
And here comes the first defensive player. We go to Detroit.
Turner.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu, defensive end, UCLA.
You've been wrong all night, pal.
We hit 1 together.
Oh, Odunze. We got Odunze together. Yeah. There you go. Your first defensive player with Brad. No, go ahead.
No, for all the defensive guys that are available, it's a surprising one. I didn't even think he was the best D-end even.
No, I agree with you, but I think to your point, right, with all the defensive guys available, we're only, 9 picks away from the Green Bay Packers. They could move if they are in love with a guy like, let's say, Quinyon Mitchell is viewed as the best corner in this draft, or Terrion Arnold, the other best corner in this draft. But they might not need to. Somebody great might fall right into their lap at 25, Brad.
Yeah, well, something tells me the Green Bay Packers have a handful of guys they like at several positions. So I don't think Goody has any intention of moving up. If anything, he might move back a couple picks if the field is still pretty full when they come around at 25.
Yep.
I think that this draft has been good for the Chicago Bears. There's no doubt about that, but we don't need to get into those clowns. This is working out pretty well for the Packers, too, because there's a list of guys that I think would be grade A, excellent first-round draft picks. There's about 3 offensive tackles, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid. There's a handful of guys. There's like 6 guys where I'm like, you know what? Any one of those team gets better, marquee position, and I think that they are not only is it a need, but to be amongst the best available. I think a handful of those guys will still be available. So I don't think they'll need to move up, and this is working out very well for the Green Bay Packers with all these quarterbacks and offensive guys in an area where the offense is pretty good when it comes to the Green Bay Packers.
Explain 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks.
My takeaway is this league is you either have your franchise quarterback or you do not have your franchise quarterback. If you do not have your franchise quarterback, you swing until your arms fall off until you find your franchise quarterback. That's what these teams are doing. And even look at what the Falcons did. They signed Kirk Cousins to a very rich contract for a 35-year-old coming off injury, and they still went and got their guy Green Bay Packers style, where they're going to be able to develop Penix as Kirk Cousins takes maybe a year or two. So I think that is the biggest delineation that you can make in the NFL is, do you have a franchise quarterback or do you not? Those two different segregators make you play in two different playgrounds, both how the season goes and how you approach the draft. And we're seeing that play out now. And if you don't have your franchise quarterback, you sell the farm, you swing until your arms fall off until you find one.
All right, let's get to the punter. Now, again, recognize my rule. Why was Iowa's punter so important?
Because their offense stunk.
Because their offense historically sucked. However, I will say this. He looked really, really, really good. How good do you believe he was, and does he justify a selection in a round much sooner than normal for punters because he is that good?
I'm going to define sooner than normal for punters as 4th round or earlier. Usually in the 5th round, you see a run of kickers, and then 6th round, you see a run of punters.
Right.
So I don't think he'll be there in round 6. I think he'll go in round 5. Round 4, 3, or 2. Look, this is where I'm on your side. I don't think a punter is that important that you need to get a guy in that kind of premium.
Now, here's what I want to know.
Him,
how good do you think he is? Do you think he's really special? Or not?
He is really special. He's special. He's special. And it's because of what he can do. Okay, when you're a college punter, usually you can do like one thing. I can kick it far. I can kick it high. I can kick it directionally. In the NFL, they ask you to do all 3. That is where most guys tend to falter, is that the standard is much higher. If it were, you guys know I'm an analogy guy. If you're in college, they're basically just saying, you know what, just hit the target. Like, don't worry about where it's on the target, just hit the target. Just do something that looks like a decent punt. In the NFL, they say hit bullseyes only. And that is a huge change for most guys. The standard is much harder to be an NFL punter. What he does is he hits for distance. He gets good hang time, and darn it, if he isn't one of the best directional punters I've ever seen in college. So he does all 3 of those things very well at a pro level already.
Something you can both appreciate is our views have gone way up since Punter Talk has began. Go ahead, Homer.
No, Reggie Roby.
Hey, another dude.
No one's as good as Ray Guy, but I'm thinking Reggie Roby was certainly better.
2 words for you. Brad Nortman. Norty.
Yeah,
what's your official prediction? We're less than 10 picks away
talent
from the Packers.
What was that,
Homegrown talent. What's your prediction? Your prediction for the Packers, we're less than 10 picks away.
Yeah.
I do think there's going to be a run on tackles, so I think a lot of the guys that are there currently won't be there. I'm looking at Guyton. I'm looking at Morgan. I'm looking at Mims. I don't think those guys are going to be there when we pick. I think it's going to be down between Barton and Cooper DeJean. Kool-Aid might still be there, but I think they'd prefer Cooper for his versatility.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
I think it's between those two guys. I was listening earlier, as I always do on our stations, and heard that Demovsky thinks that the Cowboys love Barton. So I hate to be the boring vanilla guy, but I think Cooper DeJean. I really like that pick. The dude is versatile. He's athletic. He's dangerous as a punt returner. He's got athletic skills and awareness that you can't teach. And it's a need, let's be honest. I mean, think about Cooper DeJean, McKinney, and Jair Alexander in the secondary. Like that is a good quality secondary of 3 guys that are high-caliber players. So I think it's going to be Cooper DeJean, and I'm going to applaud it when it happens.
That sounds like chalk. A lot of this draft has been, minus some of the quarterback picks. 6 in the top 12, 14 straight offensive players to start the NFL draft. Bradley, I'll be with you, but we'll be listening to you tomorrow beginning at 2 o'clock. Kyle Brust, Nortman on ESPN Wisconsin. Thanks as always, pal.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, Homer. We're less than 10 picks away. We're going to get weird in the 9 o'clock hour, you and me.
Really?
Jason Wilde's gonna interrupt us and join us at some point when we get closer to the Packers pick. But until then, we're flying solo. Homer and Strouf with you at ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night live.
We got to know another punter.
I'm Ben Jewett.
More green and gold draft talk coming up on ESPN Wisconsin.
Are you looking for a fast-paced job in a fun and exciting work environment? Look no further than Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison. We offer a wide range of job and shift availability in both part-time and full-time positions. Competitive wages and great benefits await you at Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison. Visit us in person or check out our website to see all of our job openings. Make work fun and apply for a job at Madison's only casino.
Waiting to see a general surgeon? With Stoughton Health, it's always easy access, with most appointments within a week. And with over 160 insurances accepted, you're covered and in good hands. For more information, visit stoughtonhealth.com. Stoughton Health, creating excellence together.
Want to join the fastest growing home solar company in the nation and work in the fastest growing industry in the world? Everlight Solar has open positions in the Madison area and in their newly opened Milwaukee location. As Wisconsin's largest home solar company, Everlight Solar offers great opportunities to gain new skills and advance your career. Don't miss the chance to join the Everlight Solar team. Visit everlightsolar.com to apply today. Save money, save the planet, and start with Everlight Solar.
This update is sponsored by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you. Every Brewers regular season Friday home game at American Family Field, ticketed fans 21 and over who sit in the Miller Lite beer pen in the left field lounge bleachers will receive a free Brewers can holder courtesy of Miller Lite. Join UW Credit Union at uwcu.org, insured by NCUA.
For official rules and more information about every contest on 100.5 ESPN, visit ESPNWisconsinContests.com. That's ESPNWisconsinContests.com. You're listening to 100.5 ESPN and the ESPN app.
This is Derek Engler. You're listening to a Good Karma Brands radio station, 100.5 ESPN WTLX Monona, Madison.
The Jordan Love era is here, and the title window is open.
Here's Love. Pressure. Back foot throw. End zone. It is caught for the touchdown. Love zips it in there. It's caught for the touchdown. Romeo Doubs.
I don't think that'll ever change here. I mean, we don't. That's really the only goal. We're not interested in much else.
Now the green and gold look to reload with the draft. It's draft night.
Goody and his staff do a great job. Not only the talent that we brought in, the character of the men, I think that's a big part of it as well.
Broadcasting live from Q Club of Wisconsin and Waukesha. Here's Alex Strouf.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night continues live from Q Club of Wisconsin here in Waukesha. The Homer and Strouf Hour. Give me an oh baby, Homer.
Oh, baby! By the way, I've just decided I am going to place a bet on MVP for the LA Chargers quarterback.
Why is that?
Because I think Harbaugh will make it that much better and is committed to using all his skills.
Let's go to
Thank
Detroit.
you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle.
There's another
Texas.
defensive player. Halfway through the first round of the draft, 16 picks in, 14 offense,
I was wrong about
2 in a row
that.
defense.
Thought they might deal with Seattle. Not the case.
Not the case. Your sources are incorrect. Mm-hmm. Your sources are incorrect.
Not like your source.
My source has been spot on. By the way, he had Byron Murphy to the Seahawks 11 minutes ago.
Right, 11 minutes ago.
11 minutes ago.
I thought it was 6 minutes. Now we're at 11. Wow.
They're dragging this out. We are 2 hours into the NFL draft, just halfway through the first round of the NFL draft. On to pick 17, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock out in Detroit. Homer, I keep saying it. I can't believe that somebody so great is going to fall right into the Packers' lap. Quinyon Mitchell's still on the board. Oh, here you go. Minnesota back into the first round. They have traded with Jacksonville for pick 17. Another NFC North pick coming up.
I have no idea what they're going to do.
I don't either. I guess what the hell do they need? Everything? The worst team in the division, right, at this point? You put them fourth? I put Chicago over them, no problem now with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze.
It'll be close. But that'll be a good wager to consider as well. Maybe. I mean, it's just you got to figure it out. It could be Mitchell. It's just the player. The defensive player from Texas. Look at this is when you look at somebody who ranks all the players.
Yeah.
And there's somebody that's so high we have to get him now. Maybe, given what they had to pay to move up one, I wonder what they're paying here.
Yeah, when you look at it, Dallas Turner from Alabama ranks number 8 on Matt Miller's list. He's still out there. Jared Verse ranks number 9 from Florida State. The defensive end still there. Terrion Arnold from Alabama, viewed as maybe the top corner, debatably, with Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo as the two top corners all available.
The guy had 11 minutes. The source must have this too.
The source, not the guy.
Correct. We don't know if it's male or female, which means we probably do, but we don't want you to know that we know. So it could be.
Yeah.
Create as many. It's got to, because the last one was 11 minutes. How much time do? Let me check. By the way, the 76ers did win, as I predicted.
You did. You actually didn't predict that. You said the NBA announced that.
Yes, but they didn't announce it, but they executed.
They did execute.
Yes,
they did execute.
And I'm not even sure they won so easily. I'm not sure that justifies giving them a win.
Vikings pick is in Detroit.
The Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama.
On the NFL site, they have had Turner as the best available for, I think, the last 10 picks.
Yeah, and that adds up. He's viewed as that. The Jacksonville Jaguars trade their pick to the Minnesota Vikings. The Vikings pick up Dallas Turner, the outside linebacker for Alabama. So in a draft that started with 14 straight offensive selections, starting with Caleb Williams all the way to the Saints at pick 14 for Talius Fuaga, the offensive tackle out of Oregon State.
We're now 4 defense in a row?
3 defense in a row. 15, 16, 17. Indianapolis, Seattle, Minnesota,
right.
On to pick 18.
Oregon State guy's an offensive tackle.
The Cincinnati Bengals now on the clock, and they need some help on the offensive side of the ball. But we will see if this defensive run continues. ESPN
does the source
Mitchell,
mention what the Vikings had to give up to move?
The source doesn't report the trade assets. He just reports that the trade happened.
All right.
That work for you?
Yeah. Whatever the source has, yeah. I don't know where we got the other one. Where did you get the other one on the Vikings about how little they gave
That was
Jets?
Pebble. That was your guy Pebble back at the Gruber Law Offices, one call That's All Studios.
Pebbles are what they paid for the trade. Pebble, you got anything new on the Vikings?
I haven't seen anything yet, Homer. I'll keep looking, though.
All right.
Pebble, you just break in with when
Yes.
you find it, because
Here we
Homer
go.
is going to be
Vikings
chomping
get
at the
the
bit.
17th pick, while the Jaguars get the 23rd pick this year, a 5th-round pick this year, a 3rd-round pick in 2025, and a 4th-round pick in 2025.
Now that makes more sense.
That's a little bit better than
Yeah.
the earlier trade. Yeah, they had a ton
Now,
of
if I was the Vikings working with the Jets,
yeah,
okay, when they accept or are talking about so little, I'd go, forget the trade.
Yeah.
No,
I
no reason
agree.
to give up
And the
anything.
Jets are drafting.
And
I didn't understand that
And
one,
then
but
the
that's
Vikings probably went, well, wait a minute. We're giving up so little, and that prevents anything weird happening that hurts us. So, they're asking for a 6-pack of Mountain Dew. Well, granted, we may not have to give it, but it's still just a 6-pack of Mountain Dew.
I mean,
so.
hey, if I'm the Jets, I like my Mountain Dew, Homer. I'll take that.
All right.
I'll take that. maybe a bag of Lay's thrown in there. 17 picks into the NFL draft, 4 of them in the NFC North, only the 2 teams in the NFC North. The Bears with 2 picks in the top 10, they go offense for both of them. They get their quarterback of the future, Caleb Williams out of USC. They also get a young stud wide receiver out of Washington, Roma Dunze, with pick number 9. The very next pick, pick 10, the Vikings traded into with the New York Jets. They took their quarterback of the future out of Michigan, J.J. McCarthy. And at pick 17, they get Dallas Turner, the outside linebacker from Alabama. At pick 10, I want to go back to Pebble in the Gruber Law Office's One Called Outsell studio. He's the biggest Michigan Wolverines fan I know. Pebble, will J.J. McCarthy make it in the NFL, and will he make the Minnesota Vikings better?
I think it's a perfect situation for him just because of the offensive line that's behind or in front of him, and also, too, just because of the receivers that he's going to be throwing to. He's got all the intangibles, I think. That's true. He's got the athleticism, the playmaking ability.
Can he throw left, Pebble? Can he throw to his left?
I just think it's going to be a great fit, I think, for the Vikings. He's the perfect situation, actually. Top half offensive line in the NFL, maybe top pass catching core in the NFL. So I think it's the perfect situation.
Can he throw to his left side? Do we know that?
He can throw to his left side, yeah.
Okay. All right. That's the knock I've seen on him. But there he goes at pick 10 to the Minnesota Vikings. So Vikings with 2 first-round picks. The Bears with 2 first-round picks. We await the Packers' first-round pick. Coming up at pick 25, we're through 17 of them. Just 8 picks away. Homer, hit me with an oh, baby.
Oh, baby. So Barton's still around?
Barton's still around.
Mitchell's still around?
Mitchell, Arnold, DeJean. One of those guys has fallen to Goody's lap.
Correct. Yes.
And we don't even have to move.
Now, if he likes them all equally.
And Packers got pick 8 tomorrow, with pick 41 overall. I mean, this is good. I've said this a long time, Homer.
Yes.
Right? And Goody, I trust. I've trusted Goody since 2020 in the first round when everybody ripped him to shreds for picking the quarterback of the future, Jordan Love. That was the moment I decided, hey, Goody, I believe in you. Last year, everybody sat around and said, oh, the Packers are rebuilding. Oh, the Packers are going to fall apart. But what does Gutekunst do, Homer? He cooks the NFL draft weekend. He's got rookie after rookie after rookie after rookie.
Right.
Improving that team last year. They win a playoff game on the road. And now everybody's drafted offense. I get it's an offensive league, but they already have their quarterback. They already have their young studs at receiver. They already have their young studs at tight end. They need defense. They're going to get defense, or they're going to get one of the best offensive linemen at 25.
Yeah, I think that's it. And unless there are a run of players that the Packers like, it would appear that, yes, they're going to get a defensive player who could start, and then I just think they'd love someone who's a left tackle because they got to know they need more coverage. But they can, and they always take tackles, and so they could easily take a tackle they like so much who'd be more likely to play right tackle. But I don't know. Like, all right, what do they do with an injury at left tackle?
Not much right now.
They will have an answer.
But Goody and Ted Thompson was the same way. They get their guys in third,
Yes.
fourth, fifth round.
Yes.
I don't know that they need a tackle in round 1.
If that's the history of their success is such that they don't.
And I love Graham Barton. I think Graham Barton's debatably the best offensive lineman in this draft. He's well versed out of Duke.
Right.
He's played all 3 positions in college. Packers love guys like that, and he tested phenomenally. Goody loves his relative athletic score, the
You know what
RAS.
Goody also loves, as Jason Willie said, defensive guys from Georgia.
1 offensive pick in his 7 drafts.
Yeah,
that was Jordan Love. Or 1 first-round offensive pick. Every other first-round pick for Goody, defense. I imagine we might see some of the same coming up. We roll on after this. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night live from the Cube Club of Wisconsin. Homer and Strouf with you.
More green and gold draft talk coming up on ESPN Wisconsin.
Bandana? Check. Boots? Check. Gloves? Check. As a motorcycle rider in Wisconsin, you may go to great lengths to protect your image. Just be sure you're protecting yourself, too. Wear a Department of Transportation-approved helmet. Perform safety checks on your motorcycle. Know the traffic laws and don't take risks. Motorists and motorcyclists can work together to achieve 0 preventable deaths on Wisconsin roads. 0 in Wisconsin. Together, we can save lives. Learn more at zeroinwisconsin.gov. Wisconsin DOT.
Transform your home with Ridgetop Exteriors. With over 22 years of service excellence, we specialize in roofing, siding, windows, doors, and gutters. Visit us today at ridgetopexteriors.com. That's ridgetopexteriors.com. Find your trusted, local, affordable partner here at Ridgetop Exteriors.
Condon Jewelers, the jeweler on the east side, the jeweler on your side. When you see Diamond Jim, you can count on him to be on your side. Selection beyond compare with on-site repair, so you can wear your jewelry with pride. Condon Jewelers, the jeweler on the east side, the jeweler on your side.
Hey Badgers, spring is right around the corner and so is the annual Crazy Legs Classic. Register today for the 8K run or 2-mile walk on April 27th and celebrate 175 years of UW-Madison. The Crazy Legs Classic is presented by J.D. McCormick Properties, Odyssey Greek Yogurt, Mueller Sports Medicine, and WMTV 15. For more information and to register, visit crazylegsclassic.com. That's crazylegsclassic.com.
Listen to Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin on 100.5 ESPN.
Yeah, this is for Mark Tauscher, or Tausch, as they say. Mark, I wrote you up. I scouted you. Last time I checked, you went in the 7th round, so I kind of overrated you with the 6th round grade. You were trying to destroy my career of 46 years, and I don't appreciate it.
Wilde and Tausch, weekdays 9 to noon on 100.5 ESPN. Also brought to you by Hallman Lindsay Paints, Coors Light, Made to Chill, and American Family Insurance.
Since J&K Security Solutions opened in 1987, our attention to detail and customer service have been our strongest assets. I'm President Jeffrey Beckman. We'll always do our best to find the most efficient and cost-effective solution to every job we tackle. Whether it's security for your home or business, installing video surveillance, or being able to control your garage doors from your phone, we can help you feel empowered with simple and user-friendly technology. Let's work together to secure your home or business. jksecurity.com.
You ever have one of those days when you just couldn't come up with the right answer? Well, I know one answer that pretty much solves all problems. Ice cream. Yeah, it's the answer to everything, right? And right now, at Quick Trip, our rich, creamy, straight from our dairy, Nature's Touch 1-gallon pails of ice cream are just $4.99. Yeah, now that's an answer worth digging into. Come on, be a problem solver. Bring home some fresh, delicious Nature's Touch ice cream, only from Quick Trip.
ESPN Madison is on Wisconsin sports. Catch up on anything you missed on the Varsity Podcast on Wisconsin On Demand. Brought to you by Zimbrick Honda, a proud supporter of Wisconsin Badger Athletics. If you're looking to purchase, finance, or service a new or pre-owned Honda, shop local, part of the Madison community since 1973.
Join the Madison Money Guy, Christian Finfrock, for Retirement Income Strategies, Saturday and Sunday mornings at 7. Get the information you need as you plan for retirement. That's Retirement Income Strategies, Saturday and Sunday mornings at 7. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Income Strategies, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
At Gruber Law Offices, our biggest priority is the care and service we provide to our clients. We know accidents can be overwhelming, and we're here to help every step of the way. Call now. One call, that's all.
You're listening to 100.5 ESPN, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
This is Draft Night coverage live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night rolls on from the Q Club of Wisconsin. Homer and Strouf with you here in Waukesha. The party rolling on here at the Q Club. As the picks kind of flying by now, the Los Angeles Rams, just a couple of years removed from their Super Bowl win on the clock as it stands. The Cincinnati Bengals just took the guy Jason Wilde predicted the Packers would take. Amarius Mims, the offensive tackle out of Georgia, goes to Cincinnati to protect Joe Burrow, who again last year went down with a season-ending injury. So good pick for the Bengals.
Huge.
Now we wait the Rams.
Yeah, I just think when you have a quarterback, everybody thinks about wide receivers, but no, more important than wide receivers, you got to keep a quarterback from getting hurt, and especially those who tend to, he wants to make plays. He's willing to take the risk. Well, that means you get a risk of somebody being hurt.
Let's look at the draft board from last year. L.A. Chargers took offensive tackle Joe Alt. Didn't Herbert get hurt last year? I don't know if it was season-ending, but I'm pretty sure he got hurt at some point last year. Tennessee, they've got a new quarterback, depending on who it is. We assume Will Levis. J.C. Latham, they took out of Alabama, the offensive tackle. The New York Jets took an offensive tackle. Their quarterback went down with a season-ending injury. The New Orleans Saints drafted an offensive tackle for Derek Carr. And Cincinnati, Joe Burrow, who went out with a season-ending injury, took Amarius Mims. So teams that lost their quarterback last year, protecting their quarterback this year in the first round of the NFL draft.
Yeah, and it was talked about as being a good group of offensive linemen.
Yeah, it certainly.
I mean, I would think right now the kid. A number of people pick the kid from Duke, right? The offensive lineman. The question is, how high up, Graham Barton? How high up would Goody go to get him? But as you've alluded to,
I don't know that he needs to.
Right, when you have so many other players, you assume that Goody likes. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if right now they might be watching the Lakers game. Just let me know who was taken.
Sitting back, relaxing,
yeah, take them
having
off
a
the
cocktail.
list. Yeah. They're not going to say that, but it could be that
tonight's
easy.
the easy night, right? It could be. Yeah, you sit back, you're having a beer, you're thinking, oh, okay, we'll wait at 25. Somebody's falling to our lap.
And I suspect that given that the research that they do, that when the sixth quarterback was taken, they went, we're in.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. 12 picks in, all offense. 14 picks in, all offense. We'll get somebody great.
Right.
And Goody doesn't even need to do anything today.
Other than if there's somebody, so high up on their board.
Let me ask you this, because I think there's a possibility of it. Flashback to 2017's NFL draft. Packers, I think, were hanging on to pick 29. What do you remember what they did?
I don't have any idea, though.
They traded out. They got pick 33, the first pick of the second round. They drafted Kevin King. Pick 30 of that draft, T.J. Watt to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, well, I've complained about that from the beginning because I just said, I don't know how good he is, but I'm going to take the family.
You understand why I bring that up. Is tonight a night where you could see Brian Gutekunst and the Green Bay Packers trading out of the first round?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
So you think there is a possible conclusion of tonight where we walk off the stage here at the Q Club and we say, Packers have more picks tomorrow. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, I would vote against that because I think there are going to be a number of I think the draft is good enough that I think there are going to be a number of those players available that they had rated high enough that they won't want to draft it. They won't want to. I mean, could they move down a spot or two? Yes.
LA Rams on the clock. Let's go to Detroit.
I have no idea.
With the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse. Defensive end,
makes sense.
Florida State.
Matt Miller had him as the 9th best player available in the NFL Draft. We now have the top 9 gone. Number 10, Terry and Arnold still available. Number 12, Chop Robinson still available.
Yeah.
Tauscher's guy.
I want the Packers to take him just because Tausch likes him that much.
Okay. Yeah, and you trust his opinion.
I do on that. Yes. He lived it. Yes, I wrote down the phrase that he used. And it's just great. That's you can't say it except about a defensive player. It's a game record. It's a theory that I've always had about how good players are. All you have to do is ask the players on the other side of the ball when they competed against him. I don't care what I rate him. They know who the great players are, just like he said, based on the plan that's put against. He, as much as anybody, talks to the greatness of Julius Peppers. Yep. You know why? He remembers what the game plan was when they played against him. And granted, you can look at the film as well, but you also have that. You want to know how great players are, ask the coordinator or the players on the other side of the ball that went against them.
I have a hunch where this goes.
All right, go for it.
I've not seen a hunch for my
See, my concern is they have Pittsburgh on the clock, and the NFL has the best available Mitchell, the best fit Barton. When I see the name so many picks before the Packers, it makes me fear they'll both be gone, but we'll see. What's your theory?
I think it's either Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver out of LSU,
yes,
or it's Graham Barton. I think the Steelers go offense here at pick 20. Graham Barton, I mean, they say best fit, but I think he's probably the best available player. But I'm really high on him. One of my top draft crushes. Graham Barton, because he played all three positions, and what do the Packers love? Versatile lineman.
He fits perfectly for the Green Bay Packers. Yeah. The question is he still going to be there, and is Goody willing to move up? And I would think no, because of what you've said on how many other players defensively or whatever the position that he has rated as well. But
and he started 34 games at left tackle, started 5 at center as a freshman.
Yeah.
He's versatile as heck. That's what the Packers love. You see it with Zach Tom. You see it with Elton Jenkins.
No, he fits.
But we'll see if he's there in 5 picks. We will see what the Steelers do here at pick 20. Just to recap.
And your guy has the pick in.
I mean, yet. He's fallen off recently.
Whoa, he's eating pizza or something?
Might be.
Yeah, because there's only 4:54 left for the pick on the clock, and he's had him.
And he only had the Rams pick 2 minutes early. He's fallen off here. Might be enjoying a few cocktails like Goody might be.
Nah, I think something's changed. It didn't in one of the past ones they found this out and then changed something?
Yeah, maybe.
Took them a little long.
But they figured out, we've got a snooper. Somebody's scooping all of our picks. Just to recap, the NFL draft making history tonight.
The pick is in.
The first 14 picks, all offense tonight. 6 of the first 12 picks of the NFL draft tonight. Quarterback. Say that 6 times fast. Steve the Homer True. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake Maga, 1, 2, 3 respectively. At pick 8, the Falcons with the biggest shock of the draft so far after spending buckets of money on Kirk Cousins in the offseason. They take Michael Penix Jr. out of Washington. The Vikings trade up to pick 10. They take J.J. McCarthy. And Denver stays put at pick 12. They take Bo Nix out of Oregon. Those are the 6 quarterbacks drafted in the first 12 picks. Unbelievably wild for the offensive side of the ball here in the 2024 NFL Draft, Homer.
Not as of late, though.
No, but a lot of defense, but you look at it, pick 20 incoming. We imagine the Steelers will go offense. They could go Quinyon Mitchell, who, according to Mel Kiper Jr., is the best available player on the board remaining right now. But the last couple of picks, 4 of the last 5 picks to be exact, have been defense. 15, 16, 17, and 19 to the Rams, all defense. Just a couple of picks away.
They got a
from
mess
the Green Bay
in the
Packers.
offensive line, don't they?
Who, the Rams?
No, the Steelers.
The Steelers, no, they're okay on offensive line. They could use a center and a tackle, but, I mean, couldn't most teams use a center and a tackle?
Yes.
The Green Bay Packers being one of them?
But, no, it's just a question of how early you pick. I mean, the success of the Packers in terms of where they've drafted those players that have been good would tell you they're not going to take offensive linemen in the first round.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You're very plugged in on the Packers.
Not
I feel
really.
like we've that's not true. You talk to people who are plugged in on the Packers? How's
no,
that?
I do not. The people that we talk to that are plugged on the Packers would be Jason Wilde.
Yeah, I count him. We're going to talk to him in a little bit when the Packers make their selection from Lambeau Field.
But there's an incredible consistency of Goody doing things.
Yes, there is.
And that.
But my
he
issue,
went different with paying the big money for the free agent, so maybe this year's different. But he's been very consistent on the analysis.
But my question for you,
yes,
is I'm at least personally I'm more worried about Josh Myers at center than I am Rasheed Walker at left tackle. So does it make more sense to draft a guy like Graham Barton, plug him in at center, keep Walker at left tackle, keep Tom at right tackle?
Well, the greatness, and this is why they do it. The greatness of Barton is you don't have to make that decision. He could help you in many. I mean, that's why he's perfect. He could help in that. No, we're going to go.
You could kick Tom inside and put him at right tackle.
Right. That's why he loves. I mean, Goody doing it. But that the key to Barton is, whatever your problem is, he solves it. Because he can go one place and Zach Tom can go somewhere else. No, I think their concern at left tackle is greater.
As the board stands right now, who do you want the Packers to take if they stay at 25? Is it Barton, if he's there? Or is it DeJean? DeJean?
No, I would take Barton.
Okay. What about Quinyon
But Mitchell, too.
Mitchell over Barton? Or Barton over Mitchell?
Barton would be first.
Okay. Barton tops Homer's big board here on ESPN Wisconsin.
That is perfectly put, yes. Yep.
And Quinyon Mitchell would be 2?
Yes.
What about Terrion Arnold? He's viewed by Matt Miller as the best corner.
Yes. I think, again, the issue is All those are good choices.
I'd go Mitchell, Arnold, DeJean in that order.
History says I'm an idiot to say Barton.
Why does history say that?
Because he never does it. No, gave us 4
I'm
straight.
not saying what Goody should do.
No,
I'm asking
I'm
what
saying
you
not
want.
you. No, what I want? What I want would be Barton, yes.
Okay.
But I think he'll be gone.
I think so, too. But we will see. The pick
We
is
will.
in for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll take a break. When we come back, we're inching closer to the Packers pick. Actually, let's go to Detroit first for the Pittsburgh Steelers selection.
Tonight, 32 young men will embark on their NFL career, striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognized his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner. And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and Nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league and our world. Thank you so much. Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
Well, there you have it. O-line, but not Graham Barton for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I would have taken Barton over their choice, but I'm not running things in Pittsburgh, so that's a great sign.
Somebody get Goody on the phone. Graham Barton's available. Quinyon Mitchell is available. Terrion Arnold is available. Cooper DeJean is available.
Goody's watching old replays of Seinfeld. He doesn't have to do anything.
No, he doesn't.
No.
I just named 4 names. There's 4 picks until
I know.
the Packers.
Yes.
So I guess theoretically all 4 of those guys could be gone, but then you get the next best thing.
No,
you can go get Brian Thomas Jr. Go wide receiver if you want to.
Again, that would be a surprise as the other things that they've done and not done. But the point is, I think
something to keep an eye on. I will point this out, Homer, is I don't put a ton of stock into the top 30 visits, but I do because it seems like Goody drafts a lot of those. They drafted 4 guys they hosted on top 30 visits last year. Dontavian Wicks, Sean Clifford, Carl Brooks, and Lou Nichols. The Packers hosted
was
only...
Van Ness? Was Van Ness?
Van Ness was not hosted last year, but Jordan Love was in 2020, as was Romeo Doubs a couple of years ago. So he often follows through in the later rounds, but sometimes in the first round as well. When you look at this year, only 1, 2, 3, 4 guys with first-round evaluations were hosted on top 30 visits. Sometimes it's an indication of your character. Sometimes it's a vetting process. One of those guys has already been selected. That's Amarius Mims, the offensive tackle out of Georgia. The other 3 guys that we could see their names called tonight that the Packers hosted on a top 30 visit are as followed. Offensive lineman Tyler Guyton of Oklahoma. He might still be available in the early second round, though. The other 2, Kool-Aid McKinstry of Alabama, the cornerback, and a name we haven't talked much about, Edgerrin Cooper, who's viewed as the top linebacker from Texas A&M.
We should have mentioned it.
And we should mention that now as pick 25
But
approaches.
now we're at how many players that they could pick from?
Like 10.
No, but I mean we're at the we're easily at 5.
I would say Cooper is in there. I would say they might take a swing on him because that's what they did last year with Van Ness to a point. I think obviously DeJean, Arnold, Mitchell, all there at defensive back. They could take a swing on. Graham Barton, that's 5.
Right.
And there might be more offensive
and
tackles.
History would say it'll be a defensive guy.
Chop Robinson's still available.
Yeah.
That's 6.
Where is he on the guy's list of overall players? He was 10 or 11.
11 or 12, yeah.
Yeah.
Number 12.
Yeah.
Woo! Packers are going to have a good deal coming to them very shortly.
And it's to the point where they could back up a couple spots.
We're expecting about 9:50, 9:55 p.m. for the Packers selection, assuming they stay put at 25. Homer and Strouf back with you after this. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night live from the Q Club of Wisconsin.
You're listening to Draft Night coverage live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
I was rolling my rig on a Crescent City run with my hands on the wheel looking into the sun. With a flash, I became temporarily blind by a plate glass truck I was tailing behind. Next thing I know, I'm in the side of a ditch with a bent rear wheel and a broken off hitch. But I was hauling again in just a short while, because Truck Star Collision is on my speed dial. Do you operate a fleet, whether it's heavy-duty 18-wheelers or medium-duty delivery vans? And does vehicle downtime make you cringe? Time is money, and a fleet vehicle on the sideline hurts, because you need your fleet to be up and running 100% of the time. If one of your heavy or medium-duty fleet vehicles is out of commission, Truck Star Collision Center in Deerfield will get it back on the road quickly. Since Truck Star is a full-service facility, the complete repair is done in-house, saving you time and money. And remember, they're able to repair both heavy and medium-duty vehicles. Truck Star Collision Center, minutes off I-94 in Deerfield. Call 888-400-1002 or log on to truckstarcollision.com.
Greg Scalzo here for Buck and Honeys. Congratulations to the perennial Best of Madison Award winner by the folks at Madison Magazine. Meet me at Buck and Honeys to celebrate Wisconsin hospitality. Whether you're enjoying the view on the Yahara River in Monona, exploring Wanakee, visiting the OG in Sun Prairie, or checking out the new location in Mount Horeb, you can enjoy the Buck and Honeys experience in a neighborhood near you. Serving lunch and dinner 7 days a week with brunch every Saturday and Sunday. I'll see you at Buck and Honeys.
The host might be irrelevant, but the conversations aren't.
Bears defensive end Montez Sweat earlier this week on a podcast with Chris Long.
I'm not losing to Green Bay this year. I can't do it.
Mr. Irrelevant with Alex Strouf.
Instead of hanging out in the Bahamas and enjoying his offseason, he's complaining about the Packers. Rent-free.
Mr. Irrelevant with Alex Strouf. Live on ESPN Madison's YouTube every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And available wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
To those who've ever dreamt of their perfect event, those dreams are worthy and they are possible. Hi, it's Jeffrey from Celebrations Entertainment. With hard work, passion, and great music, we will make your event dreams a reality. Every event is a labor of love, with one-on-one planning, customization, and flawless execution. Bringing your event to life is what we do. For a fun, memorable event, visit celebrationsentertainment.com. That's celebrationsentertainment.com.
Save a life with compression-only CPR. The life you save could be a family member or friend. Stoughton Health is offering a free class Thursday, April 25th from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. or 5:30 to 7 p.m. at the Community Health and Wellness Center at Stoughton Health on County Road B. Participants will learn how to perform compression-only CPR and practice on adult mannequins. To register for this free class, please visit stoughtonhealth.com and click on Classes and Events.
It's official. 2023 was the biggest jackpot year on record at Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison. Check out these totals. We had over 57,000 jackpots and more than $134 million in winnings. This shatters our previous record year, and we have no intention of stopping here. And with our 95% average payout, we continue to be the official home of the big win right here in Madison. Let's keep it going in 2024 with even more jackpots at Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison.
We're back with draft coverage coming up on ESPN Wisconsin.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night rolls on from the Q Club of Wisconsin here in Waukesha. Homer and Strouf with you as we lead up to pick 25 where the Green Bay Packers sit. And it looks like they may sit, but Mark Tauscher probably no longer sitting on his couch as his guy just went to the Miami Dolphins with pick 21. Chop Robinson of Penn State goes to Miami.
Clearly they agreed with Tausch.
Clearly.
Yeah.
We're on to pick 22, the Philadelphia Eagles on the clock. I mean, there are some really good players still on the board. The defensive backfield has not been touched yet. So you have Terrion Arnold from Alabama. You have Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo. You have, of course, the guy everybody's talked about since 2003, it feels like, Cooper DeJean.
And they are listed, where I'm looking at the NFL.com, as 3 of the top 4 available.
Homer, I hate to correct you, but you are on ESPN.com. You're just in the NFL draft tab.
No, they sent me. Either way.
I'm looking at it. It says ESPN.com. Anyway.
Okay.
But they are listed what? As the best available?
3 of the best available 4 players. 3 of the 4.
Well, the top 4 on that website is Mitchell, Arnold, Barton, DeJean.
Yep.
And Brian Thomas Jr., by the way, a really good receiver from LSU, listed as 6 on ESPN.com, according to Mel Kiper Jr. I mean, the Packers are going to get one of those guys. I imagine it won't be Thomas out of LSU. I don't think they're going to draft a receiver, but I don't know. I wouldn't hate it. I'm not going to lie to you, Homer. If they go receiver, if Brian Thomas Jr. is there at 25, I wouldn't complain.
I would.
Why? You can't rely on Christian Watson to stay healthy. They view this guy as a sure thing.
Right. They've had his success. They don't draft wide receivers in the first round.
Well, I know they haven't done it since Javon Walker, but I wouldn't be mad about it at 25.
Oh, okay. Well, keep dreaming.
Okay. I will.
And yes, it's possible they can do what they've never done before for a long time, as they did in free agency. So it could be that they're looking at things a little bit differently.
But what we know about Brian Gutekunst in free agency is when he goes to a well in free agency, he typically doubles down in the first round of the draft. I mean, you can think back so many times, right, when they signed the Smith brothers. And this year, hopefully, it's either going to be offensive line, where they added a guy like Andre Dillard, although they gave him no guaranteed money. It's obvious that's a hole to everybody who has glasses. Safety as a whole, Xavier McKinney, they make a signing there. And I wouldn't really view running back as a huge hole, but that's one they'll address, I imagine, one of the middle rounds, because they have 2 very similar backs in that room right now, in Josh Jacobs and A.J. Dillon. So we know what holes exist on this team. It doesn't need to be spelled out. But although wide receiver is one of them, they do like that best player available mantra, and Brian Thomas Jr. might end up being the best player available at 25. So I don't know. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I just don't hate the idea at this point.
I'm saying it's not going to happen. So you need to move on.
All right. Fine.
I think there's 0% chance.
0%?
They tell me I can't have 0%.
What would you say in 2020 when Jordan Love was sitting there? 0%? They were a wide receiver away from a Super Bowl. They drafted Jordan Love in the first round. You're ruling out a wide receiver just because they have Jaden Reed?
No, because that's not what he does. Now, what he did with Jordan Love, they had done in the past with Rodgers, and I've always believed from that day that he wasn't planning on replacing Rodgers, but assessed there was no way, as good as the team was, they would ever be able to get a player of that magnitude, given how much he liked him at that point in the first round. So he moved up to get him, and it turns out he was right. But they don't even – who's the last wide receiver they took in the first round? Javon Walker?
Yeah, Javon Walker.
Yeah.
Over 20 years ago.
So I guess I shouldn't say no percent. I should say 5%, because there's nothing he could do in this draft, which is a bigger surprise than paying the big money for a free agent.
Well, my source just informed me who the Philadelphia Eagles are taking at pick number 22, and I'll just say I'm a little disappointed. It's one of the guys I wanted for the Packers. Would you like to guess?
I'll guess Mitchell.
Your guess is correct, but we will make sure the commissioner
agrees with our source.
Agrees with our source.
Yes,
yeah, when he comes on.
That
the
was
stage
my
in
fear
Detroit.
when you look at these and their name. So I have the same fear with Barton.
Homer, as we look across the TVs here at the Q Club, and how big of a party it looks like in Detroit, doesn't that make you wonder what it's going to look like in Green Bay a year from now?
It's going to be crazy.
You're going to be there, right?
I don't know. I can't tell you what I'm going to do next week, that long. No, I don't feel like I necessarily need to be there. But
what if they ask you and I to do this again next year? Live from Green Bay.
Live from Green Bay, I'll probably say yes.
Yeah, according to Schefter, 275,000 plus fans in attendance tonight, breaking the
275,000?
all-time day one draft record set in 2018 in Nashville of 200,000 plus.
That's almost 3 times the size of Green Bay.
Hey, Green Bay can break that record.
Yeah.
I mean, not people in Green Bay, but all over the state.
Yeah, I mean, I-43 is going to be packed from Milwaukee to Green Bay.
Well, I'll plan to get there a little early.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I will say this right now. Mark Murphy turn to somebody and go 300,000. People need to.
Well, hotels are already booked. Airbnbs are already booked. Hotels in Sheboygan are sold out.
Again, it's just a question of how far you're willing to go.
Yeah.
You know, it's the first night, Thursday, 300,000. That's the goal. Anything you can do to help them find 300,000 people in the state of Wisconsin or all over the world.
All right, let's see if Quinyon Mitchell goes to the Eagles like my source said. Here's Goodell in Detroit.
They've decided to take. Here's the commissioner.
The NFL has gone global. This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds in London and Germany.
When are they going to play on the moon?
This upcoming
They're going to go
season,
to the moon.
You and I should go to the moon.
First ever game
Let's
in
go
South
call that
America,
game.
in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon.
Go Pack Go in Brazil.
The NFL's International Player Pathway Program helps foreign-born players reach the NFL. Elite international athletes have an opportunity to compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot on our NFL roster. One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles' Jordan Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy for high school football players. To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burleigh Beach, Gold Coast, Australia. Take it, Jordan.
What?
Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under.
You call him
the
Uncle
22nd
Roger?
pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, defensive back, Toledo.
So not only do the Packers miss out on Quinyon Mitchell, the corner out of Toledo, Jordan Love will now be throwing against Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo week 1 in Brazil, Homer. Not ideal.
I wouldn't lose much sleep over that.
What do you mean?
This is what I
Best
said.
corner in the draft.
Again, yes, is that the best corner in the league? It'll be his first game. I'm not worried about that. I do want to say that my prediction was the Packers would make a trade to move 2 spots up. That's why I have my Clay Matthews jersey, because the Packers moved up to get him.
We forgot to revisit that. Would anybody in the bar pay $100 for Homer's jersey? Would anybody in the bar pay $100?
My jersey, it's a Clay Matthews jersey.
Would anybody pay $100 for that?
A Reebok that you can no longer find.
I've seen no hands go up here at the Q Club.
Drink a little bit more. We'll try them a little bit
Yeah, we'll
later.
try them a little bit later. When we come back, the Packers selection toward the top of the hour. The Jaguars pick 23 on the clock. We'll get to the Packers selection, hopefully. Coming up next, it's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night live from the Q Club of Wisconsin.
This is Draft Night coverage live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
At Gruber Law Offices, we've helped tens of thousands of families after a serious accident. Our priority has always been our clients. We're here for you whenever you may need us. One call, that's all.
It's ESPN Wisconsin's Ben Brust for Road America, America's National Park of Speed. Make the most out of your summer at Road America, located conveniently between Green Bay, Milwaukee, and Madison in Elkhart Lake. Come see a race at the legendary 4-mile, 14-turn road course. Camp on site all weekend and enjoy free admission for kids 16 and under with a paying adult at the gate. Make sure you get tickets for the NTT IndyCar Series race at Road America June 6th through the 9th. Come for the experience and stay for the race. Get your tickets at roadamerica.com.
Since 1956, Holman Lindsay Paints has been making paint in Wisconsin for Wisconsin. Because of their commitment to making great paint for Wisconsinites, Holman Lindsay has grown over the years to 26 locations in this great state. Headquarters in Sun Prairie with a state-of-the-art facility, Holman Lindsay has the paint you need to make your job better. From do-it-yourself to professional, Holman Lindsay has paint for everyone. Visit one of their local locations today in Madison, Sun Prairie, Middleton, and Janesville.
Listen to Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin on 100.5 ESPN.
Yeah, this is for Mark Tauscher, or Tausch, as they say. Mark, I wrote you up. I scouted you. Last time I checked, you went in the 7th round, so I kind of overrated you with the 6th round grade. You were trying to destroy my career of 46 years, and I don't appreciate it.
Wilde and Tausch, weekdays 9 to noon on 100.5 ESPN. Also brought to you by Holman Lindsay Paints, Coors Light, Made to Chill, and American Family Insurance.
When it comes to security for your home and family, you want a winner, and we found one when we placed our trust with J&K Security Solutions. This is Greg Gard. Kim and Jeff hit the game-winning shot for us with the Control 4 home technology system. Home or away, from our smartphones, we can open the garage door, dim the lights, turn on the TV, as well as arm the security system. That's convenience as well as peace of mind. Let J&K Security Solutions do for your home or business like they've done for us. Call 255-5799 or online at jksecurity.com.
You ever have one of those days when you just couldn't come up with the right answer? Well, I know one answer that pretty much solves all problems. Ice cream. Yeah, it's the answer to everything, right? And right now, at Quick Trip, our rich, creamy, straight from our dairy, Nature's Touch 1-gallon pails of ice cream are just $4.99. Yeah, now that's an answer worth digging into. Come on, be a problem solver. Bring home some fresh, delicious Nature's Touch ice cream, only from Quick Trip.
Glenn Whipperfirth is the president of Tauscher Implement Company, Incorporated. Glenn, you've had copier printers from James Imaging Systems for years. Question, Glenn, is James just a vendor or more like a partner?
I would say partner in the fact that they're looking at what we're doing and trying to work with us to make it simple for us.
Making it easy, keeping it simple. That's James Imaging Systems Managed Print Services Program.
Yes. So we have a monthly contract, and then they manage our inventory as far as our toner and equipment for the copier machine.
Exactly. All your copier printers bundled under one low monthly invoice from James Imaging Systems. And that includes parts, service, and supplies. And that has its benefits, Glenn.
The benefit is that we have the supplies when we need them, and it keeps our business flowing.
Make it easy, keep it simple with the Managed Print Services Program from James Imaging Systems. Call 608-221-3457 or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
ESPN Madison is on Wisconsin Sports. Catch up on anything you missed on the Varsity Podcast on Wisconsin On Demand. Brought to you by Zimbrick Honda, a proud supporter of Wisconsin Badger Athletics. If you're looking to purchase, finance, or service a new or pre-owned Honda, shop local, part of the Madison community since 1973.
You're listening to Draft Night coverage, live from Q Club of Wisconsin on ESPN Wisconsin.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night continues live from the Q Club of Wisconsin here in Waukesha. He's Homer. I'm Strouf with you tonight. Jason Wilde will join us shortly after the Packers pick. Here's the Jags in Detroit.
The 2024 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver, LSU.
Well, I can't take any credit for it.
Yeah, you were right, though.
No, I'm only right if they had a chance to take him and didn't.
Yeah, no, they didn't. But
no.
You told me to move on. Guess what I'm going to do?
You're going to move on.
I am indeed, because we are one pick away from the Green Bay Packers. Here comes pick number 24. The Packers, of course, hanging on to pick number 25. Should let you know who's still available, because everybody is still available. Homer is 100% right. How about Terrion Arnold, viewed as the second best cornerback in this draft? Mel Kiper Jr. has him listed as the best available player, the 11th best player in this draft. Second best available, a guy we've talked plenty about tonight, Graham Barton from Duke. He played center, he played left tackle, he can play all over the offensive line. Number 3 best available, according to Mel Kiper Jr. You're spot on, Homer. Cooper DeJean out of Iowa, which it seems like everybody and their grandmama had him mock draft to the Packers. So we are one pick away, and all 3 of those guys are available. Homer, I'm asking for it again. Give me an oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
Packers.
You know, that's actually, like we said, Goody was watching old issues of Seinfeld because he knew he didn't have to do anything.
Yep. What would you prefer, cornerback or the center, Barton here?
No, I would take Barton.
You're getting either Arnold or DeJean for sure, or you could get Graham Barton.
Correct. I would take Barton first. Then I would take
Arnold.
No, then I would take Cooper DeJean.
Oh,
I think
you would take Cooper because he can play safety.
Yeah, I think he's the safety with the high-price free agent.
Well, the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. And they need an offensive lineman.
4 minutes left. Oh, all right, turn it back. Come on. Find out who your source is.
No, I'm putting the source away.
No.
I want to react like everybody else, Homer, okay? Only 19,000 people in the world have my source.
You can turn off it for
I've
the
been
Packers.
telling you all night.
Turn it off for the Packers, but not for the Cowboys. That gives us time to assess what the Packers are going to do or can do.
Fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Fine.
Thank you.
Your experience sometimes equals wisdom. All right, I'll give it to you. Sometimes experience equals wisdom.
I don't need any of that.
And guess what? Pretty Ricky hasn't said a damn thing about the Dallas Cowboys.
No, they took it away.
I'll beat Pretty Ricky. It's going to be Graham Barton. They need an offensive lineman. It's going to be Graham Barton. There's your spoiler. We'll
and then
see
that would mean that it's given what everybody said. Cooper DeJean
now
would be the guy.
Now we've added 3 lines of defense because of you. It goes me, then it goes Pretty Ricky, then it goes Raj. Those are your lines of defense to figure out if Pretty Ricky's telling the truth. I think it's going to be Graham Barton.
Oh, did he? He hasn't said it yet.
He hasn't said it yet. I'm number 1, then it's Pretty Ricky, then it's Goodell. That's how we know whether or not it's going to happen.
Oh, okay. I don't know. How'd you get ahead of the source?
Because the Cowboys desperately need an offensive lineman.
I'm ahead of the source.
Hunter Vaughn, who is our video producer and audio producer at ESPN Madison tonight, he also produces my show, Mr. Irrelevant, is a ginormous Cowboys fan. He's been telling me for weeks it's going to be Graham Barton of the Cowboys.
Has he really?
I believe him, yeah.
Yeah, well,
because
it should be.
We both love Graham Barton.
It should be, but they've done things that didn't make sense.
That's true.
So,
well, let's remember who's leading their draft room.
The kid. His son, right?
No, it's still Jerry, isn't it?
No, I think he's.
It's Steven now?
I think so. But
how old's Jerry Jones?
100.
How old are you?
69.
Nice.
About the same. It's not that much different.
31 years. That's a little bit of a difference.
No, it's I don't know when you become old, but
what are you doing for your 70th?
Nothing.
We throwing a party?
No.
Can I throw you a party?
No. Yeah, you can, but I'm not coming.
Why not?
Do whatever you want.
I
don't
Jerry
want a
Jones
party.
81.
It's my
Jones,
birthday.
81.
Okay, what about my birthday? Do you not understand me getting to do what I want?
What if I say we raffle off the Clay Matthews jersey?
No.
We'll raffle it off. You get all the proceeds.
No. You
$5 a ticket.
You could say no.
Whatever.
What about no? Don't you understand? I feel like I'm talking to.
I'm talking to who?
No, I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, you should say it. You sure you don't want to go home tonight, huh?
No, not my kids.
Oh, okay.
But you're not. I don't want to act like you're a kid because you're not. But so that's why I didn't want to say it. All right, 2 minutes left on the clock.
2 minutes, and my source still hasn't said anything.
They shut him down.
Are the Packers going to move?
They had to shut him down.
Are the Packers going to move?
You mean make a trade?
Yeah, are the Cowboys moving up? We saw the Vikings do it earlier.
The Cowboys might be doing it, but not with the Packers. Packers are just sitting. I will.
What if they want Barton? What if they offer him?
That's fine. They'll take somebody else. I think Goody will say that this was the best first round ever.
Because there was 14 offensive players picked in a row, and everybody from the defensive side of the
I bet they've
football's
never
fallen?
had a situation where they had so many players they liked still available.
Fair enough.
But we'll see if he says that. Come on. Check the source.
I just checked the source. There's nothing yet.
They've cut him off.
No, they haven't cut him off. He's just been later here. The Cowboys still haven't even put their pick in.
No, you're
How's
right.
my source supposed to know anything?
We're down
if
to
the pick is on it?
110, which would make me think that they might be looking at a trade offer.
They got to be looking at a trade offer.
Yes.
And is it from Green Bay?
That would be, again, it could be if they'd have to really, really, really lie. Or he says, we'll give you what the Vikings gave to move up a spot. What, 6-pack of Mountain Dew and a 9th-round pick? Yes, I would lean toward a deal.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. Still nothing from the source and still nothing from the Cowboys. 40 seconds left on their pick.
Yeah.
You know what would be the most
It's
Jerry
a
/ Stephen
trade.
Jones thing ever? Is that the clock ran out, the Packers leapfrogged them.
Yes, like, who was it, the Vikings did that?
Yeah,
once?
the Vikings. You
Screwed
got
up.
it. You got it. 30 seconds left for the Dallas Cowboys. They're going to
there's
put
a
a pick
deal.
in?
There is a deal. Guaranteed.
Can they leapfrog them? Let's get a leapfrog. First round leapfrog. 20 seconds
We
left
already
on the
saw
clock.
one.
Yeah, you hear that guy at the bar? He just yelled first round leapfrog. Oh, pick is in. Darn it, we missed it. We missed it. Dallas Cowboys pick is in, and we are just one away from the Packers. Chris, you just got them here. Is there a trade here?
Yeah, it's a trade. The Cowboys have traded, according to Ian Rappaport, the Cowboys have traded pick 24 to the Lions, who are now on the
Lions, the hometown team.
Screwing the Packers.
The Detroit Lions leapfrog the Packers in a trade. So Detroit on the clock here at 24.
I just got a quote from Goody. So what?
He really did. I'm reading his phone.
I'll bet he did.
I'm looking at your phone right now.
Fine.
Homer, I saw he just texted you.
So what?
So what? So what? Pick is in for the Lions.
Unless they can trade 2 picks.
Let's do this as we await
You know what? The Packers could move down a couple now.
I'm going to manipulate the clock here across ESPN Wisconsin, 620 WTMJ. I want to pause 10 seconds for station identifications. We're with you across ESPN Wisconsin, 620 WTMJ. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. After that, we will hear from the commissioner. We will get ready for the Green Bay Packers selection. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
Hi, this is Dave Kane. You're listening to Madison's Home of the Bucks, a good Karma brand radio station, 100.5 ESPN WTLX, Monona, Madison.
Back with you, ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night, live from the Q Club of Wisconsin in Waukesha. Homer and Strouf with you. The Lions have traded with the Cowboys for pick number 24. The Packers await who their divisional rival will take here at 24. And
history says they will take Cooper DeJean because nobody's ever right with who the Packers are taking.
That's true.
They could be right.
Could be Terrion Arnold then. I wouldn't be mad about that. I think he's better than DeJean at corner, but DeJean's the better safety. I think they got to go defensive back. But if Barton's there, I'd go Barton. I'm with you on that. This is a fascinating spot for the Green Bay Packers here at pick number 25.
Can't go wrong.
We've got Nick on the ESPN Milwaukee YouTube channel who just keeps saying, please don't take an O-lineman. Please don't take an O-lineman. We need O-lineman, Nick. Got nobody in the depth pieces.
Get one in the later as they've done year after year after year.
Haven't done it since 2011 when they selected Derek Sherrod with the 32nd overall pick.
Yeah.
Year before that, it worked out all right. Brian Bulaga, who you host with on the Homer Hour.
Mm-hmm.
That one worked out all right.
It did.
Won a Super Bowl that year. The Lions pick is in.
Come on, look at your source.
I've looked at my source, and we are in an interesting spot for pick 25.
I don't know what that means.
I'm trying to be back. I put my phone away. I don't want to know the Packers picker.
That's fine, but you know the Lions pick.
I do know the Lions pick.
They picked someone not among the ones that they picked somebody else.
No, they did pick one of the three. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, okay.
They picked one of the three.
Barton?
No.
DeJean?
No.
Oh, Arnold.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
According to Pretty Ricky 213 on Twitter. We will hear from the commissioner momentarily.
Now we got it.
But we know that it's either Barton or DeJean.
Well, I mean,
it's got to be DeJean, right?
No, it doesn't.
That's all anybody's talked about.
That's given the history of what they've done. Yes, he doesn't take offensive linemen this early, but if he thinks this guy is so much better, he's a Brian Bulaga. Yes, the most. The only thing against DeJean is that no one ever gets it right. So
yeah, that's true.
True. I could see them trading back.
I just don't want them to. I feel like they're in such a great situation. They have 11 picks already. They got 4 picks tomorrow in rounds 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Why trade back?
Again,
you can have a starting safety right here.
Well, assuming they have the same belief that you do, but you could move back.
When you have a position of need, as much as the Packers do at safety, I don't think you can pass up the opportunity for the best safety in the draft. Let's make it official with the Detroit Lions.
Football participation at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Ellie Fagley.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back, Alabama.
Well, there you go. Terrion Arnold goes to the Lions. The Packers await pick number 25 as the Green Bay Packers are officially on the clock, Homer.
They are. By all standards, can't lose.
Can't lose. Graham Barton, the offensive tackle / center from Duke. Cooper DeJean, the cornerback / safety from Iowa. Those two guys have something in common Brian Gutekunst really likes. They can both play multiple positions.
And look at this. According to, as you're right, the ESPN site, the best available, Barton. The best fit, DeJean.
Might as well throw the papers in the trash at this point. It's coming down to those two guys. I'd be shocked if it's anybody else.
So would
shocked. I'd be floored.
So, again, the only other option is to trade back.
How far?
Not far.
Into the first round still.
Oh, yeah. I don't think they'd move more than a couple spots. But,
okay.
But we're down to 8:43, and because you're a man of integrity, which I would not be, you have not looked at
my phone is away.
The source. Yes.
My phone is away.
But now I think Goody probably said, hey, just call me. And then I comes up, wow, all right. I told you it was going to be easy.
8 minutes away from the Packers selection. Joining us now from Lambeau Field is the three-time Wisconsin Sports Writer of the Year. You hear him each and every weekday morning with the Packers Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher on Wilde and Tausch. He is the Wilde of that show. It is Jason Wilde joining us now from Lambeau Field. Jason, before we talk really quickly, I heard a rumor you had a 10 o'clock deadline. What'd you write for your 10 o'clock deadline?
Cooper DeJean. You gambled.
No, well, it's a good thing that the deadline passed. I did write that they were picking Cooper DeJean in case it happened in time, but that trade was really the killer for the print edition. But since Dove Kleiman is tipping picks, I don't want to do this and ruin all the fun at the Q Club.
Yeah, don't do it.
It would have been a mistake to file that story.
Oh, you can't do that to me. Oh, you can't do that to me.
Yeah, you are the best.
Jason,
I'm
a man of integrity.
Yes.
I put my damn phone away.
Standing ovation.
I've been leaking pics all night. You can't tell me that.
He didn't say who it was. Standing ovation for Jason Wilde. You are getting a partial standing ovation, which Kurt got in. I'm not sure if that means
that means. So what Jason just spelled out for us is Cooper DeJean is not the pick. I don't. 25.
Well, that's maybe how you took it. That. He didn't say that. That's not how I took it.
He said it would have been a mistake to file that story.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't know.
They could have traded back and don't know if he's going to be taken or not. How about that?
The pick is in, Homer. They didn't trade back.
Oh, the
Spoiler
pick is
alert.
In. Yeah.
And Jason already knows what it is, apparently. All right, in Detroit, we await the commissioner.
I'm now leading. This has nothing to do with Jason, but I'm leading toward Graham Barton.
I'm leaning towards Graham Barton as well, and I'd be very happy with that. Oh, boy, what are these sounds? I told you I'd be floored if it's anybody but those two.
The history says he'll go defense. Who's the next defensive guy?
Nate Wiggins, the corner from Clemson.
I don't know.
Edrin Cooper, who they did host on a top 30 visit, the inside linebacker from Texas A&M, potentially. We will await the commissioner out in Detroit as the Packers await their first round pick in 2024. Go ahead, Jason.
Let me put it this way: if you're not taking Cooper DeJean, I think that it's safe to believe that going on the offensive line makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, this is. You're right. If you go back out of the last 20 draft picks, dating back and starting with Aaron Rodgers, the Packers' 20 first-round picks starting with Rodgers, they've taken 4 offensive players to this point. Rodgers, Bulaga, Sherrod, and Love. And so they have the skill position players have been Rodgers and Love and 2 tackles. This franchise has long believed that you got to get the quarterback right, you got to protect him. And so I think that, when you look at what their options are, it was really interesting to see the way this draft was unfolding. 6 quarterback in the first 12, right? No defensive players till number 15. That did push down both some quality defensive players and some quality offensive tackles. So I think
that's when I said Goody just started watching old reruns of Seinfeld because he knew that this is going to be easy because they're going to be people available. There have to be because of all just of what you said.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting that the Lions traded up to get in front of the Packers because that makes me wonder, did they think that the Packers were going to take Perry and Arnold, I'm guessing both the Packers and the Lions didn't expect him to still be on the board. Like, he was the number one corner for a lot of teams. And so for him to still be there at 24, my guess would be that the Lions went up thinking, all right, we got to get up there and take him before the Packers do, NFC North rivals. But then, I don't know where the Packers had him on their board. I will say this, if they're not taking Cooper DeJean, then obviously they like someone better as far as what they wanted to do there. Again, it felt to me like Cooper DeJean checked all the boxes.
Yeah.
Athletic player, high RAS score, playing a position where they have needs at both safety and corner. And so if you don't go that direction, you obviously think that there is a position or a player who is head and shoulders above. I'd also love to know if they took calls on this pick. Because as you mentioned, the pick was in with plenty of time left on the clock. So it wasn't like they were debating whether, maybe we should, shop this pick and move back a little bit. The Cowboys moved back 5 picks. They were at 24, now they're at 29. So here we go.
Let's go to Detroit. The commissioner, Roger Goodell, with the Packers.
They're going to have Mike Krzyzewski
in the
do it.
2024 NFL Draft. The Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft select Jordan Morgan, tackle, Arizona.
Oh, they went offensive line, but certainly not the direction we anticipated. Jordan Morgan, the offensive tackle out of Arizona, 6'5", 311 pounds.
I have him listed as the 17th best available player,
according to Mel Kiper Jr. That is bananas to me. That was a guy that likely would have been available at 41, but Goody feels strongly enough to grab him at 25.
College left tackle.
He tore his ACL. Started 37 games for him, but he's coming off a torn ACL a couple of years ago. According to Steve Minch on ESPN.com, has short arms for an offensive tackle and may need to move to guard to start the NFL. That's true, but this one's surprising to me, Jason.
Well, look, I think it says a couple of things, right? It says that long-term, they probably don't feel like Rasheed Walker is their left tackle, 1. 2, they feel short-term that if Morgan, who, he missed that time in 2022. He came back last year, started 12 games, missed the bowl game because he opted out of it, but he was healthy enough to play all season. He is listed in Dane Brugler's draft preview as a guard, not as a tackle. We know that the Packers historically have liked converting left tackles from college to
they take tackles from college.
So he may be a left tackle, he may not be, but my instinct would be to say that he's probably a left tackle and that they feel like, if he's not ready to play day one, although he did start 37 games in college, they feel okay with Rasheed Walker there for now. But I keep thinking back to the NFL meetings and the NFC coaches breakfast when someone asked Matt LaFleur if Rasheed Walker was their left tackle of the future, and he said, well, he was our left tackle last year, which is not exactly, a ringing endorsement of him. So this is clearly a pick that they believe, with their quarterback who is trending in a big way upward, that they needed a guy to protect them. And Jordan Morgan more than checks that box.
I hope I'm wrong, and I hope he turns into a Pro Football first ballot Hall of Famer. But this feels a lot more like Derek Sherrod than it does Brian Bulaga to me.
I don't.
Coming off the ACL, I don't know. I don't love this in the first round.
It's not a sexy pick. Tauscher loves the word sexy. It's not a sexy pick. Cooper DeJean would have been a sexy pick. He returned
Barton would have been.
Barton would have been a sexy pick for an offensive lineman.
I mean, Morgan started 37 games. Go ahead.
Right, and Barton had the second highest RAS score in scouting combine history for an interior offensive lineman. Look, Barton's not a left tackle in the NFL based on everything I've seen. So I'll be curious to see if that is that a deciding factor. Taking Morgan over Barton, is that because he's a tackle in the NFL?
For a guy that's 6'5", 311 pounds, how about a relative athletic score of 9.0? That's not too shabby. That's making me feel a little bit better.
Short arms.
But I don't know. It's interesting to me. It's interesting to me. Offensive line I'm happy with. Offensive line depth is something that is desperately needed because they have none of it, as we talked about a little bit earlier in the night, Jason. But right now, here, this feels like a guy that would have been available at 41. Am I crazy with that assessment?
No, look, Dane Brugler had him as a first or second round pick. So 41 is, 9 picks into the second round? Maybe, but look, the Packers liked him enough and had him graded high enough that he made sense at number 25. Again, I would love to know. They did not waste time, and usually that's a pretty good indicator that you are sold on your pick and you're not shopping the pick. So I would say that Jordan Morgan was probably their clear-cut guy because, again, they had Cooper DeJean staring them in the face if they wanted him. And I'm not saying that Cooper DeJean is going to be the new T.J. Watt. I'm not saying that because, first of all, Cooper DeJean's not a Badger, and T.J. Watt, the intensity of the disappointment was increased because he was a Wisconsin guy who's from Milwaukee. But if Cooper DeJean goes on to be a 6-time Pro Bowl corner or safety, and the Packers end up with Jordan Morgan being not quite as good as Brian Bulaga, there'll be some folks that think, you know what? Because Brian Bulaga was a very good right tackle in the NFL. He never went to a Pro Bowl. Great teammate of ours. But again, this is what we will do. We will do comparison shopping with his career and how it unfolds. We do that every year. And you can look back to 2021 in that draft and say, well, if they hadn't taken Stokes and they'd taken this guy or that guy, we're going to do that again with this one.
Jason Wilde with us here, Homer and Strouf with you. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night live from the Q Club of Wisconsin. Jason, I imagine you got to talk to Goody tonight. What's your first question for him before we let you go?
I am curious because they also had the tackle from Oklahoma, Guyton, in for a pre-draft visit. And he, I believe, unless I missed something, he was still on the board, right?
So he started only 14 games at tackle in college.
Right. So. And that's interesting. That I'm curious about the experience level because that would have been, obviously the guy that I had pegged was Mims. He went at 18 to Cincinnati. And Goody's never going to say, well, had he still been there at 25, we definitely would have taken him instead of this Jordan Morgan fella. He's not going to say that. But I would be curious because, again, those are two players in Guyton and Mims that they had in for visits. And I don't think that was for subterfuge. That was because of legitimate interest. And, by the way, Graham Barton just went to the Buccaneers with a pick after.
Sure did. Sure did. So that, it's a little bit salt in the wound for me.
Really?
Barton going the immediate pick after? Yeah.
No, that's what this is. Goody didn't make it easy. But
interesting. All right. We'll keep an eye on it. Jason's phone is blowing up. He's a busy man. We got to let him go. Jason, we'll listen to you bright and early, 9 a.m. tomorrow on Wilde and Tauscher. Appreciate the time and insight as always.
All right, boys. Take care. Be good.
Homer and Strouf live from the Q Club. We continue with you next. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
It's ESPN Wisconsin's Brad Nortman. NBA fans, listen up. You've got to try Pick 6, the newest fantasy app from DraftKings, an official partner of the NBA. Getting started is simple. Select if a player will have more or less of a certain stat. For example, will a player have more than 1 rebound? Or will a player have less than 3.5 assists? Pick your favorite players and compete for huge cash prizes. Download the new DraftKings Pick 6 app now using code MADISON and take on the competition with your best NBA player picks. Only on DraftKings Pick 6 with code MADISON. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 18 plus in most eligible states. Age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. Pick 6 not available in all states. For up-to-date list of states, visit dkng.co/pick6states. Void where prohibited. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Hey Wisconsin, it's construction season and the Wisconsin DOT wants to help you safely navigate work zones in your area. Check 511wi.gov or download the free 511 app to see current road work, closures, detours, and camera views on your route. Wherever your travels take you, know before you go with 511wi.gov. That's 511wi.gov. And remember, know before you go. Always park the phone while driving. Sponsored by the Wisconsin DOT.
Mark Tauscher here to tell you a little bit more about Everlight Solar. We all know that electricity costs are on the rise. That's why you need to talk to my friends over at Everlight Solar. Their local team here in Madison is here to keep it simple. From your no-cost consultation to solar panel installation, the team at Everlight Solar will be with you every step of the way. Not only will they help you save money, but by switching to solar, you're also helping save the planet. Everlight Solar, a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics. Check them out at everlightsolar.com.
When it comes to security for your home and family, you want a winner, and we found one when we placed our trust with J&K Security Solutions. This is Greg Gard. Kim and Jeff hit the game-winning shot for us with the Control 4 home technology system. Home or away, from our smartphones, we can open the garage door, dim the lights, turn on the TV, as well as arm the security system. That's convenience as well as peace of mind. Let J&K Security Solutions do for your home or business like they've done for us. Call 255-5799 or online at jksecurity.com.
You ever have one of those days when you just couldn't come up with the right answer? Well, I know one answer that pretty much solves all problems. Ice cream. Yeah, it's the answer to everything, right? And right now, at Quick Trip, our rich, creamy, straight from our dairy, Nature's Touch 1-gallon pails of ice cream are just $4.99. Yeah, now that's an answer worth digging into. Come on, be a problem solver. Bring home some fresh, delicious Nature's Touch ice cream, only from Quick Trip.
Glenn Whipperfirth is the president of Tauscher Implement Company, Incorporated. Glenn, you've had copier printers from James Imaging Systems for years. Question, Glenn, is James just a vendor or more like a partner?
I would say partner in the fact that they're looking at what we're doing and trying to work with us to make it simple for us.
Making it easy, keeping it simple. That's James Imaging Systems Managed Print Services Program.
Yes. So we have a monthly contract, and then they manage our inventory as far as our toner and equipment for the copier machine.
Exactly. All your copier printers bundled under one low monthly invoice from James Imaging Systems. And that includes parts, service, and supplies. And that has its benefits, Glenn.
The benefit is that we have the supplies when we need them, and it keeps our business flowing.
Make it easy, keep it simple with the Managed Print Services Program from James Imaging Systems. Call 608-221-3457 or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
Hey, this is Eric Name of The Athletic. You're listening to Madison's home of the Bucks, 100.5 ESPN, WTLX Monona, Madison, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night. Wrapping up our coverage over the course of the next 20 or so minutes. Homer and Strouf with you from the Q Club of Wisconsin. Here in Waukesha, the Packers at pick 25 select Arizona offensive tackle Jordan Morgan, 6'5", 311 pounds, a relative athletic score of 9.0. A couple of tweets coming out, Justice Mosqueda most notably saying he believes that Morgan would have gone in the first round, so my assumption that he would not be they're available there at 41, likely not true. Did we just have a double trade? I think the Bills just traded into 28, and then the Chiefs traded for 28. I might be wrong about that.
Could be. If you go on Twitter, then I passed along somebody who does a draft and has for a long time. And he has Jordan Morgan as a day 2 prospect. And he spends a lot of time. You can go to my Twitter and run it down. It's 58 pages. But this is what he said about Jordan Morgan.
Pages? Who has time for that?
While plenty, a lot of people do the draft. While plenty of analysts have Morgan projected to be a late first, early second-round prospect, and there have been plenty of mock drafts with Morgan as fit for the Packers, he is the furthest away from their thresholds on this list. He'll be 23 before the season begins. He has borderline arm length and needs a lot of work on quiet, sloppy techniques. The Packers just don't take older projects in the first 3 rounds, so I would be shocked if Gutekunst makes him a Packer, and I think even more shocked that he was picked by the Packers in the first round. He was saying this as far as day 2 prospects. So,
wow, that makes me feel better, Homer. Thanks.
Goody's done it again. He's
gone off the board.
Yeah, I think so. And the reason I respect this is he's assessed all the picks of Goody, and this is what Goody does. They don't, like he's saying, so he's surprised because this is dramatically different from the standard Goody has used for offensive linemen. So I don't know that the answer would be, or the question would be very easy. Why? You don't like people with short arms. You don't like older players. You don't like those that are a bit of a project, and yet you took him. And I would look at the number of games that he played at left tackle, but Guyton was also there, and Barton. So,
as I said when we were on with Jason, this feels more Derek Sherrod-like to me than it does Brian Bulaga, dating back to the last 2 offensive linemen they selected in the first round. This doesn't feel like a sure thing at all, especially after what you just read to me, Homer.
Well, no, it makes me think.
If you think I'm being pessimistic, read that again.
Yes, it didn't. No, he's saying he's shocked that Goody would pick him. And so my assessment and why I think this is important, this is not about the talent of the player, right or wrong. This is telling you there is something significantly different about this guy for Goody to have picked him because he violates every rule Goody's had about offensive linemen. And you mentioned, so what? You can't.
I want to know what it was.
Right.
And we'll find that out tonight.
He may not admit it, but everybody needs to know that whatever the reason, it had to be really, really strong based on what Goody, like this is almost like when I said with signing the big money free agent. He doesn't do that.
No.
This might be as big a surprise as that, given his history of offensive linemen. Now, he did take Bulaga, who had short arms.
Yes.
So my assumption is that part of this is the belief that he can play tackle for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not saying left tackle, but this guy is tackle.
Yeah, so a couple things, because I don't want to be completely pessimistic about this, because it is a big day for Jordan Morgan. We're excited to have him in Green Bay, despite how I feel about the other guys that were available there at 25. Offensive line depth, always a positive.
Right.
Especially when you have guys that are viewed as day 1 or day 2 prospects. And Jordan Morgan obviously was 38th overall in the packet I have, a day 2 guy in the packet you have. He was viewed as the 17th best available player, so definitely a round 2 guy. He has talent. He has
and I would
athletic
emphasize,
ability.
By Goody's standards, iffy on a day 2.
Yeah. Iffy.
No, but I'm saying it's not. We're not saying iffy first round. We're saying iffy to be taken with that second pick.
Right.
The place on ESPN had him taken with the Packers' second pick and said they thought that was a bit of a reach.
Yeah.
So
and there he goes at 25. But
correct.
to be positive about it, Homer, is maybe this guy isn't a day 1 starter. You're happy with the 5 you have right now.
Correct.
From left to right, Walker, Jenkins, Myers.
It makes me think he could be a 2025 starter at right tackle.
And then you move Tom inside to center?
Wherever you move.
So maybe Walker does continue as your left tackle.
Whatever,
Because I didn't think his play was bad last year in his second year. In the
I
first
would
year on the
assume
field.
they're going to draft another offensive lineman stuff. But
tomorrow for sure. I think with 4 picks tomorrow, at least as it stands right now, there's a very good chance that they go offensive lineman again tomorrow. But I think the question now remains, Homer. Who is starting opposite of Xavier McKinney at safety?
Somebody that's to be drafted.
Somebody that's to be drafted.
Correct.
Now, the reason I'm hanging on the
and
program,
I will in an attempt to be wrong again, say that the safety is the second round pick.
Here's the Chiefs
the
at 28.
life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. One important wish was requested by a young man by the name of Justin Laverne, who was diagnosed with renal failure at age 15 and received a kidney transplant from his father just last year. Justin's love for football and the Chiefs got him through those treatments. Please welcome Justin to the stage, whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his beloved Kansas City Chiefs. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin.
Cooper DeJean.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs, select Xavier Worthy.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
There's their new Tyreek Hill in Kansas City.
Should have called that one.
The fastest 40 time in NFL Combine history goes to Kansas City. Another Tyreek Hill. Potential, of course, in Kansas City. That's an exciting pick for Andy Reid and company. That's a fun one. Back-to-back-to-back? Back-to-back-to-back Super Bowl champions, maybe. Just to give you a heads up, so that was pick 28. Pick 29 is already in from my source, Dallas. I'll just say this.
Yeah.
It's not Cooper DeJean, which means there are 3 picks remaining tonight, and Cooper DeJean is still on the board. So,
which makes you want to stay on.
It makes me want to stay on the air because I'm worried the Packers could trade up.
Yeah.
Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, I would agree with you.
Because
totally.
with 2 second-round picks, 2 third-round picks, the Packers could move back in here and grab DeJean. And there's my answer for what I asked you 2 minutes ago. Who's starting at safety opposite of Xavier McKinney?
Well, let's look at safeties.
Not a good safety class.
Correct. That means there aren't a lot.
And DeJean likely on the site you're using will be listed as a corner.
Yeah. Oh, we got a guy from Georgia. That's a done deal.
That could be the second-round pick, no doubt.
Bullard. Versatile safety with outstanding. He's a big hitter. Yeah, I'll go with that. I'll go with that. Whenever in doubt, pick a defensive player from Georgia. We said that.
When in doubt, pick a defensive player from Georgia. Yeah, I'm just intrigued by everything going on. Jordan Morgan. I'm not coming around to it, Homer.
No, you can't. I mean, we're not assessing how good he's going to be.
Not at all.
We're just saying, and I'll defer to the guy who does the site to go, is this the biggest surprise, or where does it rank in terms of the decisions by Goody?
By Goody.
Right. Like it doesn't fit all of what he does.
Well, Jordan Love was the biggest surprise.
Right, which doesn't mean but it's a significant risk.
Yeah.
So then we'll see.
Now,
Goody's been on a roll.
I went on a big tangent about 4 picks prior to the Packers.
Right.
Where I said Goody's got the best opportunity. Everything's being handed to him. You said he's watching Seinfeld reruns.
Right. Yes, he was. He was. I'll stand by that totally. We just didn't know he had this guy this high. Like, we thought he had choices with these 3 guys. No, he had 4 because he had this guy.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it clearly was easy for him.
Again, I'm not mad that he went offensive line. I'm not mad about even the pick. I'm surprised by who.
It's going to be, again, it's going to stand out and be judged because Barton's the next pick.
Right.
And my question is, if Tampa Bay went, oh my God,
right? They might have.
Yes.
I'm shocked by that.
So,
Cowboys pick is in. We know what it is, according to my source.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's go to Detroit. Here is
the 2024 NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
Another one. Here we're gonna have this.
And that's a guy the Packers had in on a top 30 visit.
Right,
Tyler
but I'm
Guyton.
saying you're not only going to have a chance, you're not going to judge more, but you're not going to be able to judge him against 2 tackles they passed on.
Yeah, and one they visited with in Tyler Guyton.
Right.
Out of Oklahoma, who just went to the Dallas Cowboys. And I mentioned earlier, the Cowboys needed offensive line. They get offensive line with this one.
Yeah, you need to call your sources in Dallas and Tampa to see how happy they are. We would like to personally thank the Green Bay Packers because we didn't think there was any way these players would be available, and they both were. Like, they may have thought that the Packers would take Barton and then Tampa Bay might take Guyton, and so both teams don't get who they want. That'd be Tampa Bay and Dallas. Now, maybe they did.
Ravens on the clock. I don't know that they need corner. Oh, man. Pick is in for Baltimore. There's 2 picks remaining following Baltimore in the NFL draft. Is Cooper DeJean going to be available day 2? That's where my head's starting to go, Homer.
No, I think he's going to be taken right here.
By Baltimore?
Yeah, wouldn't that fit the kind of player that they would take?
I don't know.
I mean, they're all defense all the time, right?
They are.
He's the top available player.
They often are.
There's a defensive tackle from Illinois, Newton.
Yep.
Clemson
Newton.
cornerback. Kool-Aid.
Nate Wiggins.
How about the Packers getting Kool-Aid?
All right, so I'm feeling a little bit better about 41, and they might move like they did for Christian Watson a few years back early into day 2. But, that's just I'm not often shocked by day 1 of the draft. I was probably about equally shocked by the Jordan Love pick, but I liked the Jordan Love pick. This one, I don't know. I haven't felt this way about a first-round pick by the Packers before.
No, shocked is appropriate. The better you know Goody, the more shocked you are in terms of what he's done in the past. But I think he has to believe that they have a year to prep him.
Yep.
And they believe that he can be a starting right tackle. I don't think left tackle the following year.
That is true. That is true.
It'll be. I mean, this is like when you say, all right, I'm picking the Bucs to beat Indiana. That's fine, but you can't pick them without knowing. I don't have a whole lot of confidence. So if the Bucs beat Indiana, people need to give them credit for a significant accomplishment, regardless of the seeding.
Yeah, no doubt
and
about
the
it.
same way as here, just as was certainly the case with Jordan Love. I think there were more people that believed that Jordan Love was a top first-round pick than believed that Morgan should have been taken when he was. I think he's a bigger surprise for where he was selected than even Jordan Love. And maybe I'll be wrong of some, but I don't think you're going to find anyone that had him going this high.
I think you're right. I think a lot of, like we mentioned earlier, I think there was some mocks that said, hey, maybe at 41.
Yes, that was the one. You can look it up at ESPN. They ranked it as if he was taken at 41. They thought, it's a bit of a reach, but at 41.
16 picks earlier at 25, it seems like a hell of a reach.
Yes, exactly. And he was the 17th best player available. And, again, the one that makes me, I hope it's not the thing I'm trying to think of when wasn't it Collins, the safety, was from Bethune-Cookman or somewhere?
Yeah.
And everybody had the same thing. Like, nobody had him at that point. And it ended up being a great pick. But that doesn't change. It'll never change. If he turns out to be a good player, people shouldn't forget how big a risk it was and how, not even just risk, how big a change it was from what Goody does. Because the guy that I look to, and you can go again, read all 59 pages, he prides himself on not saying who they're going to pick as much as what they have done in the past and who's the likely choice based on the Packer standards. And the person who checks the Goody Packer standards, well, I read it to you.
Yeah.
Nothing about this player is Goody.
No.
And that is in the second round. So it doesn't mean anything in terms of how good he'll be, but just how rare this is.
Here's
for
Baltimore
With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins, defensive back.
Defensive
Clemson.
back.
Yep.
But not DeJean.
Yep.
Not DeJean. 2 picks left in the NFL Draft. Homer, I think I'm ready to call it. I think DeJean's going to be there on day 2.
We only got 2 more picks. We can't stop now. We've run 25 and a half miles in the marathon. You can leave. I'm going to stick around till the last.
I'm not going anywhere.
Till the last 2 picks.
I don't know. I'm saying I'm ready to call it on Cooper DeJean not getting drafted tonight.
Oh. Well, I mean, the Packers.
Well, clearly we're sticking through the draft.
Well, the Packers could still trade. You don't think they're going to move up? They don't like him that much? That's fine.
I think they will tomorrow. I think they're going to go Christian Watson style. Because what they do a couple of years ago, they got up to what, pick 35?
Right. Now, who was just taken? Wiggins?
Wiggins out of Clemson.
Yeah, he was listed as the 3rd best.
Yeah, he's a good corner.
Fast, sub 4.3.
Very fast.
Yes, very fast. Kool-Aid's still available.
I like him, but I mean, I would bring up injuries, but it seems like injuries aren't that big of a concern as they just drafted an offensive lineman who weighs over 300 pounds who's coming off an ACL.
But did I mean, look at the ACL, wasn't that 2 years ago?
2 years ago, yeah.
Okay, so he played last year.
37 starts at Arizona. I like the experience.
Yeah.
Power 5 school, but
those things fit.
Yeah, no doubt.
No, the emotion you just showed is both accurate and appropriate, which means that if it turns out to be a great pick, he deserves all the credit because he's the only one. At the point now, he's in a phone booth.
Yeah.
Not that he was taken, but not only how big a reach it was by literally, and I'm sure if there are others that saw it differently, that the people will let me know, and that's fine. Because there needs to be assessment on how big a reach it was, which doesn't determine his ability, but explains what Goody did.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's a reach. And if you follow Goody, it's whatever's just a little bit more than a reach. It's an industrial size reach. Because I tell you, the guy who's most surprised is the guy who does that site. He would have guaranteed there's no way Goody's going to take that guy, even with their 2nd pick. But he did so.
Well, Josh DiMaggio, the producer of Jen, Gabe, and Chewy, weekdays morning, 7 to 9 on 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee, wants me to point out to you, Homer, because he just pointed it out to me with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 exclamation points.
Yes.
Early on in the process, Mel Kiper Jr. had Jordan Morgan to the Green Bay Packers at pick 25.
Did he? Early on?
Yeah.
And how'd that go? How early was that early on?
He did not specify, but I would imagine early on.
Well, then I'd like to know. So where did Morgan go after that early on? He gets credit for it, but when you do, 10 mock drafts?
At least, yeah.
I want to know where it went after that because
I'm sure Josh will follow up.
Yeah, I want Josh too. There's no bad information. All information is accurate in terms of we found somebody who had the Packers taking him. And now that was what happened. Where did it end up in the last mock draft?
I would guess 2nd round.
Yes. And he might have been available for both the Packer picks. If Mel picked him for the Packers to take him in the 2nd round, maybe he did because that came from ESPN, the one I looked at.
Yeah.
Then you can see.
I want to take a quick pause from talking Packers for just a second because I want to go back to that Chiefs pick of Xavier Worthy.
Awesome. Oh, man.
Patrick Mahomes, Isaiah Pacheco, Marquise Brown, Xavier Worthy, Travis Kelce. They're going to win a 3rd straight Super Bowl.
If the defense is as good as it was this year, yes.
And they had, a top 5 defense last year?
Well, yeah, I don't know. There's some people have left.
They re-signed Snead.
Yes. Snead, Jones they signed.
They
Snead,
franchise
I think,
tagged.
left.
Did they tag him?
Snead is going. But either way, we can address those things. But, yes, that's just a spectacular pick. Can you imagine how happy that kid is? They should have him run a 40 now. It might even be faster.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure. I don't think I'm not sure how much you pick somebody so another team can't get it.
Yeah.
But and that's just the perfect pick.
It is. It is indeed. Oh, man.
All right, 31 is on the clock. You can look that in. The pick is in.
It's the 49ers.
Yes.
Pick is in for the 49ers.
I'm going to, for the 9th straight time, I'm going to go Cooper DeJean.
It might be. It sure might be.
The other one would be they list Newton, the defensive lineman out of Illinois, and then Kool-Aid is number 4.
Yeah.
There are a couple of wide receivers up there. They're talking about moving, aren't they? Moving a wide receiver.
They are. That's true. Brandon Ayuk is the wide receiver they're talking about.
I don't know how high these guys are. They're not part of the elite 3 are all gone. Those were the 3 that everybody talked about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Your source doesn't have it yet?
He does not have it yet.
The pick is in.
I don't know what to tell you.
No, you don't have to. He's not the same guy.
No.
He had it, lost it. But it was fun while it lasted.
It was. It was indeed fun while it lasted.
So did we get any update on what Mel Kiper had in his final draft?
It was in 2.0, and he had him in the second round in his final draft.
After the Packers' second pick.
His second mock draft, he had him 25 to the Packers. So it was way back in January.
Right, but I'm saying the last mock draft.
I don't know where he had him to, but he had him in the second round.
Second round. I'd like to know if it was after the Packers' second round pick, which would fit. So that would sound like the dude dropped a bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we will see what the 49ers here do at pick 31. You going to call it here?
I'm going to pick Cooper DeJean in every selection.
We've only got 2 left. You
tomorrow I'm going to pick him in every selection until, and that's not. He's the top available player.
Let's go to Detroit. Roger Goodell with the 49ers pick.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver.
Called that
Florida.
one wide receiver.
You just said it was Cooper DeJean.
No, I'm saying before I do that, I looked at the wide receiver saying they're going to get rid of the guy. So I just didn't think these guys were high enough up. So maybe they.
Who gets the last pick now? Because the Chiefs traded up.
Yeah, the Buffalo.
Buffalo gets the final pick. Okay.
But yeah, he was listed the wide receivers. There were 4 in a row. Leggett from South Carolina, Mitchell from Texas, McConkey from Georgia, and
Lad
Pearsall.
McConkey. How great of a name is that, Homer?
That is.
Lad McConkey.
Yeah.
Sounds like an Irishman.
Let's see what they say about Pearsall. 6'1", 189. His speed makes him a threat.
I don't
know. 6'1", 189.
Well, we got a little 32 trade news.
Yeah!
But it's not the Green Bay Packers. The Carolina Panthers are moving up 1 pick from 33 to 32.
And they're giving up the 6-pack of Mountain Dew.
And the 6-pack of Mountain Dew, just like the Vikings.
So do you have it?
I do not have it.
But we'll make it through the first round.
I think Cooper DeJean's going to the second round. I said I'm ready to call it.
Yeah.
I don't think any of these teams are
You're correct. You've nailed it.
Yeah.
I only got 1 left.
So what does that mean for the Packers tomorrow? Cooper DeJean's still available. I don't know if he falls to 41, but like I've said a few times, Packers have 4 picks tomorrow. I wouldn't be shocked if they move and go get Cooper DeJean, and then I'll feel a little bit better about Jordan Morgan at 25. Oh, you're yawning. Am I boring you that much?
No, this is the latest I've stayed up in 3 years. So
3 years?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm honored. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
I want to set a record for picking the same guy for 26 selections in a row. I mean, it's position ranked 3rd, overall ranked 19. He's picked the 19th overall. Where does your guy have him in terms of the ranking? Cooper.
Cooper, I think he had him at like 18.
Yeah.
High up there, yeah.
I believe we're at 32, right?
Yeah. We are pick 32. He had him at number 20.
Yeah. And, the Packers love Iowa guys, other than Jackson.
He's stuck. But
32, Carolina Panthers. Pick is in. We await to see whether or not
so
it'll be Cooper
your
DeJean.
source has just bailed.
No, my source has gotten everyone right. It's just been coming in later and later as the night goes on.
So he does not have this one in yet because
he does not have this one in yet.
When he
does, I will spoil it. I will give you the floor for your final statement, and then we will wrap it up from the
No, final statement is that this was a huge surprise. No one had it other than Mel Kiper, and clearly not based on anything other than those who have followed Goody the closest with his offensive line. This is a shock.
Pick is in for the Carolina Panthers.
Cooper.
I hope it's not Cooper.
I know you do because you want him to be tomorrow.
I want him to be tomorrow.
That'll
I want
be
some
the
action
talk
tomorrow.
No, the whole discussion tomorrow
will be should the Packers trade up for Cooper DeJean?
Yes.
And your answer is?
Sure. I just want to know why he's dropped so much.
I would like to know that as well, but I'm not complaining. We know it is not Cooper DeJean, according to Pebble back at the Call Studios.
Newton from Illinois is the most highly rated player.
Tershawn Newton.
And then Kool-Aid. Come on, Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Wide receiver. Leggett, Mitchell, or McConkey? Which one? Leggett it is.
Xavier Leggett.
Yeah.
He's going to go 32 to the Panthers.
Bills can use wide receiver.
Well, it's the Panthers. They traded out.
Oh, that's right.
They got 33 tomorrow. All right, there you go. Xavier Leggett will be the 32nd pick, which means Cooper DeJean still available tomorrow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And
the Packers.
Do you believe he's going to be taken by the Green Bay Packers?
I do not.
Okay.
I hope so.
But you hope.
I can hope.
Right.
Manifestation.
Well,
is
thanks to
Aaron
everybody
Rodgers
at the Q
believes in.
Club. This place is great.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Their pizza's fantastic. I attempted to eat the entire pizza by myself.
You almost did it.
Almost. There's a little
Three-quarters of it.
I did.
Big thanks to everybody who joined us tonight. A big thanks to Chris Larson back at the One Call That's All studios in downtown Milwaukee. A big thanks to Hunter Vaughn in downtown Madison for running our video stream, keeping us on the air in Madison. Homer, nice work tonight. It's been a pleasure. You need to go to bed. Latest Homer has stayed up in 3 years. How about Homer, everybody?
What time is it?
10:51, way past your bedtime.
Way
I'm Alex
past
Strouf. We're
my
back with you tomorrow, reacting all day.
And I
beginning at
stayed
7
up
o'clock.
this late for that pick.
On Jen gave it to you. Yeah, Jordan Morgan from Arizona.
I do want to honor. I did attend the University of Arizona for a semester.
Tennis player.
I was there.
Yeah, you got a Wildcat
He
in Green Bay.
was way better than I was.
All right, we're back with you tomorrow, beginning at 7 a.m. Jen, Gabe, and Chewy on 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee, reacting all day. Jordan Morgan, the newest Green Bay Packers. A big thank you to everybody here at the Q Club of Wisconsin. That does it for us tonight. This has been ESPN Wisconsin Draft Night.
When it comes to security for your home and family, you want a winner, and we found one when we placed our trust with J&K Security Solutions. This is Greg Gard.